RICOCHET. Book 3 in the Cutter Grogan Thrillers. By Ty Patterson. 1. Cutter Grogan? Yeah, who is this? He rarely took calls from unidentified numbers, but he had answered this one reflexively. Hold, please. He held for a while until another voice came on. Cutter? He sat up straight even though he was alone in his hotel room in downtown Washington, D.C. Yes, ma'am. Can you drop by in the evening? I'm flying out to New York at 9 p.m., but he didn't say that aloud. Your apartment, ma'am. Yes, Cutter. I'll be there, ma'am. One didn't decline an invite from Amy Breland, Speaker of the House. Cutter went to the Georgetown residence of one of the most powerful women in the country and patiently went through the security checks. An agent led him up the elevator and to the door, which opened as soon as he approached it. Cutter, the speaker exclaimed as she caught his arm and took him inside. She checked him out critically and wordlessly inspected his wrists. They haven't faded? She said, referring to the burn marks he had suffered when he rescued Sophie and Lauren, her daughter and granddaughter, from a sex trafficking gang. Over time, ma'am. They're less than a week old. She nodded and led him deeper inside the residence, whose living room windows overlooked the Potomac. Why are they here, ma'am? He stopped short and cocked his head at the sight of Peyton Quindica, FBI special agent in charge, a rising star destined to great heights in the Bureau, and Gina DiFiore, detective first grade at the NYPD, on long-term assignment to the FBI. Two of the best investigators he had come across. His friends, though DiFiore would never admit that. All in good time, Cutter. If it helps, the detective said softly when he sat next to her, we don't want to spend any more time than we have to with you. You're lying, he retorted. You miss my charming personality. Their relationship was like that. He thanked the speaker for the cup of coffee she offered and hoped the meeting wasn't about his remuneration. I've told her many times I don't want payment for what I did. He had taken his second sip when a figure appeared from the interior of the apartment. He shot to his feet immediately, spilling the hot beverage on his hands and thighs. Nice work, DiFiore whispered as she and Quindica got to their feet. Please sit, Jill Dalton, Vice President of the United States, said, gesturing. I hope that coffee wasn't too hot, Mr. Grogan. Do you want to go to the bathroom? No, Madam Vice President, he said, his face flaming in embarrassment as he dabbed at his hands and thighs with a paper towel. Jill, Breland resumed when he had regained his composure, wanted this meeting. If you'll recall, it was she who referred you to me in the first place. Yes, ma'am. What does the Veep want with me? Why are Quindica and DiFiore here? I have heard what you did, Mr. Grogan. Cutter, Madam Vice President. Ma'am will do, she chuckled. Amy, Lauren, and Sophie have told me what you did. His involvement had been covered up, and the FBI had taken all the credit for the rescue. Standard operating procedure for him. He didn't need the fame, nor the notoriety that often came with such highly visible cases. His fixing business was built around keeping a low profile. You're not a government employee nor a contractor, Cutter. I served in Delta, ma'am, he said, guessing where she was going. You might have seen my file. Whatever is discussed here will stay with me. Thank you. Have you heard of DFTF? It's a worldwide charity organization. Doctors for the Forgotten? Yes, ma'am. I came across them in the Middle East and Africa. I figured you might have. Samira Latif is a young doctor with them, 28 years old. She graduated from the University of Damascus, worked in a local hospital for a few years, and found her real calling by providing care to those whom the terrorists hurt. She joined DFTF. Samira, the Veep continued, moved around all over Syria, Iraq, Turkey, and Iran, helping refugees, Terror victims, those affected by our bombings. She smiled grimly. Anyone who needed care. She didn't work alone. There were many other doctors and nurses with her. The DFTF doesn't have allegiance to any country and is apolitical. Was? Is she dead? Because they move around so much and are welcomed by local populations, they hear a lot. Samira didn't like what the terrorists had done to her country and Iraq. She was bitterly opposed to their fundamentalist views. She found a way to reach out to us and started feeding us intelligence. Her information was so accurate that we were able to take out several targets with no collateral damage. You've been on the ground. You know how rare that is. Yes, ma'am. Her information flow stopped a week ago. Her last location was Mosul. I think you know the city well. Yes, ma'am. Will you find her and bring her back? Cutter gawped at her. Me, ma'am? This is a mission for our intelligence outfits. Zeb Carter, of the agency. I've met him. Claire, its director, is our friend. They referred you to me in the first place. Yeah, I went to them. They're on another mission, but... Don't interrupt. Di Fiore mouthed at him angrily when he made to speak. This is a mission for a single person. Someone who knows the country very well, can pass for a local person, can speak the language, is an experienced operative. You tick all those boxes. There are hundreds of currently serving soldiers who fit that bill, ma'am. Besides, I'm out of the game. I don't do military missions. I'm not a contractor to our armed forces. Who said this was a military operation, Cutter? This is very much a civilian search and rescue operation. It is in your wheelhouse. Cutter looked around the apartment as he thought rapidly. Why is she alone? This kind of mission isn't briefed in a private home. There will be analysts, senior officers. Something's missing. What aren't you telling me, ma'am? Dalton smiled briefly. Very good. I was wondering if you would ask that. I was the recipient of Samira's intelligence. Me, no one else in the country. Cutter stared at her. You're wondering how a young Syrian doctor could communicate with the Vice President of the United States? Yes, ma'am, he found his voice. She's never met or spoken to me. She doesn't know me. Samira doesn't even know that she's feeding us intel. How did you get this information then, ma'am? Cutter was sure the confusion on Quindica and Di Fiore's faces was reflected on his too. It was passed on to me by a worker in the DFTF, a close friend of Samira's, Laila Ahmed. Why would she contact you, ma'am? She's my daughter. We're estranged, too. Cutter looked at her in shock. For a moment he thought he hadn't heard correctly, but the expression on the vice president's face confirmed it. A boat sounded its horn, the sound coming faintly through the thick windows as the vessel sailed up the Potomac. Di Fiore and Quindica were gawking at the Veep when he turned to them. I don't understand, ma'am. Your daughter is in the Middle East? Alone? Coffee. Breland got to her feet before Dalton could respond. That will help you take it in. Cutter nodded and went with her to the side table, where she poured the brew into cups. He placed them on a tray and served the vice president, Quindica, and Di Fiore, hiding a grin when the detective took her beverage wordlessly. She's still processing what the Veep said. Otherwise, she wouldn't miss the chance to make a snarky comment. Layla Ahmed is her cover name, Dalton resumed when they were seated. Harper Dalton, that's who she is. 26 years old. Went to Stanford for a postgrad in law. Didn't like it. Dropped out. Phil and I, we didn't like that. She smiled sadly as she looked out of the window. We had a big row. She left home, which wasn't easy since she had Secret Service protection. She lived in D.C. for a year doing odd jobs, in a bookstore, an executive assistant to a CEO. The Veep rubbed the bridge of her nose and sighed. She joined the FBI, completed her training, and then quit after 8 months. Sounds like a rebel, Cutter mused. Does Quindica know anything of this? He had noticed her stiffening when the vice president mentioned Harper's name. We had another row, Dalton cut into his thoughts. She accused me of using my influence to get her into the FBI. I didn't. Harper is smart, hard-working. She got herself selected on her own steam. She didn't believe me, however. She said she got an easy ride in Quantico. That's not what she wanted. And that was the last time we saw her. This was 18 months ago, she answered the question he was about to ask. She dropped out of sight. She evaded her security team and disappeared. Why wasn't this in the news, ma'am? DeFiore interrupted, frowning. I don't recall hearing this. We kept it quiet while we investigated, but she made contact 2 days later, after Phil and I had aged 100 years. She messaged me to say she was safe. In Istanbul, we alerted the local embassy, got FBI agents to fly in from their Jordanian offices, but they couldn't trace her. She kept messaging every day to say she was safe. Harper is stubborn, but isn't stupid. She knows she has value to criminals and terrorists. A week later, she texted to say she had joined Doctors for the Forgotten. She sent a photograph of herself in a long robe, deeply tanned. Meet Laila Ahmed, the newest volunteer. Those were her words. Harper has been in the Middle East for 18 months. Cutter shook his head disbelievingly. And the media didn't get a whiff of it? The Veep wiped a tear and smiled shakily. Like I said, we covered it up. The terrorist information started about a couple of months later. She would send names, locations, and approximate times. Samira got the intel. She was well established in the region. People trusted her and spoke openly with her. She overheard stuff. Harper and she were friends. They probably discussed this between themselves, like, how did your day go? My daughter relayed the intel to me. Sometimes she would even send road names and vehicle identification. She took a swallow of her coffee and wiped her lips. The president set up a small group initially. Catelyn Feeder, the CIA director, Lizzie Kahn, director of Homeland Security, Daniel Klaus, national security advisor. I know, she added, smiling thinly. It doesn't sound like a small group, but it was a high-trust circle. The Pentagon and the CIA verified the intel the first few times I passed it on and, thereafter, acted on it. They know about Layla Ahmed? Cutter asked. Nope. The president, Amy, Catelyn, Claire, the agency director, and Daniel. No one else knows. They must have asked where the intel came from. Catelyn and I worked that out. It was Claire who suggested it in the first place. The CIA will pass the intel as its information from a deep-cover agent in the Middle East. You should be able to track her phone, DeFiore burst out. The vice president's daughter. I find it hard to believe she can't be traced. That's what we thought too, the Veep nodded. I said Harper is smart. She uses burners. She and her team are on the move continually. They rarely spend more than a week in the same village or town. You can track Samira's phone. Same problem. You can ask DFTF, ma'am. We did. Using disposable phones is like a security thing with them. Not everyone in Iraq and Syria likes what they do. Many people think they are covers for Western intelligence agencies. They have value as hostages. They take precautions like changeable cell phones. Their offices don't have accurate information on their people's whereabouts. How's that possible? It's a war zone out there, Cutter answered. On top of the security measures they take, comms infrastructure in the country is bad. All the volunteer organizations out there work in small cells. They check in with their local offices periodically but can be out of contact for extended periods. He's right. Every ambulance with its personnel in it is a cell. There are 3 of them in Harper's. She, Samira, and their driver, Rahman, who follows the same security protocol. DFTF has this culture of their volunteers being free to move around and provide service with minimum oversight. That's their selling point. That's how they are different from other medical charity organizations. Doctors and staff are attracted to them because they don't have forms to fill, make daily reports. Vigilantes, but who provide health care. You nailed it. We didn't lean hard on the organization. We didn't want anyone to wonder why the U.S. government was interested in one of their volunteers. How do you know it's Harper who's messaging you, ma'am? Do you do video calls? Video calls? The vice president snorted. You don't know my daughter. She wants nothing to do with Phil and me. The only reason she's in contact is because she knows she's not just another young American woman. No, she doesn't FaceTime, Skype, or WhatsApp. Text messages only. We have a protocol. Selected words, Cutter guessed, to indicate she's safe and not under duress of any kind. Yes. In addition, Catelyn gets her tech team to verify every message for consistency. It's her. What happened a week ago? She gave us intel on Nasser Akhtar and Saeed Azer. 3. Mosul outskirts, Iraq. Faris Akbar climbed out of his Toyota Hilux when it rolled to a stop on the dusty track that passed for Main Street. He adjusted his shades over his eyes with a lean forefinger and checked out the village. A few squat buildings, radiating heat in the evening sun. A signboard for a grocery store rattled in the wind. No movement. Abbas. He spoke softly into an encrypted cell phone. What are you seeing? Nothing, Faris. No army patrols, no police vans. Garer is clear. Where are the villagers? It is too quiet. In the school building. The elders have called a meeting. Send some of your men there. We are going in. Akbar ended the call and stroked his beard. He had known about the gathering, which was why he had timed his arrival for that moment. He looked up and down the street, nodded at his men, and set off. Garer, a small village 100 miles north of Mosul. The Tigris lay to its right in the distance. 60 miles to the northwest was the Syrian border. A similar distance away to the north was the Turkish border. A small village, population 300. It was of no particular importance. Agriculture was the primary sustenance for its occupants. Most of its youth had migrated to large cities for jobs. Some of its populace had joined various militia groups and ISIL cells, some of whom had died. Hundreds of such villages were scattered in Iraq and its neighboring countries. Garer was insignificant, except for what had gone down a week ago. Akbar strode down the street with 4 men following him. His black dish dasha, the long robe that ran down to his ankles, flapped in the wind as he walked rapidly. He didn't hesitate when he saw 4 men enter the street from the opposite end. "Stand guard outside," he commanded when they joined his group. They nodded silently and brought out rifles from beneath their robes. He kept going, past houses and the grocery store, which was closed, and turned into the schoolyard. It was small, dirty, scattered with plastic and paper wrappings. He climbed the few steps to the concrete patio that ran the length of the building, ignored the several closed doors, and went to the one from behind which voices could be heard. He stopped for a moment to remove his dish dasha, beneath which was a combat uniform, then burst inside the room. Hundreds of pairs of eyes turned to him as he went down the aisle between school benches to the front of the room. Several elder men were seated in chairs at the blackboard. "What is this? Who are you?" one of them called out. Akbar brought out a handgun and fired in the air in reply. Screams and shouts rang out as the villagers tried to flee. They were stopped by the gunmen at the door, who brandished their rifles threateningly. "Sit down!" Akbar thundered. "Who are—" He whirled on the elder man who had spoken and pointed his gun at his head. "Speak one more word and you will die," he snarled. "Recognize this uniform?" He pointed at his chest when the villagers settled uneasily, fearfully, on their benches. "That's right," he smiled evilly when a woman moaned. "I and my men, we are all ISIL fighters." A woman cried softly. "An American drone took out a vehicle when it was leaving your village," he continued when scared faces looked at him. "Just before it joined the highway. You know who was in it? Nasser Akhtar and Saeed Azar, two of our greatest soldiers. We don't know. Akbar's glare was enough to silence the man in the front row. Someone in your village informed the Americans of their presence. The traitor gave them their vehicle details. There is no other way our enemies could kill them. Who betrayed them? Who? He roared when no one replied. We don't know anything about that, the elder man said softly. You are lying. Only your village knew of their presence. They stopped in Garer for food. Someone must have recognized them and called the Americans. It wasn't us, the old man tried again. Akbar turned on him and struck him on the temple with his barrel. The villager collapsed, but no one rushed to his aid. No one? The terrorist slitted his eyes at the residents. No one has the courage to come forward. All right, he said after a moment. He scanned the gathering and went to the second row. He grabbed a young girl from her mother, who screamed and clawed at him in a desperate attempt to rescue her daughter. Akbar clubbed her with his fist, then dragged the protesting and crying girl to the blackboard and held her by her hair. Garer deserves to be punished, he whispered and shot her in the head. 4. Washington, D.C. That was in Garer, northern Iraq. Cutter recalled the news of the terrorist killing in a drone strike. Harper passed on the intel to me. The Veep nodded. Samira had overheard villagers talking of their presence. She and Harper got curious and went to the street, and there they were, sitting on a wooden cot, eating food. My daughter described them and their vehicle. We got lucky. We had a Reaper that had taken off from our herbal base. Very few know we have a drone base there. It was within range. It confirmed the location of the terrorists and got them as they were leaving the village. You haven't heard from Harper since then? De Fiore asked softly. No. A shadow crossed Dalton's face. I called the last number she messaged me on. No answer. Catlin got our embassy to contact the DFTF discreetly. They weren't worried. They said that Samira and Layla were in the field in northern Iraq. They hadn't heard from them either, but were confident they were safe. We got a military patrol to go to Garer. They got confirmation that the women had been in the village that day but had left before the attack. You need a map? Breland asked when Cutter brought out his phone. Yes, ma'am. Let's go to my study. They followed the speaker to her home office, where she powered on a laptop, hooked it to a projector, and brought up a map application. Cutter zoomed in on northern Iraq and identified the village. That part of the country is like a war zone. Iran-backed militia groups, Turkey-supported armed outfits, Kurdish fighters who are in conflict with the Iraqi government because they want independence, and all of them fighting for territory, making money by extortion, killing, jostling with one another for political domination. The Iraqi army is spread thin and cannot deal with all of them. The cops, it's like fighting a losing battle for them. There are so many gangs out there, they can't keep track. Many of them are corrupt. Heck, not just them, government officials, politicians. He shook his head. Many of them are on the take. And then there are the terrorists, ISIL. They hide in the Hamrin and Mahmour mountains. He tapped landmass adjacent to Kurdistan in the north. They have caves, bunkers from which they conduct raids. They are well-equipped, well-funded, and reports are they are rebuilding and regrouping. He's right, the vice president agreed. I have seen the reports. Hadi, he's the most prominent terrorist out there. We have been hunting him for a while. Akhtar and Azar were in his cell. She, Samira, and Rahman should head to Erbil, to our military base, Cutter mused. They won't, Dalton said despairingly. They probably think they aren't in any danger. He looked at the map for a long moment, recalling his time in the country. If ISIL have those women, he shuddered inwardly. But finding them isn't a one-person mission. A covert team needs to be on the ground. He came out of his reflection to find the women huddled together, wearing grave expressions. Quindica was murmuring earnestly, the rest of them nodding. He left them to their discussion, went to the living room and poured himself another cup of coffee. He sipped as he went to the window and watched as a tour boat sailed on the river. He turned when he heard the women enter the living room. "What?" he asked at their expressions. "We got an intelligence report," Quindica said flatly when we were in the study. "A girl was shot in Iraq." "Was it?" "She was young, school-going age." "Where is she going with this?" "She was dragged from her mother and killed in front of the entire village by ISIL terrorists. Reports are sketchy, since this spread on social media and our people are still verifying it. But that's the gist." "Where was this?" Cutter whispered, a cold dread filling him. "Garer, 5. A clock ticked somewhere in the living room. No other sound broke the silence until a young girl came from inside the house and hugged the speaker. Sophie, Amy Breland's daughter, whom Cutter had come to know in a previous case. "I overheard everything," she signed at him. "What will you do?" He stared at her blindly as the cold spread inside him. "What was her name?" "We don't know, Cutter," Quindica replied. "A passing trucker heard about it, reported it to the police, and that's how the news came to us eventually. No one in Garer is talking. I will need everything we have on the terrorists." His eyes were still on Sophie, who held his gaze. Dalton sucked her breath sharply. "You mean—" "I will need everything on Harper and Samira, too. Yes, ma'am, I will go." "What changed your mind?" Di Fiore demanded. "That girl's killing." "Yeah," he replied, conscious that Sophie was still watching him. "Lais had thinks someone in the village leaked the presence of his men, which got them killed." "That shooting was a demonstration," the detective guessed, "punishing the village." He straightened and unconsciously felt his shoulder, where his Glock usually nestled in its holster. He had surrendered the weapon to the Veep's protection detail before coming up to the apartment. "You can get those files to me tonight?" "Yes." She nodded jerkily, still in shock at his revelation. "Some of it, what I know of Harper, might take some time." "You have my number, ma'am. I'll let you know how you can—" "You're going right away?" Di Fiore interrupted in shock. "Yeah, I have nothing holding me back. I was meaning to take a break on returning to New York. That can wait." "You can arrange those files to be sent to us, ma'am," Quindica said, turning to the Veep. "We'll pass them on to Cutter." "Why? That will just add another layer in the comms." "We're coming with you, Gina and I." He stared at her and then at the detective in disbelief. "You both? That's Iraq, not D.C. or any American city. There are no rules over there. Every Westerner is at risk. What will you—" "You need support, intelligence. You might need armed backup, a team to get you out in case things get hot. We'll be your liaison. We will coordinate with various agencies and our FBI attaché in Baghdad." While the federal agency had a domestic remit, it also had offices in several cities worldwide for coordinating with foreign intelligence agencies. In some instances, the agency carried out overseas operations as well if their investigations demanded them. "I work alone. We won't be accompanying you." "You don't know the language." "We are the FBI," the detective scoffed, "in case you've forgotten. We have fluent Arabic speakers in our office." "ISIL, the militia groups. You will be high-value targets yourselves." "We're aware of the risks. We don't intend to go deep in the country." "Bart will never authorize this." Bart Jameson, FBI director, Cutter's friend from their time in the military. "He has," Di Fiore said, smiling triumphantly. "And that's what they must have been discussing in the study." "I don't do daily reports," he addressed the vice president. I'm aware of that. Amy briefed me on how you work." "That's why we're coming too," Quindica chimed in. "We'll keep the vice president in the loop." "I won't give you progress updates either." "We don't need them." De Fiore smiled humorlessly at him. "We will know where you are at any time. I won't wear any GPS tags." "Grogan," she said impatiently, "we know how you work. We're there to smooth your investigation. We aren't the enemy." "I don't want you on the same flight as me," he said stubbornly. "Geez," the detective swore and cut herself off quickly when Sophie grinned. "We'll make contact with you once we arrive in the country." He shook his head in disbelief. "Don't you have other cases? You'll drop everything to be my liaison?" "Tell him," Quindica said when De Fiore stayed quiet. "Cryptocurrency," the detective said. "We have been investigating how it's been used to fund criminal activities. We're working with several other international agencies." "You found links to terrorism," he guessed. "Not just them, but militia groups in the Middle East, who have connections to organized crime here, in Europe and Russia. You were planning to go to Iraq, in any case." "Correct. Since we will be there, we can act as your backup, too." "I don't need backup," he said, thrusting out his chin. "You are so easy to rile." Cutter flung his hands up in surrender when Sophie giggled. "I have a condition," he said, turning to the vice president. "What?" "I will not bring your daughter back alone. I will get Samira Latif and Rahman too. Harper has put them in danger. The terrorists, if they find out, won't care that they had no part to play. They will torture and kill her. She's lost more than Harper." "I'm way ahead of you, Cutter," the vice president said, smiling. "I have thought of that. Your assignment is to bring them both. We will fast-track their citizenship. Harper said neither of them have any family left. That should make it easier for them to leave. But will she agree?" "Leave that to me, ma'am." He looked at her with new respect. "A lesser politician would have told me to bring back only the American." The vice president reached for her handbag and came out with a checkbook. "Later, ma'am," he stopped her. "We can discuss that when I return with your daughter and her friend." She looked at him searchingly, and then at Amy Breland, who shrugged. "I warned you. Cutter is like that. Anything you need." Dalton stopped when Sophie tugged at her. The vice president looked at the girl, who signed quickly. "Trust him," the speaker translated. "I do. Nana does." Nana, Amy Breland. That's some recommendation, Cutter. The Veep blinked back her tears. "There's something you should know." She took a deep breath and clutched Breland's hand for strength. "We had a window of opportunity in Iraq when she told us she had recently joined DFTF. We could have done all that you said, put pressure on the organization, send an extraction team and get her out. Phil and I talked of it. We decided to let her live her life, even though we knew the risks. She would have hated us for it, and whatever contact we have today would have ended. It was a parental decision, not one made by the Vice President of the United States and her husband. It is something we are living with every day." She broke down and sobbed on the speaker's shoulder. She straightened after a while and wiped her tears. She shook Cutter's hand firmly and whispered shakily, "Bring Harper and Samira back." "Grogan!" Cutter stopped on the sidewalk outside the speaker's building and waited for De Fiore and Quindica to catch up. "Iraq won't be a picnic." De Fiore brushed his warning away with a gesture and looked searchingly at him. "We've known you long enough. There's something you kept back from the vice president. What was it?" He wasn't surprised at her intuition. She and Peyton are the smartest investigators I have come across. "That girl's killing wasn't just a warning to the villagers," he said softly. "Hadi won't give up until he knows who leaked the information." De Fiore's eyes widened when she worked out the implication. "Easel," she said hoarsely, "will start hunting for them. 6. Cutter went to Union Station, to a locker, and placed his Glock and holster in the gym bag in it. He inspected the other weapons inside, opened a pouch and riffled through several passports. Each identity came with a complete backstory that would stand the most rigorous checks. He brought out an Iraqi one, inspected the photograph, and slipped it into his jacket. Aram Zafar, that would be his cover. A businessman with multiple commercial interests in Iraq and the neighboring countries, and who was expanding into America. I'll need to wear contacts, change my hairstyle, and let my stubble grow. He transferred several bundles of dollar bills to his gym bag and hid his American passport in a hidden compartment. It would be found if searched. If it comes to that, my cover won't matter. I will have been captured by hostiles. He went to the public showers, freshened up, and slipped brown contacts into his eyes. At a cafe on the concourse, he bought a flight ticket for a late-night departure to Baghdad with an open return. He logged into his emails, replied to several business queries, and set an automated away message. Preparations complete, he leaned back and sipped his coffee. I'll have to weapon up in Iraq. He had contacts in the country, trusted suppliers who outfitted covert operatives. Or I can call someone else, he thought on a hunch. Idlib, Syria. Zeb Carter woke instantly when he felt his phone vibrate. He felt for it on the ground beside him as he checked out his surroundings automatically. They were camped outside Idlib in a deserted farm surrounded by dense woodland. There was enough dry vegetation on the ground to warn them of any approach. In addition, they had 2 long battery drones circling overhead in loops, which would alert them to vehicular or human presence. He picked up his phone and recognized the incoming number. Was about to get up stealthily when a voice stopped him. "We're awake." Bwana's teeth glinted in the dark. Zeb shook his head ruefully at the dark shape that was his friend. 6 other figures were spread out on the ground, and in the distance were their rides, camouflaged to blend with the tree line. "It's Cutter." "What does he want?" his friend growled. "He hasn't taken the call." Beth stifled a yawn. Zeb accepted the call and held a finger to silence his friends. "Yeah?" He put the call on speaker as an afterthought. "Did I wake you up?" Zeb stayed quiet. "How could I forget?" Cutter's grin came through. "Small talk isn't your thing. Do you have any caches in Iraq? In Mosul?" Zeb sat up. Beth and Megan propped themselves on their elbows while Bear stretched. "You're in Iraq." "I will be in about 24 hours. A missing person case." "Missing in Mosul?" "That was the last known city." "Why you? Local investigators can help. There are good cops as well. Not everyone is corrupt." "Long story. Can't get into it. You have any supplies? I can go to my sources if you don't." "Yeah, Meg and Beth have the deets." "What do you need?" The older twin came to the phone. "You're with Zeb?" "We all are." "You on a mission?" "You know the church on Nineveh Street?" She ignored Cutter's query. "Yeah. There's a bicycle store opposite it. Its storeroom has a hidden wall, pressure pads to open it. I'll message you the sequence. The box is in it. HK 416S, Glocks, grenades, NVGs, body armor, a couple of Barretts. Whatever you need will be in it." "Bicycle store? Why did you—" "You don't need to know why, how, or when." He nodded and grinned to himself at how he had been put in his place. "Thanks. I'll send you the code to unlock the box too. There's a problem. We think the store has been taken over by a militia group. They still sell bicycles, but the outfit uses it as a meeting place. There are 2 or 3 men always in the shop." 2, 3 men? Beth scoffed. "Cutter will go through them like a knife through butter." "You should be able to deal with them," Zeb said above their laughter. "Thanks, I owe you." "Yeah, you do," Megan agreed. "He'll be across the border," Bear said softly when the call ended. Zeb lay down on the ground and looked up at the sky. "He might need help," Broker added. Zeb remained silent. "Our mission won't take long," Chloe suggested. "We know where Livshenko is, his routine. All we have to do is take him out." "All right," he threw his hands up in surrender. "We'll drift over the border once we're done here." He stifled a grin when the twins high-fived each other and Bwana cracked his knuckles loudly. DC. Cutter read the message Megan sent and memorized the layout of the bicycle store, the location of the vault, and the opening sequence. How do they know the cash is still there? That's Beth and Meg, he snorted to himself. They'll have figured out a way to keep track of it. Probably GPS tagged it and equipped it to self-destruct if tampered with. Try to stay alive, Beth messaged him. He shook his head and was making to respond when another message appeared. You better not be dead when we get there. Di Fiore. He gave up responding to either of them. There's no way I can win against those four. 7. Hamrin Mountains. Layas Hadi cut an imposing figure as he walked to the edge of the cave and stared out at the valley below. When the terrorist group had been defeated in Iraq and Syria, survivors had taken to the mountain range, where they had built networks of tunnels and caves. They broke up into splinter cells and carried out attacks on the civilian populations in both countries and on government targets. Several ISIL splinter cells had formed and coordinated with one another in carrying out attacks on government targets. They liaisoned with terrorist organizations and claimed credit for killings around the world. The knife attack in a Belgian market in which 3 civilians were killed. The terrorist group said it was carried out by one of theirs. London, San Francisco, Mexico, Jakarta, New Delhi. The lone attacks continued. The terrorist organization might have been defeated in Iraq and Syria, but it wasn't finished. Hadi watched the rolling mountains with hawk-like eyes. His men hid in nooks and crevices from where they could fire on approaching hostiles. The Iraqi military's attempts to drive them out were doomed to fail because they didn't know the land like the terrorists did. We are safe here. Saidi. Faris Akbar entered the cave from a rear tunnel and approached him. The terrorist leader turned to him and nodded when his lieutenant stopped respectfully a few feet away. Niaz is calling. His man held up an encrypted phone. He wants you to meet the other leaders. He says we should be working together and not individually in carrying out attacks. He runs our websites, our magazines. He arranges to take the credit whenever a killing happens. None of them need me. Ours is the biggest cell, Saidi. You are our boss. The world knows you are ISIL's leader. You know my feelings on this matter, Hadi said fiercely. Our glory days are past. Our dream of a caliphate. That won't happen. The Western countries, even the Arab countries, will never allow that to happen. But in Iraq, we can build something. We can smash this government and take power. These other militia groups, we can destroy them. Iran, Syria, Turkey, the Kurds. They might back them, but we are smarter and bigger than them. He smiled chillingly. And we know how to kill. No, I am not interested in meeting these other ISIL leaders. Tell him I am busy. He waited for his aide to finish speaking softly in the phone and then glowered at him. What happened in Garer? I killed a girl, Saidi, in front of the villagers. Good. Go back after a few days and start questioning them. We need to know who betrayed Akhtar and Azer to the Americans. Yes, Saidi. What about the mechanics? I called them, Saidi. They are still working on mining the coins. They said it takes time. They have to be careful. If the authorities notice their shop is taking too much power, they might become suspicious. We need those cryptos. I have told them that. Go to Mosul, Hadi rasped. Tell them in person. Akbar's eyes glowed. He knew what that meant. I'll go tomorrow, Saidi. 8. Harper Dalton washed her face in the restaurant's bathroom and checked that her contacts were still in place. She dried herself with a paper towel, adjusted her hijab, and went out in her Laila Ahmed persona. She weaved through the small joint and approached Samira, who was at an outside table. Their ambulance, a white van equipped with medical gear and painted with the DFTF colors, was parked in the distance. Rahman, Their young driver was replacing a tire. She waved at him, got an acknowledging head bob, and went to her friend. "Another half hour," she said, stretching after sitting, "and then we will be in Mosul. Hot water, comfortable beds. I'm looking forward to it." Samira didn't respond. She continued reading the newspaper spread out on the table. "What is it?" She sucked her breath when the doctor wiped a tear discreetly. "Samira." She leaned forward urgently. "What happened?" She grabbed the newspaper, turned it around, and skimmed the various articles. It was a local publication, with reports of regional developments, a school opening in a nearby village, running water supplies in another. She read them rapidly. None of them seemed to be worthy of making the doctor cry. She was making to ask her friend when she spotted it at the bottom of the page. "Girls shot in Garer in front of villagers." Her insides clenched when she read it. Her fingers trembled when she slid the newspaper away. "It happened yesterday," she whispered. Samira nodded. "Isil. That report isn't complete," her voice wobbled. "I overheard them talking of it when you were in the bathroom." She jerked a shoulder at a bunch of men who were heading to their dusty Toyota. "They said the terrorists were punishing the village for that drone attack." Harper dug her nails into her thighs tightly. Her breathing stuttered as she fought to control her rising panic. "We were there, that day," the doctor carried on. "In Garer. We knew of those terrorists' presence. That old woman I was treating couldn't stop talking about them." "I remember," Harper whispered. "That girl," Samira's eyes filled. "She didn't have anything to do with that drone attack." She bit back a sob, reached into her bag to draw a scarf out, and wiped her tears away. "Does Rahman know?" Samira nodded jerkily. "I showed him the article. He says we shouldn't hang around. We'll leave as soon as he replaces that tire. They are animals, these terrorists. Innocent people have no value to them." "They have," Harper's voice came out distantly. "They are bargaining chips for the killers. They use civilians for publicity. Those men were saying the killers will return to Garer to question the villagers. I did that. I was responsible for her shooting." She felt like vomiting as panic and guilt rose in her. "Control yourself," Harper thought wildly. She took several deep breaths and clasped her hands to stop them from shaking. "They will find out we were there that day. Many terrorists already think DFTF work with the Americans. We shouldn't go to Mosul. They have a network of spies there." "I agree. Let's go to Syria. Across the border. We won't be stopped." "We should inform the Mosul base." "No," Samira cut her off firmly. "I spoke to Ijaz and told him we would be spending some more time in northern Iraq. He didn't object." Harper looked at her in shock. "You suspect the terrorists have someone in our organization?" "No, but the fewer people who know, the better." "I haven't contacted Mom since that drone strike. She must be worried sick." Her mutinous nature surfaced at that thought. "I am an adult. I have my own life. I will message her once we are in Syria." 45 minutes later, they were speeding down Highway 1, one of the main arterial roads in the country, running from Baghdad to Qamishli in Syria. This had once been one of the most dangerous sections, with terrorists controlling large parts of it. Harper looked out of the window at the passing landscape as Rahman drove expertly, while Samira updated her journal in her laptop. Rolling barren land dotted with hulks of destroyed military vehicles and trucks, remnants of the war against terrorism and the more recent militia conflicts. Villages and pickup trucks filled with farmers, a slow-moving tractor, horses. A woman in a colorful outfit looked at her as they passed another vehicle and waved tentatively. Harper responded involuntarily with a smile which faded as her panic returned. "I will never do that again," she vowed. "I will not tell Mom about any more terrorists." The guilt remained, however. After quitting the FBI, Harper had worked in D.C. for a while with Mary Ann Cleater, an experienced war journalist. Cleater, unaware of who she was, since Harper was in a goth disguise, was putting together a series on Iraq and Syria. The photographs had blown her away. The destruction in these countries, the vandalism of cultural heritage, the despair on people's faces. They were so far away from her sheltered, privileged life. She decided Iraq was where she would go. Continents away from her controlling parents, a life away from her identity as the vice president's daughter. She taught herself Arabic, practicing for hours each day, watching videos, listening to tapes, frequenting Middle Eastern neighborhoods and restaurants to immerse herself in the language. She became fluent in it, though she still spoke with an American accent. That could be explained by her cover, Laila Ahmed, an Iraqi student pursuing higher education in the States. Her wealthy family, who had funded her studies, were in Baghdad. Her backstory required scrutiny-proof documentation. Cleater helped with that, unwittingly. Harper knew the journalist had entered Iraq with a false identity. She had access to the correspondent's computer and journals. It didn't take much effort to locate the reporter's contacts, people who could provide false passports and legends. Money from her trust fund account, which she had cashed out, lubricated the no-questions-asked transactions. She dyed her hair to black with blonde streaks, wore brown contact lenses, and practiced wearing the hijab. She had bought several burner phones in the States and flew to Baghdad with the latest update in her cover. Her family had been killed in a car bomb attack in a Baghdad market. Grief-stricken, Laila Ahmed had had enough of studies and the U.S. She wanted to serve her home country. She messaged her mom on arrival in Iraq that she was safe and in Istanbul, a deliberate lie to get back at her mom. She joined DFTF as a volunteer and entered a different world. Dedicated medics from all over the world, including the Middle East, who provided emergency care to those affected by war. The organization ran on charitable donations, didn't take payment for services, and their ambulances were well known in Iraq and Syria. Harper partnered with Samira Latif and Rahman in her third month. The three of them helped deliver a baby in a village on the outskirts of Tikrit in their first emergency call as a team. High on the back of bringing new life into the world, they celebrated that evening in a local restaurant and came to know one another's backstory. Samira had a similar story to her cover, except that she had studied in Syria. University of Damascus, the petite doctor said with a smile. My folks wanted me to work in a big hospital, start my own practice, marry well. You know how that goes. I didn't want that. I wanted to work in small towns and villages where medical care is absent. We had arguments, a big fight on the day of my graduation. We stopped speaking, and then, a year later, they died, killed by a suicide bomber. Harper squeezed her palm when the doctor looked away and wiped a tear. All of us, Rahman said softly. All the DFTF people from the Middle East have experienced loss. Me? He shrugged when she looked at him. I am an orphan. My folks sent me to a refugee camp in Syria when the Civil War started. I was 10 years old then. That was the last time I saw them. They were killed in Aleppo. I grew to be an adult in that camp, and when I left it, did some odd jobs before joining the DFTF. Your parents and brother were killed in Baghdad? Samira asked. Yes, Harper nodded and launched into her backstory. You have a slight American accent, though it's not very noticeable. Nam, Harper laughed. She had prepared answers for such a question. I picked it up when I was studying in America. I wanted to blend in. How was it over there? Different. Is it freer? Rahman asked. Nam, in the sense that women can wear whatever they want. They can go where they choose to. No one dictates to them. America is not a bad country, she said, defending her homeland. We know that. Samira patted her hand. None of us in DFTF buy into how the terrorists describe it. Sure, That country has made many mistakes here, but the Americans have helped us too." "Don't you feel bitter?" she asked the doctor over dinner later, "at what the terrorists did?" "I did." The medic swallowed a mouthful of baba ganoush. "For several months after my family died. But when I started working here," she jerked her shoulder toward their ambulance, "I realized I wasn't alone and that thousands of people had suffered more than me." "Don't the terrorist and militia groups demand that we treat their people?" "Our organization's charter is clear. We work with civilians only. But yes, sometimes we get stopped by armed, masked men and are taken blindfolded to tents to treat someone who's wounded. We are caregivers first." Harper looked at her and ramen in the dim light of the village restaurant. D.C., her life as the vice president's daughter, her Quantico training, felt a world away. Even her fight with her parents felt small and insignificant. "I don't want to work with any other DFTF team," she admitted. "That's good," Samira said, chuckling, "because we weren't going to let you go. We work well together." They became friends. They became family. A month later, they were in a village near Erbil. The residents helped them set up a tent and formed a line to be treated for their ailments. A festering thigh wound where a horse had kicked its owner, a mother's abdominal pains, children with various ailments, and the last patient, a man with a gunshot to the shoulder. Harper froze when he lay down on their makeshift treatment bed and pulled up his shirt. "How did you get that?" Samira asked conversationally as she inspected it. "ISIL thugs." The villager grimaced. "They came early in the morning, in their jeeps. They knocked on several doors. Fool that I was, I opened it. They rushed in and demanded I serve them food. I refused, and that's what I got." "You've been like this all day?" "Yes, Sayyidati," he groaned when the medic washed the wound and prepared it for surgery. "It was only a few hours. There were rumors that your ambulance would be coming, so I waited. It was Afzal, the shooter. I recognized him immediately. His posters are in all the villages. The government wants him." He clenched his teeth tight and fell silent when Samira injected him with an anesthetic. Harper helped the doctor with the operation and cleaned up afterwards. She drew out her phone when she was in the bathroom and fired off a text rapidly. "Afzal, ISIL terrorist. In a village 3 miles to the north of Erbil, 4 hours ago. In a black jeep, accompanied by 4 other men." Her chest pounded as she finished sending it and, as an afterthought, sent another message. "I am safe. Don't contact me." She wiped sweat off her forehead with shaking fingers and pocketed the phone. She had acted impulsively in informing her mother about the terrorist's presence. Samira and Rahman won't like it if they find out. How will they? They don't know who I am. I'm betraying their trust. DFTF doesn't get involved in politics. The volunteers do not snitch. That's how they have won the people's trust. She bit her lip at that. Samira hates the terrorists. She wants them brought to justice. She's spoken about it often. That didn't help with her guilt either. "Layla," the medic called her from outside. "Hurry up, we have to go to the next village." "Coming," she replied. She checked herself out in the broken mirror as she washed her hands. "I have to do it. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't." She steeled herself and joined her friends. "You were there a long time," the doctor said, chuckling when they buckled up in the ambulance and Rahman drove them out. "I felt queasy," Harper admitted. "That was my first gunshot wound." "You didn't see those in America?" the driver asked, incredulously. "Nope, not everyone carries guns there." "You'll see more of those and much worse injuries than that. Terrorists, militia groups, the military. It's the civilians who are caught in between and they suffer. Here," Samira handed her a new phone. "Throw yours out of the window." "Why?" "DFTF practice," Rahman replied grimly. "A year ago, several of our doctors were kidnapped by a militia gang and some of them were executed. They assumed we were informing on them to the military. You might have seen that on the news. Since then, we change our numbers and phones frequently so that it becomes difficult to track us. How does iJazz know how to contact us? That's secure messaging website. You have used it a few times. I'll enter our new numbers in it when we stop. He won't see them, but the system will route his calls to us automatically. That's how we stay connected with one another. That sounds like Mission Impossible, Harper said admiringly. Many of the charitable organizations here use similar systems. It's what we have to do to provide help. And stay alive, Samira added softly. A jolt drew Harper out of her memories. Afzal was the first terrorist she had reported to her mother. She had read about him the next day in a newspaper, killed in a dawn raid by the Iraqi army, several miles outside the Erbil village. No innocents injured in the takedown. It became a habit after that. Short text messages whenever she heard of terrorists, replacing her phone immediately afterwards. The guilt she felt whenever she looked at Samira's laughing face and Rahman's grin, she buried it deep inside her. How long to the border? She stretched and stifled a yawn. Another hour. Rahman smiled at her. She looked across at Samira, who was asleep between them. She leaned across and brushed a tendril of hair from her forehead and tucked it behind the doctor's ear. She's exhausted, she said defensively when the driver glanced at her. You like her? Of course. She's my friend. I like you too, but not as much. You need to bathe more often. You stink. She wrinkled her nose. He didn't smile at her jibe. Her face grew warm as he kept looking at her. What? She demanded, to cover her embarrassment. It is good. What is good? What I am seeing. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't judge, Layla. I am happy when you both are happy. Focus on your driving, she said irritably, and turned to the window. There's nothing between us, she told herself resolutely. Samira is a friend, nothing more, and wished that inner voice wouldn't snort in amusement. 9. Cutter read the packages Di Fiore had sent him, an extensive file on Harper Dalton, a smaller one on Samira Latif, and several pages on doctors for the forgotten. He was in a business-class window seat on the flight from D.C. to Qatar, where he would transfer for the second leg to Baghdad. Travelers around him were either snoozing or watching movies. He had his screen open, discreetly turned away from the aisle as he read. His attention kept returning to the Syrian doctor who had lost her parents in her final year of studies, killed in a suicide bomber's blast as they were entering a cinema. She was the sole surviving member of the family. He looked at her photograph. Petite, brown eyes, a wide smile for the camera, dark hair flying in the wind. Harper Dalton was taller, light hair, blue eyes, neat features, a stubborn streak apparent in her out-thrust chin. Her photograph as Layla Ahmed didn't conceal that rebellious nature. He grinned at himself as he shut down his screen. The two women were different. One was born privileged. The other had lived in a country besieged by war. They are the same underneath, though. Both are strong, confident, and don't back down. He had inferred that from the files. He put away his screen and looked out of the window as the aircraft flew through the dark sky. He would be alone in hostile country. He had to convince both Harper and Samira that getting out with him was best. I'll have to find them first, before the terrorists do. 18 hours later, Cutter landed in Baghdad after a brief stopover in Doha. Aram Zafar? The border control officer at the airport compared him to his false passport. Yes, sir. Arabic, with the right accent, returned to him naturally, as if he had never been away from Iraq. I am an Iraqi citizen, Saidi, he stated the obvious. I have many businesses. He smiled. Restaurants all over the country, shopping malls. I'm growing my operations all over Iraq, Turkey, and Iran, and also in America, exporting our culture. I am returning from a very successful visit there. Here." He brought out a business card with a fancy restaurant's name on it and signed it. He slid it across the counter towards the officer. "That has the best food in Baghdad. Present that card to the server, and you will eat for free." The officer looked around and slipped the card in his pocket discreetly. He stamped Cutter's passport and handed it back. "Welcome back to Baghdad." "Thank you." He checked into a tourist hotel in Mansour district in an upscale neighborhood and spent the evening wandering around the city, refreshing his memories. Baghdad was different from his previous visits. There were no longer bombed-out buildings and automobile wrecks everywhere, nor the constant wail of sirens. However, the obvious presence of police and military vehicles indicated how unstable the country remained. He went to a used car dealer the next day and bought one of the most common models, a dark Toyota Land Cruiser. Its body was scuffed. The rear had a dent in it, but the tires were good, the engine turned, and the aircon worked. He paid in cash, filled the tank and several cans with gas, and hit the road. Highway 1 to Mosul, a well-maintained route, double carriageway for most parts of it. There was heavy traffic, including frequent military patrols. At one point, a chopper buzzed low. When he looked up, he saw it had Air Force markings. He tuned to a local radio station and heard the Prime Minister wind up a speech in which he promised to flush out all terrorists. "Good luck with that," he snorted. "The only way that can happen is if the country unites, all factions come together, and the foreign-backed militia groups dissolve. That won't happen in my lifetime." He stopped at a highway-side services station for an evening meal and, after fueling himself, set off. He glanced briefly in the direction of Camp Speicher, a military base in which ISIL had executed hundreds of cadets. His lips tightened as he stomped on the gas and drove towards Mosul. 10. Cutter entered Mosul at 10 p.m. as the night spread its blanket over the city. He drove past Ghazlani military base, south of the city, and stopped at a tea stall in the right coast of the city. He sipped his beverage as a police vehicle went past him. The glow of streetlights turned the sky over the city yellow. A haze of dust hung in the air, and even at the late hour, honks and traffic noises could be heard. Mosul was the capital of the Nineveh Governorate, a historic city with a rich cultural heritage. Assyrian Christians lived together with Arabs, Kurds, Yazidis, and several other ethnic groups. On the left bank of the Tigris River was the Old City, once the economic center of Mosul. On the river's right bank were the University of Mosul, the Nineveh ruins, the ancient Assyrian city. At one time, it had been distinguished for its oil industry, trade, education, and heritage. The Tigris formed a marked geographic divide within the city. The West Bank had narrow streets, crowded alleys, and dense populations, while the East Side was more spread out, with more upmarket neighborhoods and higher salaries. That's why ISIL was based mostly on the left bank, Cutter mused. Those crowded neighborhoods made it easy for them to seize control of buildings and disappear from view. This was why the Iraqi and Western forces had been able to liberate the right bank more quickly. As he gazed at the city, his lips thinned when he thought of the terrorists. The once great city was now marked by ruined buildings, beneath which thousands of bodies and unexploded bombs and mines were buried, most of them on the left bank. There was an ongoing program to recover the bodies and decommission the explosives, but the going was slow and hindered by systemic corruption and apathy. A population of close to 2 million had shrunk to just over 1.5 million. The west side of the city had seen most of its economy ripped out. Tea stalls like the one where he sat, fruit vendors and small businesses were returning slowly, but they were a stark contrast to the bustle on the east, where life seemed to have returned to some kind of normalcy. "Have you traveled far, Saidi?" The vendor interrupted his musing. He was wearing a white dish dasha that was frayed at the sleeves and had dust and sweat stains on it. His gray hair was curly, and deep lines marked his face. "I have been driving all day." Cutter stretched. "Welcome to Mosul if this is your destination." My destination? Riley was that when she was alive. "We'll see," he said, smiling. "It depends on some business I have." "It isn't what it once was." The vendor followed his eyes to the dome of a mosque. "But it is home for me." "You have seen everything?" "Everything, Sayyidi. Beheadings, shootings. I pulled bodies from beneath concrete with my hands. Are we better than them?" He nodded at a stray dog on the street. "At least they don't turn on their own kind." Cutter had seen the worst of humanity, but he had also seen the best. "Inshallah, there will be better days." "Inshallah," the vendor agreed and grinned at the generous tip he received. "Travel safely, Sayyidi." "I will." Cutter fired up his Land Cruiser and joined Al-Jamariya Road. He nodded approvingly as he drove past the Mosul Museum, which had been looted by the terrorists and was now being restored in a worldwide effort. He drove on to the newly opened Al-Hurriya Bridge, crossed the Tigris, and entered the east of the city. Fasiliyah was where he was heading to, the neighborhood that lay just beyond the point where Freeway 80 ran through the city. It was a well-integrated neighborhood with residential buildings, markets, banks, garages, a police station, and commercial offices. He turned into a side street and went past a girls' high school. Mosul Bicycle stood on the intersection with an alley. Next to it was a takeout joint, a hair salon, and a newspaper vendor. On the other side of the street was another line of stores. Cutter turned around for a second pass and entered the alley, a side entrance to the store. The wall extended to the next structure, which turned out to be a restaurant facing the next side street. He U-turned and checked out the bicycle shop again, an iron grill covering the display window through which he could see bikes arranged in the store, no cameras that he could detect. A pair of headlights flashed in his rearview mirror, a police vehicle which had turned in the street. He accelerated and drove out of the side street and onto a hotel close to the university, where he checked in. Cutter returned to the bicycle store at lunchtime the next day. He parked on the street and slipped on his shades as he walked to the shop. The iron grill had been rolled up and bright interior lighting filled the inside. A blast of cool air from the aircon greeted him when he pushed through the darkened door. "Can I help you, Sayyidi?" A large man greeted him. "Not right now," Cutter smiled. "Let me look through what you have." "Take your time, Sayyidi." Two more men behind the counter, all of them large and bearded. The facial hair wasn't a distinguishing feature since most men in the Middle East had them. All of them seemed to be in their 30s. No tats or visible scars. No guns. They wouldn't brandish weapons openly, he thought, frowning at himself as he ran his fingers over the cushioned seat of a bicycle. A customer entered the store and inquired about a model to the man who had approached him. The men behind the counter didn't look up. They continued to talk in low tones as they looked at something on a screen. Behind them was a door which remained closed. The vault is through there. No cameras in the ceiling or in the corners that he could detect. Cutter checked out more bicycles before shaking his head sadly. "Beyond my budget," he told the store clerk and went out. He returned at night, a dark, zipped-up jacket, black jeans, Vibram-soled shoes, and gloves on his hands, a mask in his back pocket if he needed to wear it. He approached the store at night after parking his ride in the next side street. All the shops were closed, though the takeout joint still smelled of warm kebabs. His belly rumbled, reminding him that it had been several hours since he had eaten. Later, he promised himself. He turned into the alley and, after confirming it was empty, scaled up the side wall and got onto the roof of the bicycle store. A water tank, the aircon's fan, piping, and beyond that, what he was searching for. A door set flush onto the concrete roof, for maintenance access. It was metal and was locked from the inside, but there were cracks around the frame. Can't break through that concrete. He reached into his backpack and brought out a metal vapor torch, slipped on his shades and pressed the fire button. The internal igniter sparked the encased thermite cartridge, which contained a mix of metal oxides. Metal vapor jetted out at 5,000 degrees and burned through the door with a sizzle. Cutter cut a hole large enough to slip through and winced when the piece he had cut fell inside the store with an audible clang. He turned away from the door, crawled to the edge of the roof, and looked out. The sound hadn't raised any alarm. He held his breath when a car entered the street, but it passed without stopping or slowing. He edged back to the metal door and tested the jagged edges of the hole cautiously. It was still hot. Can't wait for it to cool down. He returned the torch to his backpack and shined a light through the hole. A tiled floor, 15 feet below. The round of metal that he had cut lay a few feet away. He could see a table on which a bicycle was mounted on a frame, tools mounted on a wall rack, and several cans of oil, cleaning rags, and various equipment. Cutter slipped on his backpack and fastened it tight. He rose to his full height, took a step to the hole and dropped through it. He landed lightly and moved instantly into the darkness of the room. He stood there for several moments, attentive to the sounds and the feel of the store. The light breeze through the hole he had cut brought him the smells of oil and grease. He shined his flashlight around and checked out the room in more detail, frowned when he came to a bank of screens on a corner table. They were in sleep mode, and beneath, mounted on the wall, was a bank of what looked like servers and strange equipment. Some kind of computers. A thick bundle of cables had been taped together and snaked out through a hole in the wall. What are those for? A bicycle store won't need that kind of computing. Those dudes I saw in the morning could be from the militia group Meg and Beth warned me about. He inspected the servers again, as if they had a clue on them. No realization came to him. He shrugged, took several photographs on his phone, and went to the showroom to confirm it was empty. That screen on the desk that those men were looking at, that's more like what a retail shop would have. Figuring out what the outfit was up to wasn't why he was in Iraq. Cutter went to the wall at the rear of the room he was in and moved the metal table in front of it. He crouched and blew the dust and cobwebs away from the wall and inspected it. The false door didn't show up under his light. He rose to full height and ripped away the wall-mounted rubber sheeting on which tools were clamped. He bent down, pressed his palms, using the maneuver the twins had messaged him, and held his breath. No lights came on. No machines whirred or clicked. Instead, a section of the wall slid inside and rolled sideways, out of sight. Cutter shined his flashlight inside and marveled briefly at the metal rails on which the false wall was mounted. When did the agency install this? There's still grease on them. The inside of the hiding place was lined with a sheet to foil X-ray and LiDAR devices. The safe box, the size of a traveler's suitcase, was there shining under his light. Cutter reached inside, grabbed the metal handle and grunted at its weight. He dragged it out and placed it gingerly on the floor. It's got wheels. He wiped sweat from his forehead and thought about his getaway. I can't carry it up through the roof. It's too heavy. The side entrance? He went to the showroom and inspected the metal door. It was padlocked and didn't seem to be alarmed. That will work. He worked the pressure pads again until the false wall slid back into position and moved the table back to its position. He removed several other wall-mounted posters and tool racks, unclamped the bicycle from the central table and threw it to the floor. He checked out the room until he was satisfied he had littered it sufficiently to disguise his real intent. He wheeled the safe box to the showroom and inspected the various bicycles. He selected the most expensive one and cut its securing cable. Gotta make it look like a theft. He steered the machine too and went to the side door. He replaced the cartridge in his metal vapor torch with a fresh one and burned away its lock. Cutter stepped into the night, directing the bike with his left hand and the safe box with his right, just like a Mosul civilian taking in the evening air. The camera concealed underneath a false ceiling tile in the showroom captured his departure. 11. The street was empty when Cutter reached his Land Cruiser. He rested the bike against it and placed the safe box in the rear. He unlocked it and whistled softly at the neatly arranged array of weapons that the twins had mentioned. "I'll wear that." He fingered the body armor taped to the inside. He slipped off his jacket and put on the protection, which was designed for a universal fit and could be adjusted by straps. It was lightweight, made of carbon nanotubes. The individual tubes flexed and hardened on impact to absorb shock. Zeb's crew got these custom designed. They have the best BFD of all the products out there. BFD, backface deformation, was the damage the rear of the armor took as it caught and stopped a bullet. Less was good, more was bad. The agency worked with secretive defense research organizations to design fabric-like armor that could be worn beneath everyday clothing. No protective layer was bulletproof against any and all caliber rounds, and what Cutter's friends had come up with provided the best flexibility and comfort, while providing the stopping power they needed in their missions. Cutter slipped on a Kydex shoulder holster, brought out a Glock 19, inserted a magazine in it, and sheathed it. He pocketed a couple more magazines and grinned when he extracted an Amtac Northman blade, complete with leather pouch. He fastened it to his inside ankle after one last inspection, then closed the safe box. Like Meg and Beth promised, it has everything I need. He folded the rear seats to make space for the bike and closed the back door. He was heading to the driver's seat when he heard a scuffling sound. What was that? He cocked his head and listened, shrugged when it wasn't repeated. Probably a dog rummaging for food. He climbed into the seat and was shutting the door when he heard a moan. That's not an animal. It sounded like a woman. He took his flashlight, got out of the vehicle, and closed the door softly. He walked down the street, cautiously seeking the sound. It could be a couple, having some alone time. The next house looked like it was uninhabited, judging by its dilapidated condition. There was a ruined structure after that, but as he approached, a muffled voice reached him. "Leave me, Hadi, please." Cutter froze. That doesn't sound like a loving couple. He heard scuffling, a harsh grunt, and a slap. He approached the wrecked house cautiously, listening to where the sounds were coming from, and entered its yard. The door, partly open, gave way when he jammed his shoulder against it. Two shadowy figures on the floor, writhing, harsh swearing from the man, inarticulate sounds from the woman. "Let her go!" Cutter roared. He turned on his flashlight to illuminate a woman's stricken face, eyes wide in terror, a man over her, his hand jammed over her mouth. "Get out!" the assailant yelled. He slapped the woman and fumbled to his feet. "It's the man in the bike store, the one who approached me. Leave. You have no business here." "I'll call the police, ma'am." Cutter ignored him. "No, please," she cried. I told you to go." The man charged at him. Cutter sidestepped easily and slipped on what felt like a plastic sheet on the floor. He caught the incoming blow on his neck and gasped as his breath left him in a rush. He dipped a knee when the attacker swung again, caught the flailing arm by the shoulder, grabbed the man's shirt and pulled forward, using the man's momentum to propel him in an ungainly rush. He pivoted instantly as the attacker crashed into the wall. The man cursed and staggered as he gathered himself. He glanced at the woman and the newcomer, swore, and fled out of the door. Cutter started after him and stopped immediately when the woman sobbed. "You can't leave her alone." "Let me call the police, ma'am." He turned to her. "They will deal with this." No, Saidi." She covered her face with her hands and cried, "I don't want them." "What about the hospital?" he asked delicately. "No, you came just in time." He went to the door to give her privacy when she started adjusting her clothing, and when he faced her again, she was on her feet. Her abaya was more like a stylish caftan with silk embroidery on it, beneath which she wore loose trousers. "You can't let this go unreported, ma'am." "Are you new here?" She glowered at him. "Do you know how I would be regarded when everyone finds out what happened?" He accepted her rebuke with a silent nod. "Do you know him?" "I went to his store today, the bike shop. He recognized me." "She's well known?" "You don't know who I am." She laughed bitterly when he didn't react. "You haven't heard of Nusrat Khan, the teacher whose father and brother joined the terrorists?" "I am new in the city, ma'am. I am Aram Zafar. I have some businesses in the city, but I don't live here. I was returning to my vehicle, which is parked nearby, when I heard the sounds." He trailed off. "Thank you, Sayyidi, for what you did. If you hadn't come, I guess Abbas Khan's daughter is a soft target for rapists." She wiped her tears, then picked her bag up from the floor, slung it across her shoulder, and went past him to the door. "You are going home." "Where else can I go?" "At night? Alone after what happened? Do you have a car or some vehicle?" "I can manage." "I will drop you home, ma'am." "You expect a reward from me?" She flashed an angry look at him. "What he was trying to do? You want that from me, as thanks?" Cutter flinched. She's hurt. She's lashing out. Don't react. "I am sorry, Sayyidi," her shoulders slumped. "I am angry." "I understand, ma'am. I will drop you home if you allow me. You said that man recognized you. He might still be around. It isn't safe for you to go home alone." She nodded and followed him out on the street. Cutter kept several paces ahead of her, his hands near his body, his jacket half-zipped for an easy draw. How did that dude bring her here? What made her go with him? He had many questions, but didn't ask them. He decided to pay the store another visit during the daytime. He couldn't have recognized me. My flashlight was on them. I was mostly in shadow. The woman didn't make any comments when they reached his Land Cruiser. She climbed silently into the back seat and glanced at the bike but kept quiet. "Thara," she said when he met her eyes in the rearview mirror. "West side? Across the river?" "Nam. Yes." "You must have a lot of questions," she said when they approached Huria Bridge. "It's your story to tell," he shrugged, "or not." "We were shunned by everyone." She turned her head to the window. "When Baba and Iqbal, that's my brother, went to ISIL. They aren't alive anymore. They died in the fighting, when the army took back the city, but people have long memories. They haven't forgotten. They look at me and see the terrorist family. My mother died after the liberation. It was just me and my younger brother. He's still in school. I was lucky I got a job as a teacher in the old city, in a school. But my family history follows me wherever I go." She paused, as if expecting questions. He didn't ask them. He drove across the bridge and entered Farouk, a neighborhood on the way. "That man, he has a bike shop nearby where you found me. I had gone there earlier in the evening to buy a bicycle for my brother, but they were expensive. That man said he could do something about the price, but said he needed the manager's permission. He asked me to meet him in a tea shop. That's not uncommon." She smiled sadly. "It's how many men here treat me when they recognize me. I went because it was my brother's birthday. He bought tea for me, and that's all I remember, until I woke up and he was on top of me." She drew a shuddering breath and wiped her face. "Thank you, again, Sayyidi." "No need for that. Anyone would help out." "Would they?" She directed him to her house, an old two-floor building in a narrow street. "Will you be safe here?" "Yes." "He won't come here. I have good neighbors even though they don't respect my family. He won't show his face again to me. I am sure of it." She waggled her fingers at him in a small wave and went inside the house. Cutter drove away, circled and returned to the mouth of the street. He parked behind a handcart from where he had a view to the entrance to her building and settled for the night. Nusrat Khan was confident her attacker wouldn't return. Cutter wasn't. 12. Hakim El-Amin went to the bike store at 9 a.m. and stopped abruptly at the site. The once neatly arranged bikes in the showroom were now scattered on the floor. Rashad and Yasir, his co-owners, were standing with their hands on their hips as they checked out the damage. "What happened?" Hakim asked as he joined them. "A thief," Yasir said grimly. "He broke in at night and took our most expensive bike." "How did he come in?" "Through the roof, into the storeroom." Hakim rushed to the back and returned several moments later. "He took the servers," he whisper-shouted in panic. "Relax." Rashad squeezed his shoulder. "They were there when we arrived. We disconnected them and put them in our car. No one has tampered with them. We checked. No, this man was after the bike. He didn't take any cash from under the counter." "Do you have him on our camera feed?" "Naam. But it's strange. He was carrying some kind of bag with him." His eyes narrowed as he sized up his friend. "What happened to you? What have you done to your face?" "It's nothing." Hakim turned away. Rashad stopped him. "You know our rule," his friend said fiercely. "There are no secrets between us." "Yes," Yasir agreed. "What happened, Hakim? That bruise on your face looks like you were in a fight." "I slipped in the bathroom." "Bathroom?" Rashad scoffed. "We have been to your house. There is nothing to slip on there. It's a hard concrete floor. What happened?" "You remember Nusrat Khan, the teacher," Hakim began, sullenly. "Naam. You attended to her in the evening. She went out empty-handed. You said she couldn't afford our prices." "I asked her to meet me in the evening. I said—" Yasir swore, grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him savagely. "How many times have we told you to control your urges? How many times? We can't risk police noticing us. We can't attract attention. We are a bike shop, as far as everyone is concerned. But you are led by your—" "Enough," Rashad hissed. "What happened, Hakim? You kidnapped her? She fought with you and gave you that bruise?" "No," the assailant said shamefacedly. "It was some stranger." "Who?" "I don't know. It was at night. We were in that wrecked house 2 streets away." "That close by?" Yasir shouted. "Don't you have any sense?" Rashad quieted him with a raised hand and gestured at Hakim to continue. "He must have heard our sounds and came inside. I went at him, but he ducked and I hit the wall. That's how I got this bruise." "Where is he now?" "I don't know. I escaped from there." "Where is Nusrat Khan?" "I don't know. I ran away." Rashad cursed softly and ran his fingers through his hair. "Did the police come to your place?" "Police? No, why would they?" "Why?" Yasir yelled. "Because you raped her." "I didn't. This man came in before anything happened." Hakim stumbled when Rashad punched him hard in the shoulder. He regained his balance and rubbed his joints sulkily as his friends walked around the store, conversing among themselves. "What?" he asked when they approached him with set jaws. "We have to go." "Come along," Rashad grated. "Go where? What about our store? We should call the police." "Police?" Yasir shook his head angrily. "Are you stupid? They might find out what we have been doing. No, we can't risk that. The thief stole a bike. We can live with that loss. But what you did, that's far riskier to us. We need to control it." It came to Hakim. "Grab Nusrat?" "Naam," Rashad said shortly. "And silence her. There is no other way. She might get brave and go to the police, and then we'll be in bigger trouble. Let's go." "She might be at her school." "We need to confirm that, and if she is, we'll get her after she finishes." 13. Cutter watched a car drive up to the teacher's building and honk once. A woman driver, another woman beside her. Did that thug send them? Nusrat Khan, dressed as if she were going to her school, came out of her entrance, waved at them, and climbed into the rear seat. Cutter hunkered down in his seat when the vehicle went past, then fired up his ride, U-turned, and followed them at a distance. His concern diminished as he saw the women converse as they drove. It disappeared when they stopped outside a girls' school on Nineveh Street in the Old City and went inside. The other women must be teachers too. Nusrat must be car-sharing with them. He yawned and stretched as his weariness caught up. He had stayed alert the whole night, and the lack of sleep was telling on him. Will the thug return? No, he decided after a while. He would have done so during the night. He must be confident she won't go to the cops. Why would she? With her family history, will the police act? They might think she got what she deserved. His hands tightened on the wheel as a wave of fury passed through him. He breathed deeply until the red mist dissipated, then drove back to his hotel. He would pay the bicycle store a visit and then get back to his mission. With that promise, he threw himself on the bed and slept. Cutter woke at 3 p.m. and showered. He changed into a fresh pair of clothes, fingered the armor, and shook his head. He didn't need it just yet. He drove to a restaurant he remembered from his previous visit. It was in Dubat, an old Arab neighborhood on the East Bank where many military officers lived. Neat streets, fancy retail stores, many of them selling Iraqi handcrafts. He parked behind a line of cars, went inside and gave his order to a server, who hustled over. He picked up a discarded newspaper from the next table and flipped through it. Grimaced when he read about a car bomb the previous day in Tikrit. He folded it away when his food arrived and ate in a leisurely fashion as he planned for his departure from Mosul. I've got to get to Garer, today or tomorrow. The next day, he decided. He didn't want to reach the village at night. He paid for his meal and drove to Fasilia. Frowned when he saw the bike store was closed. He parked outside it and peered through the grill. It was still in the state he had left it the previous night. They didn't tidy it up or call the police. It's closed, Saidi. An elderly man came out of the takeout joint next door. They came in the morning but shut it down soon after. Why? I wanted to buy a bicycle. Do you know what time they will return? No, Saidi. They keep to themselves. They don't order food from us, even though we are their neighbors. Cutter thanked him as a sense of unease grew on him. Any normal business would call the cops, he thought, but then corrected himself. These dudes aren't ordinary Joes. They're a front for some militia group. They wouldn't involve the police. Nusrat! He rushed to his Land Cruiser, turned around and accelerated. Have they gone to get her? The stretch of Nineveh Street outside the school was crowded with cars, buses, and parents on foot. It was closing time. Students spilled out of the building and went to their rides or began walking home. Cutter tried to check out all the parked vehicles, but there were too many of them. There's that car that picked up Nusrat. The teachers are still inside. I can go inside and warn her, but if those thugs are here, they might recognize me. He couldn't risk their leaving and going after the teacher another day. I've got to finish it today, if they are here. He waited. Nusrat and her friends emerged at 6 p.m. They drove to a restaurant in the Old City, had a meal, and came out when it was dark. Cutter followed them at a lengthy distance as they drove to her home. No tails followed them. No mean-looking men accosted them. The rapist wasn't in sight. I've got to stop her before she enters her building. They could be inside. They entered a deserted stretch of road in Thalra that had several abandoned buildings on each side when an SUV nosed out of an alley and rammed into the teacher's ride. 14. Cutter floored the gas instinctively as the small car swerved and came to a stop at the side of the road. 3 men jumped out of the SUV and ran to it. He saw something dark flash in their hands. Guns. He unzipped his jacket as he approached and braked hard at an angle. The nearest man looked at him intimidatingly and waved his gun as if to say, "Drive on." That might work on civilians, not on me. "Leave them alone," he called out from behind his half-open door. Beard, the man who had gestured at him, was alert with his handgun down at his side. Shorty, the second man from the store, was at the car's rear door. Rapist was at Nusrat's window. Both were looking at him. "It's him!" Rapist shouted. "He was in the store yesterday. He must have been the stranger." Cutter saw it, the flicker of emotion on Beard's face, the way his shoulder bunched up. He was conscious of dust particles swirling in the night air, the smell of gas from his ride, the panicked voices of the teachers. Beard raised his gun. 3 against 1. 3 innocents. Not the best odds, but he had faced worse. "Don't," Cutter warned. 20 feet between him and gunmen. Lights from his ride and the thug's vehicle illuminated the scene. Beard's weapon came up. Shorty turned as well, and his hand moved to his waist. Cutter wasn't conscious of drawing. His left hand flung his door wide open while he crouched behind it. His Glock came up smoothly, eye to sight to Beard's chest. It bucked once. A miss. A shot struck the Land Cruiser's roof and whined into the night. He triggered again. Beard staggered. He shot him a second time and lunged out when Shorty ran at him, screaming, clawing at his gun, which came up. Cutter slapped his gun hand away with a casual flick and crashed his barrel into Shorty's temple. He felled him with another tremendous blow, kicked his gun away, and Crab walked swiftly towards the teacher's car. The women were screaming. He could hear Nusrat's protests and could see her kicking and punching as Rapist dragged her out. "I will shoot her," he screamed as he pointed the gun at her temple. "Let her go." "I will shoot her. Did you hear me?" Rapist yelled wildly as he shoved the teacher in front of him and came around the back of the car. Cutter calculated the angles. His Glock was at shoulder height, trained on the thug. He was in the open, 8 feet between him and Rapist, who was using Nusrat as a shield with just his head showing. Beard lay motionless on the ground. No sound from Shorty, who was behind him. No sounds of approaching vehicles or people. They were alone in their violent bubble. "Drop your gun," the thug raged. "I will not tell you again. I will kill her, and then you." He breathed harshly as Nusrat struggled to get free. He tightened his left arm around her neck, and his gun rose a few inches above her head as he tried to control her. Cutter took his shot. It punched a hole in Rapist's head. His body stood for a couple of moments and slumped to the ground. Nusrat shrieked and ran to her friends, who had come out of the car. They held each other, sobbing, looking wide-eyed at the bodies on the ground. Cutter ignored them as he walked back to Shorty cautiously and checked him. "Dead. I must have hit him harder than I thought." Beard and Rapist were in a similar state. He went to the thug's ride and confirmed that it was empty. He frowned when he saw the computer equipment in the trunk. That was in the store. Why did they remove it? He thought about it for a moment and then shrugged. It wasn't his problem. The cops could investigate it. "What? Who are you?" one of the women cried out shrilly as he went to them. "Please don't hurt us," the other teacher pleaded. "I won't," he replied. "Nusrat, Nusrat." He raised his voice to get to the teacher. She turned her tear-streaked face towards him. "Breathe deeply, all of you." They whimpered and shuddered, but did as he suggested. "How did you—" Nusrat trailed off and trembled as she looked at Rapist and turned her head away quickly. "I guessed he would come for you again. I didn't know he would bring the rest of his friends. I didn't have your phone number. Otherwise, I would have called you." "Who are you?" "Nusrat. Who is he? Do you know him?" the eldest-looking teacher asked as she composed herself. "Nam. He is a friend." "Friend? Who are these other men?" Cutter nodded encouragingly when Nusrat looked at him. Her past may follow her everywhere, but she should not allow it to rule her life. That man, the teacher pointed to rapist shakily. He works in that bike shop in Syria. I told you I was going there. He assaulted me last night. This man saved me. If he hadn't come in time, I would have been... Last night? Who are the other men? They work in the same shop. Why didn't you tell us? Did you call the police? Police? You know what they think of my family. Nusrat, the elder teacher shook her. Not everyone is like that. You have to learn to trust people. Saidi, she said, turning to Cutter. Now I think I understand. Thank you. I don't know what they planned for us. I think they wanted Nusrat, but when they saw you were together, they couldn't risk letting you go. You were waiting here all along? The second teacher asked. No, I followed you from school. I would have warned you, there or in the restaurant, but I wasn't sure if these men were following as well. He glanced at the bodies and them. We have seen worse, Saidi. The elder teacher read his mind. This is nothing. You forget where we are, in Mosul. You should call the police. Nusrat tensed and made to protest, but the other teachers cut her off. He's right. You know how they treated me, she flared. Call Colonel Rayhan Garer. He is commander of Mosul's SWAT team. He will know what to do. He will treat you with respect. They stared at him. Colonel, Nusrat broke off. Rayhan Garer, take down his number. Cutter recited it as the eldest teacher wrote it down on her palm. How do you know him? We are friends. He's a good police officer. He will handle this investigation. Tell him everything. What happened yesterday and today. Tell him also there are some suspicious-looking computers in their car. You aren't staying? No. My work in the city is finished. I have to be somewhere else. You should call your friends or family until the police get here. We will be safe here, the second teacher asserted. Our homes are not far away, and the police are quick to arrive. Nusrat shook her head in bewilderment. Saidi, just who are you? She glanced at his jacket beneath which he had holstered his Glock. What kind of businessman are you? Garer will arrange for security for you. Cutter dodged her questions. But I don't think you will face any more problems. We will stay with her for a few days, the eldest teacher assured him. A knowing look entered her eyes. Businessman? I don't think that's who you are. Cutter went to his Land Cruiser without replying, climbed into it and drove away. He watched them grow smaller in his rearview mirror and disappear when he exited the road. He swung a hard left to cut a wide loop and returned to the scene of the attack from a different angle. He pictured the neighborhood in his mind and weaved through the alleys and streets until he figured he was close. He cut off his engine and ghosted past darkened buildings. A few lights in some of them, but no one had peered out at hearing the shots. Shooting, for them, means terrorists or militia groups. They don't want to get involved in whatever is going down. He slowed when he heard the women's soft voices and peered through the alley from which the attackers had burst out. The teachers were huddled close together, leaning against their damaged vehicle. He had told the women there would be no further threat, but it didn't hurt to be sure. I'll wait until Garer gets here. 15. The cops arrived 20 minutes later with flashing lights and sirens that woke the neighborhood and brought out onlookers. A tall, lean, grizzled man climbed out of the lead SUV and authoritatively strode towards the women as he shouted orders. He fired several questions at the teachers as he checked out the bodies and the damaged vehicles. Omar, Garer ordered a lieutenant, keep the crowd back. Locate every spent round. Make room for the ambulances. Naam, Saidi. Tell me again what happened here, he said after turning back to the women. His beard rasped as he rubbed his jaw and listened to the woman who had introduced herself as Nusrat Khan. Mosul bicycles, he interrupted. Omar, check it out. Continue, ma'am. He listened silently until she finished, then took similar statements from the other teachers. This man who saved you, he gave you my name? Naam, Saidi, Nusrat replied. Aram Zafar. He said he was a businessman, but he didn't live in the city. He didn't say how he knew you. I asked him, but he didn't reply. Describe him. Tall, lean, looked like any Iraqi man. Light stubble, dark hair, dark eyes, nothing distinguishing about him. The description would fit a few million men in the country. Garer arranged to have the women escorted to Nusrat Khan's home when he had finished formalities with them. He crossed his arms. Saidi, Omar said, sidling up to him. That's Nusrat Khan. I know who she is. I recognized her. This could be related to her father and brother. We will investigate. Did you call the bike store? No one is answering, but we found identities on the dead men. Hakim El-Amin, Rashad Aboud, and Yasir Kazmi. Hakim was the man who assaulted her. They are listed as owners of the shop. I checked. I have asked a patrol unit to question the neighbors. Saidi, an officer called out as he peered into the trunk of the attacker's car. Garer and Omar hurried to look. See this? The policeman pointed at the equipment in the vehicle. Servers and computers, Omar whispered. Garer mused about the fact that the mystery man, Aram Zafar, had told Nusrat to look out for such equipment. Keep this place sealed, he ordered when he left the scene after another hour to return to his office at the Al-Hadba police headquarters in the old city. He ordered his aide to bring him tea and, as he sipped it, powered on his computer. He looked up the names of the 3 dead men. No arrest records. Mosul Bicycles seemed to be a clean business. It filed taxes regularly and was profitable. Why would a cycle shop have those kinds of computers? He called his technology unit to check out the equipment as soon as Omar brought it in. He hung up, searched for Aram Zafar, and got a hit immediately from Baghdad International Airport. He enlarged the passport photograph and leaned back. The man looked Middle Eastern, but Garer knew he was a chameleon who could pass for many nationalities, spoke several languages fluently, and blended into the local population easily. Cutter Grogan. What are you doing in Mosul, my friend? He scrolled through his cell phone for a number that was listed under another name. Will it still be active? He shrugged and sent a message. We need to meet. 16. Cutter had to try. He went to the DFTF office in the old city and asked to speak to the manager. Wait here, Saidi, I will see if he is free, a woman wearing a hijab told him. He sat on a bench as he looked around. A few people, men and women, on phones and computers. A large map of the country on which were several flags. A water cooler. A ceiling fan spun lazily even though the aircon was on full blast. It looked like a government office. The woman came through a door and nodded at him. He followed her inside the small room and thanked her when she left. Ijaz Mansour. The manager shook his hand and gestured at a chair. How can I help? You want to volunteer? You can leave your details. I am too old for that, Cutter smiled. No one is too old for helping others. That's not why I'm here. Mansour looked to be in his 40s. Silver streaks in his hair, lines around his eyes and lips, neatly trimmed beard. He had several cell phones laid out in front of him. A screen to his side displayed some kind of spreadsheet, and on the side wall was a map of the country similar to the one outside. My name is Aram Zafar, Cutter said, introducing himself. I have several restaurants in Iraq. A few here too. I'm branching out into highway services, restaurants attached to gas stations. I'm interested in places in the north. There is less competition there because of the militia gangs and lawlessness. Sorry, Mr. Zafar, Mansour broke in when he paused. What has that got to do with us? We are not into business. I am getting to that. I'm heading to northern Iraq today, driving. I will be checking out Highway 1 and 2 near the Syrian and Turkish borders. There is heavy truck traffic there, which will be good for business. Do you have any of your volunteers there, in case of any emergency? Saidi, the manager said, chuckling. You say you are a successful businessman. Are you going into that part of the country without any support? You should have your medical staff. That's what most entrepreneurs do. They travel with an entire team. I am not like others, which is why I am successful. I keep costs down. Why should I hire doctors when our country has excellent services? You want to use a volunteer organization even though you can afford your own doctors? You provide a service, don't you? Or do you discriminate between rich and poor? Saidi, if you knew about DFTF, you wouldn't ask that. We help whoever needs it, but we work only in villages where there is no hospital or clinic. We don't work in cities, but I'm sorry I can't tell you whether we have people in that region. Why not? Security, sir. You must be aware not everyone in the country likes what we are doing. There are people who say we are Western spies. Others say we are helping terrorists and militia groups. We have to protect our people. I cannot give their locations. In any case, he threw his hands up helplessly. I myself don't know where they are. How is that possible? Saidi, have you been to that part of the country? Mansour gestured at the map on the wall. That area you are talking of has nothing of importance. There are mountains. It's barren land, small villages, no large cities, no factories. My units drive in their vans going from one village to another. They will be here one day, there, the next. That doesn't feel safe. What if something happens to them? Surely you are in daily contact. We have our ways of keeping in touch, but I'm sorry I can't tell you more. Those flags. Cutter cocked his head at the map. Is that where your teams are? No. That's the last villages they were in. Cutter went to the map and inspected it. Garer, he mused when he spotted the village beneath a flag. Isn't that where that schoolgirl was killed? Horrifying. Nam, we had a van there, but that was well before the shooting happened. Will that unit still be in the region? That's in the area I will be visiting. Mansour glanced at his watch impatiently. Saidi, I have told you as much as I can. Here. He gave him a business card. If you need medical help, you can call our call center. If we have anything nearby and who can help, we will. But you should have numbers of the closest hospitals with you as well. And Saidi, I still recommend if you are going there, don't go alone. Go with a team. I can break into his office at night, Cutter mused as he left the DFTF office, and check out what's on his computer. But what if he's telling the truth? I can wait till nighttime, or I can drive to Garer. He drove to Garer, 17. Garer, northern Iraq. Cutter arrived at the outskirts of the small village by evening just as the sun was lowering on the horizon. He had broken off Highway 1 and taken smaller routes and dirt tracks with his sat-nav system guiding him. The unit, which had been in the safe box, was patched into an agency satellite that guided him along roads that didn't exist on commercial systems. He stopped at the edge of the road when the village came into sight. He bathed his face with water, drank several swallows, and let the light breeze cool him. He dug through the safe box and drew out an impact-proof laptop and sat phone and fired up the screen. He rode on the secure network connection, logged into the agency's system, and made an internet call. It would be bounced from one proxy server to another all over the world before reaching its destination. Yeah? An expressionless voice greeted him. Miss me? Like a hole in the head, Gina Di Fiore answered with no warmth. Have you found her? It's only been 4 days since I entered the country. That's long enough. No, I didn't find her, he snapped. If the Veep wanted results this fast, she should have taken my advice. She should have gotten our embassy here and a special forces unit to search for Harper. Relax, Cutter, Quintica's voice came on. Don't rile him, she told her partner in an aside. I enjoy it. I'm right here, he reminded them. Where are you? The FBI SAC asked. Near Mosul, he lied. They don't need to know my exact location. They were his friends, but he had no intention of reporting to anyone. You're going to Garer? Yeah. Can you get the license plate on Samira and Harper's vehicle? Way ahead of you. De Fiore smirked and recited the number. It's a Mercedes, painted in the DFTF colors. Problem is, we haven't been able to locate the vehicle. Even satellite surveillance hasn't helped. There are hundreds of white or white-looking vans and… Get a drone. The Veep doesn't want that. It's her daughter. She's in a difficult situation, Cutter. Even if we organize the drone, it would take time to sift through the images. You're on the ground now. Yeah, he nodded absently. One of those was outside Mansour's office. How did you get it? We have our ways. Drone surveillance. Nope. You hacked into the DFTF system. I can neither confirm nor deny. Save it. Do you have their number? You can locate… Not so simple, Cutter, Quindica said, sighing. They use a website for administration, tracking their volunteers, just about everything. The system routes incoming or outgoing calls through the internet. Their offices never dial a phone. Correct, which means volunteers can change their numbers, update them in the system without the offices knowing about it. Cutter frowned. There must be some admin or tech person who can get those numbers. Oh, we got those. Problem is, the ones registered for Samira and Harper are no longer active. When was their last check-in? They are doing that every day, but it's through the website. Where are they? Northern Iraq. Nothing more specific. They upload photographs of the people they have treated. Samira and their driver, Rahman, are in most of them. Harper? The last photograph of her was 6 days ago. There aren't many of her. Smart. She doesn't want to risk showing herself. Yeah, De Fiore agreed dryly. She's in disguise, not recognizable as the vice president's daughter, but she is being cautious. We'll send you the recent pictures. Have you identified the villages or the patients? Working on it, but there's no database to compare to. The houses look the same. There are no identifying features in the photographs. You'll have to do it the hard way, Cutter, Quindica interjected. Pick up their trail quickly. Which is why I am outside Garer. Send me all the satellite photographs as well from the time they were in the village. You'll go to the villages that had white vans in them, De Fiore guessed. Yeah. Any chatter on the terrorists or militia groups? Lais Hadi's group have released a statement saying they will avenge Akhtar and Azer's killing. I read that. Anything more? Nope. Have the cops made any progress on the girl's killing? No. They haven't even identified who the killers were. Villagers aren't talking. Yeah. Can you get the location of the drone strike, where Akhtar and Azer were killed? You want to see if that's the route Samira and Harper could have taken? Yeah? It's classified intel. He let his silence hang in the air. We'll get it for you. Where are you? Mosul. He reared up. Mosul? I thought you would be in Baghdad. You've got to get back to the capital. Anywhere north of there isn't safe for you. Didn't you hear about that bombing in Tikrit? You can run your investigation from the embassy. Stop, De Fiore ordered. We're safe. We're set up in our military's liaison office here. We have a protection detail. It's my mission to find Harper, Samira, and Rahman, he ground out, not yours. Cutter. Quindica's voice was cold, hard, a voice of authority. We're in Mosul for our investigation. We are safe here. He breathed heavily and nodded, even though they couldn't see him. Have you made contact with the Iraqi police? Yeah. Go to Colonel Rayhan Kader. He was commander of Mosul's SWAT team, but now has operational command of the police division in the city. Don't talk to anyone else. You mean to say he's trustworthy? De Fiore guessed. Yes. You know him? Yes. Does he know you are in Iraq? He does by now. He would have worked it out from what Nusrat told him. I haven't contacted him. When are you going to Garer? Right now. I'll let you know what I find out. 18. Mosul. He's in Garer or near it, Di Fiore said when Cutter hung up. Yeah, I guessed that from the way he answered. Rayhan Khan. Quindica looked up from her screen. I checked him out when you were on the call. He's got a great reputation. He worked with the coalition forces in freeing Mosul. His unit suffered heavy casualties. He lost his family when the terrorists targeted them, but he kept going. The Iraqi government awarded him their highest military honor, even though he isn't in the armed forces. If Cutter trusts him, I'm good. Yeah, we need police help in any case. I've informed Europol, the Canadians, the Aussies, all the other agencies we're working with, that we're taking the lead on this leg of the investigation. Let's go meet him. Garer looked up when Omar burst through. Yes? Saidi. The man could barely conceal his excitement. There are 2 women here to see you. Who are they? What about? Americans, Saidi, from the FBI. They didn't tell me what it was about. They said they would speak only to you. They have some soldiers with them, for protection. Americans? Garer rocked back in his chair. Is this connected to what happened last night? He glanced involuntarily at his phone. Still no reply from Cutter. No, he shook his head. Why would the FBI be interested in an attempted rape? Show them in and get some tea. He stood up when the aide returned with the women. Both were dark-haired, dark-eyed, and dressed in crisp suits, as tall as him, and walked with quiet confidence. Colonel Garer, I am Peyton Quindica. The first woman handed him her card. FBI Special Agent in charge. Is English okay? If not, I have a translator. English is fine, ma'am, he smiled, though mine might not be as good as yours. Don't bet on it. The second woman came forward. Gina Di Fiore, a detective with the New York Police Department. I work with her. NYPD. Garer shook their hands and gestured to suggest they take a seat. Long story. I'll let Peyton start. I head a joint task force, the first woman began, investigating terrorist and organized crime use of cryptocurrency. We are working with several allied partners, Europol, Australian Federal Police, Canada's RCMP, and a few others. We believe several of the ISIL splinter cells and militia groups are using certain coins to conduct their business. Their exchanges are in the darknet, sites in the internet that are highly secure and can only be accessed by people who have the address and privileges. She stopped when Omar entered the room with a tray of beverages. I took the liberty of ordering tea. Is that okay? Garer inquired. He grinned when the detective reached eagerly for her cup. Chai is welcome, she said, taking a sip and closing her eyes in delight. I needed that sugar fix. He relaxed fractionally at her use of the local word for the beverage. These Americans are making an attempt to relate. How does a New York detective end up with the FBI? It happens more often than people think. Peyton was leading an investigation in New York, and I was assigned to it. We worked well together, and when it was over, I got assigned to the FBI for the long term. He nodded in understanding and looked at the FBI SAC. Cryptocurrency, wallets. What has that to do with me? We have a cybercrime division that might be able to help. I can make some calls and get you to meet them. We know them, Colonel. We have made contact and are meeting their officers in Mosul, but we think you might be able to help us more. I didn't get any notice of your arrival. Doesn't the FBI set such meetings in advance? They do, sir. That's how we met your counterparts. But our mutual friend asked us to meet you. Mutual friend? Garer raised his eyebrows. Cutter Grogan. He drew his cup away and stared at them in astonishment. Cutter? You know him? Very well, he's helping us with something else. Yeah, he's a friend, the detective drawled. But don't tell him I said that. He's still here in Mosul. He's in Iraq. I can't tell you more than that, the FBI agent replied. What she means, the New Yorker snorted, is that we ourselves don't know where he is. She frowned when Cater's words registered. Still here? You met him? No. He relaxed and pushed his files away. Do you know what he did yesterday? The women looked at each other and then at him. They shook their heads simultaneously. He doesn't tell us anything, the detective complained. What did he do? Start a brawl? Shoot someone up? The latter, ma'am. Cater smiled and briefed them on the events of the previous night. That sounds just like him. Quindica nodded slowly. Is he in trouble? Is there a warrant for him? Cater got up from his seat and opened the door. Omar, he told his aide who was at an outside desk, see that we are not disturbed. Did you offer drinks to the soldiers? Naam, Sayyidi. The colonel closed the door and returned to his seat. Cutter Grogan is not in trouble, he said softly. But Aram Zafar, the man who shot those thugs, is wanted for questioning. Questioning only, he repeated at seeing their expressions. Nusrat Khan and the other teachers' statements were very clear. He helped them. I have to close the file, and for that I need his statement. Good luck with that, De Fiore snorted. Cater stared at her and guffawed loudly. These Americans, I like them. It looks like you know Cutter well. He's been a pain in our butts for several years. The colonel frowned. Pain. He's a friend as well. Quindica read his confusion. Gina has a complicated relationship with him. Understatement, the detective said beneath her breath. Cryptocurrency. Cater was intrigued by her comment but decided not to pursue it. He steered the conversation back to their introduction. I can't help you much there. You can, Sayyidi, the FBI SAC said formally. We know Baghdad and Mosul are the two cities where the groups we are interested in are mining the coins. We are working with the Iraqi police in your capital city, but here we need your help. What can I do? Do you know of any terrorist or militia fronts in the city? Naam. I can give you a list of those. There are 4 of them. 2 in the old city. One is in the left coast and another is in Mosul University. Taxi company, 2 restaurants, and the last one is a professor's house. These are fronts? The detective drew her brows together. We aren't sure yet, Sayyidati. We have a network of informers developed when I was leading the SWAT team. They reported lots of foot traffic in those 4 places. You pick anyone up? No. All of them came on our radar recently. My men are watching the places, photographing the people entering and leaving. We have made lists and are checking every person. The professor is known for his inflammatory classes. No, he responded, smiling, when his visitors looked at him questioningly. He does not come out openly and say he supports the terrorists. He is smart. He says we should talk to people, understand their points of view. He isn't wrong, the detective said. Naam, Sayyidati. But when he said one man's terrorist is another man's revolutionary, we took notice. Right now, we have nothing to arrest the men in those locations or their visitors. But how will all that help you? We'll start with basics. Energy consumption. She slid a photograph across his desk. That's a satellite photograph of Mosul at night. Think of it like a heat map. Each building has its thermal signature based on how much energy, electricity, or heating its residents consume. Factories have larger footprints while houses have lower. We went back in time to compare these thermal signatures, and what you see is what alerted us. Cater ran his fingers over the glossy surface as he checked out the circled buildings. Each one had a yellow halo around it. 38, he counted. All of these seem to be residential buildings, he said, as he raised his head. Not all of them, Quindica corrected him. They are a mix of houses and small commercial units like takeout joints. They all are consuming higher energy than they were previously. For now, we haven't considered offices, manufacturing plants, refineries, large buildings. Heat signatures. I am lost. What does that mean? How much do you know about cryptocurrency? I know enough. All senior officers have attended training courses on it. Great. Then we don't need to get into basics. Iraq has banned the use of cryptocurrencies, but that hasn't stopped criminal gangs and terrorists. Bitcoin is well known, but its transactions are a public record in the network, which is why criminals don't use it. They go for the newer privacy coins, where the addresses of traders, the transaction amounts, the wallet balances, histories are obfuscated. Garer picked up the photograph and waved it in the air. Mining, you said these groups were doing that. Correct, Di Fiore grinned. Miners, people who add transactions to the crypto ledgers. They get rewarded in coins for their work, but it is an activity that requires specialized equipment, the rigs, and consumes electricity. Those locations in that photograph could be miners. Houses or small businesses will be good cover for terrorists, the colonel agreed. Now I see why you came to me. You want more information on them. Yeah. Will you help, Saidi? We can go to your cybercrime division, but you don't know whom to trust. I get it, Sayyidati. Terrorists may not have police informers. Quindica shrugged. But the militia groups, there are so many of them, and some are even organized by rich people who want to take over businesses illegally. If our investigation leaks to them, it could spread. You don't have to explain. I am aware of how things are in my country, Garer said bleakly. I will get my people to check out these locations and get back to you. Discreetly, Saidi. We don't want. The FBI SAC shrugged and looked embarrassed. Forgive me. You led the SWAT team during the fight against the terrorists. You know everything about working covertly. Garer smiled and looked at the image again. Those fronts we are watching, they aren't in your photograph. They could be used for something else, clearing houses for information, recruitment, safe houses. Nam, can I keep this? It is for you. You have my card. I'll contact you as soon as I get the addresses. His eyes turned sly. I can even check out whether those residents have purchased any special computer equipment, what their electricity bills are. You can do all that? This is Iraq. Garer grinned broadly. Money or power or both can get you anything. I don't have money, but I have some influence. He got to his feet and escorted his visitors out of his office. Cutter, I hope he has left Mosul. Why do you say that? Di Fiore turned to him as she was climbing into their ride. If he cleans up my city, what job will I have? 19. Cutter drove through Garbier's Main Street and stopped near a tea shop. Several yards away was a grocery store in which he could see movement. A dog trotted down the dusty road and relieved itself against a wall. A woman crossed the street slowly with her head bowed. You have come far, Saidi. The shopkeeper brought him a glass of beverage, unprompted. Cutter nodded in thanks and took a swallow. From the highway, I'm passing through the country, looking for locations. Locations for what? He hid a smile at the man's curiosity. Back home, I would have raised an eyebrow. Here, in the villages, it is normal for folks to be inquisitive. I'm a businessman. I am looking to open several gas stations in this part of the country. You should talk to the village elders, Saidi. They might have more information for you. Where can I find them? You're in luck. They are meeting in the school. There, he pointed down the road. You can't miss it. Cutter thanked him, paid for his drink and set off on foot. He went past the grocery store whose owner and customers looked at him curiously. There won't be many visitors to the village wearing jeans, a tea in shades, the smell of cooking from a house, the clanking of utensils. A mother's raised voice, a child's reply, which faded as he got to the school. A small, muddy yard that doubled as the playground. A single concrete building with multiple classrooms. He went to the door behind where he heard murmurs and pushed it open. 15 people in the room. 4 elderly men at the front, in chairs. Another man on his feet, addressing them. The rest of the villagers were scattered on benches. The discussion stopped when he entered and resumed when he smiled apologetically and took a seat unobtrusively. Drinking water was the topic of conversation, with the villager pleading with the elders to make arrangements for more supply. They said they would raise the matter with the district authorities and signaled for the next subject. Cutter listened while he checked out the rest of the attendees, the majority of whom were men. His eyes lingered on a woman who sat on a far bench with her head bowed, her lips moving softly as if in prayer. She was in a dark abaya and gave no indication that she felt his gaze. "You want to discuss something, Sayyidi?" Cutter got to his feet and went to the seated men at the front when a village elder addressed him. "I am Aram Zafar," he launched into his story, "a businessman from Baghdad. Mosul is my second home. I have restaurants, shopping malls, and many other establishments all over the country. I want to start service stations along the highway in this part of Iraq." "Will you be starting one near Garer?" One of the men leaned forward. "If I find a good location. Our village will benefit enormously. There will be employment, better facilities." "That is the plan." "Here." Another elder went to a faded map hanging on the wall and pointed with a bony finger. "See where the highway curves. Rainwater gathers there in a big depression in the ground. You should set it up there. It is a natural stop for people. It is less than 5 miles from Garer." Several villagers joined in the discussion excitedly as they proposed different locations. "Isn't that where those terrorists were killed?" Cutter pointed to the map. "That's classified intel, but I'm sure they know where it happened. It was on Garber's doorstep." "Nam." A younger man nodded enthusiastically. "I went to see the wreckage afterwards. The military sealed it off quickly, but I could see the wreckage. I checked it out too before coming here. That wreck's still there on the dusty track, nothing else. The route disappeared into rough terrain after a while, providing natural cover, which was why the terrorists had taken it. If Harper hadn't called it in, Akhtar and Azer would have gotten away. I wonder how the Americans knew they were there." "They have their ways," an elder mumbled. "Sayyidi, please think of our village when you decide on a location. Garer has suffered greatly. Anything that brings us employment and improves our people will be welcome." "I will definitely consider that." "Inshallah, it will happen. I am Yusuf Jabbar." "He leads our council," another elder interjected. "We rotate that position every 2 years." Jabbar nodded and clapped once to get everyone's attention. "Is there anything else to be discussed?" No one spoke up. "Very well. Let us meet next week." Cutter waited with Jabbar until the villagers filed out. His eyes went to the woman who remained seated and had shown no interest in the discussions. "That's Bisma Kazmi," the council head whispered. "She's Soraya's mother. Soraya. She was the one killed by the terrorists." "Nam," Cutter murmured as he took in the mother's bowed head. "I was there," Jabbar shuddered. "We don't talk about it to strangers, but since you are going to help Garer—" Cutter looked at his wrinkled face and trusting eyes and then at the mother. He felt small. He felt ashamed about giving them false hope. "I'm in the very early stages of planning, Sayyidi," he swallowed. "I know. Come." Cutter went with Jabbar, who stopped at the mother's bench. "Sayyidati," he said gently, "the meeting is over. I have to close the school." Bisma got to her feet slowly and shuffled out of the meeting room. Her face was lined, her eyes dark, gray streaks in her uncovered hair. Late 20s, he guessed. He stood aside to let her pass and followed Jabbar as they went out of the school. Soraya, the elder sighed as he locked the room and went down the steps. She was 8 years old. She always smiled. She always joked. The police. Police, Saidi? Jabbar exclaimed bitterly. Here in northern Iraq, there are only the militia groups, the terrorists and us. No one comes to help us. There is some publicity when something like this happens. TV vans and reporters come from everywhere, and then they forget us quickly. Cutter followed the mother with his eyes as she went down the street slowly. Her no-account husband, the elder continued, left her as soon as Soraya was born. He didn't want the responsibility of a child. Bisma raised her by herself. She worked in the grocery store. She worked in her fields. She worked and did everything she could to give Soraya a good life. And then those terrorists came. He looked up at the sky and shook a fist at it. You know what she does at these meetings? Nothing. She doesn't talk to anyone. She does not join any discussion. She sits there by herself and prays. Do you know what she prays for? Cutter shook his head mutely. She prays for a long life. Do you know why? Cutter didn't interrupt his flow. Because that's how she wants to be punished. Living every day with that memory. Living every day with the thought that she didn't jump up to put herself between her daughter and that terrorist. Bisma Kazmi wants to live long because she does not want to forget. 20. Garer and northern Iraq. Cutter watched the mother's figure recede into the distance and disappear when she turned into a bend in the street. He felt Jabbar's eyes on him and knew he looked grim and savage, the fury unconcealed on his face. No words came to him, and he nodded shortly when the elder squeezed his shoulder. Those terrorists might return. Cutter's voice sounded distant, bleak, to his ears. Nam, we know that. This time, we will fight. The old man smiled humorlessly. We are aware they will easily defeat and kill us, but we won't let them walk over us. We made that decision in the very first meeting after Soraya was shot. Travel safely, Saidi. Let us know if we can help in your plans. Cutter went to the tea stall and ordered another beverage. Did the elders help, Saidi? The vendor asked. He drank a swallow, the hot drink helping him to control his rage. Nam, do you get many visitors? Here, in Garer? Rarely. You are the only one after the doctors, and those killers. Does the village know how those other terrorists were killed? Did anyone from Garer call the police? No, Saidi. The man shook his head. We know to mind our own business. We can smell terrorists and militia fighters a mile away. We don't want anything to do with them. I will serve them tea if they come here. Other people might give them food if they want. Mustafa, he jerked his head toward the grocery store, will sell them provisions. But we don't talk to them. We want them out of Garer as quickly as possible. Cutter paid him, reassured that the villagers didn't suspect the DFTF team of informing on the terrorist presence. It won't take Hadi long to work that out, however, he thought bleakly, if he sends his men again. When, not if. The villagers might fight back, but those killers will overcome them and make them talk. I've got to find Samira and her team, quickly. He drove out of the village and parked by the side of the dirt track. He washed his face and toweled it dry. Feeling fresh, he was climbing inside when he saw the hawk. It was high up in the sky, circling lazily, watching for prey, the only movement in the sky. He eyed it for a long time and changed his mind. He would camp in his Land Cruiser for the night and proceed to the next village where a white van had visited. The engine sound woke him up, growling softly but growing louder as it came closer. Cutter raised his head but didn't move otherwise. His ride was hidden in a thicket, well beyond the route to the village, out of sight. He had a good view of the road, and as he watched, a long vehicle approached with its headlights turned off. It slowed, U-turned, and stopped with its taillights to the village. That's for a quick getaway. Doors opened and shadows moved, 5 of them. A match flared, illuminating rough-looking bearded men, weapons across their chests. One of them lit a smoke, puffed deeply, and jerked his head toward the village. Hadi's men. Cutter slipped on his body armor without thought and slung his shoulder holster. He grabbed several spare magazines and his amtac and got out of his vehicle stealthily. He crouched ran to the shooter's ride, a dark Hilux, standard vehicle for militias and terrorists. He checked that it was empty and fell behind the men. They'll spot me if they look behind. He went off the track, down to a gully that paralleled the route, and drew closer. That girl's mother, she was shapely. I hope we get her. We don't have time for that, another man said irritably. You heard what the boss said. Get 1 or 2 villagers, extract information from them, kill them, and leave. Let's grab her. I want my hands on her. Only your hands? A third voice interjected. The men laughed coarsely. I can take them out from behind. They won't react fast enough. They were on higher ground, but less than 30 feet separated him from them. There was enough ambient light for shooting. They are bunched close together. Several long bursts should do it. His Glock slid into his hand, but as he raised it, the men slowed and 2 of them broke away. They came to the edge of the track, above the gully, and unzipped their trousers. Cutter was a dark shadow in the gully. He was close enough to hear them relieving themselves. He thought of Bisma Kazmi, of her wanting to live long, and his Glock and amtac changed hands without conscious thought. He lunged up the gully in 3 long strides, coming out of the night like death. The 2 men sensed him. They swiveled their heads, but before they could react, he was on them. A controlled, savage slash of his blade across the first killer's neck. His momentum carried him to the second man, who opened his mouth. But before any sound emerged, the amtac buried deeply in the terrorist's throat. Cutter drew it out and flung him away. The sounds of his attack and the falling bodies alerted the men ahead. They turned. One of them yelled as they reached for their rifles. Cutter threw himself to the ground as he dropped his blade and raised his Glock. His first burst stitched the man on the left. Incoming rounds whined over his head as he shot the second man. The third shooter yelled in rage and charged at him, firing blindly. Cutter rolled away desperately on the track, and just as he slid down the gully, the man came up to him with a triumphant roar. His yell turned to a panicked shout when Cutter grabbed his ankle and yanked him down. Cutter smashed his elbow in the man's throat as the terrorist fell on top of him. He caught the killer's hair and punched him repeatedly in the neck as they slid down the incline and came to rest at its bottom. He was the one who wanted to rape Kazmi. The killer tried to fight back. He kicked and punched as he snarled, but Cutter gave him no room. The fury in him was dark and deep and powered his blows as they fell on the terrorist indiscriminately until the man stopped struggling and turned limp. And still, Cutter kept hitting until his arm ached. He drew a deep, hoarse breath as he fell back, and then straightened as he remembered the other men. Got a check on them. He shoved the terrorist's body away, found his Glock, and climbed up the gully cautiously. The killers he had knifed lay face up, staring sightlessly, while the others lay in straggly heaps where he had shot them. Cutter searched in the dark for his amtac and found it stuck underneath a small rock. He wiped the blade and sheathed it, slipped a new magazine into his Glock and holstered it. Can't leave these bodies here. Hadi will send more men to take revenge on the village. I'll have to dump them somewhere else. He found the Hilux's keys on one of the men he had knifed, pocketed it, and dragged the bodies to the vehicle. He loaded them in the back, closed the rear door, and rested his forehead against it as he sucked lungfuls of air. Who are you? 21. Cutter threw himself to the side, rolled on his shoulder, and brought his Glock up to train it on the speaker. He watched in disbelief at the figure who had snuck up on him and stood unmoving in the middle of the track. Bisma Kazmi. He recognized her pale face and dark abaya. He put his gun away and got to his feet. "I saw everything," she said before he could reply. "I was there." She pointed behind her without turning around. "That large rock, near the entry to the village. It is a good hiding spot. I sit there every night watching, waiting for Hadi to send his men." "Why?" He meant, "Why you? Why not someone else who can watch?" But the word stuck in his throat. "What else is there for me to do?" A light breeze ruffled her abaya. A strand of hair fell across her face, but she didn't remove it. She stood motionless, expressionless, regarding him with dark eyes. "Aram Zafar, I heard you in the meeting. You said you were a businessman. What kind of businessman kills 5 terrorists?" "I have a business, Sayyidati," he replied. He was a fixer. He solved the problems of people who had been let down by the system. Kidnapping, kids sucked into criminal gangs, extortion, missing folks. He took on most cases. I didn't lie to her. That is my business. "You are after Hadi?" she asked, as if she hadn't heard him. "Who are you? Police? Mukhabarat?" She referred to the Iraqi National Intelligence Service. "I am not after Hadi." She regarded him for a long while and then nodded. "Samira, Layla, and Rahman, that's who you want." "Why do you say that?" He kept his surprise out of his voice. "I heard you ask the elders how the Americans knew of the terrorists' presence. Those volunteers, they were the only newcomers in the village that day. Only they could have called the police, who must have told the Americans. You are searching for them. You cannot be a bad person. You killed these men. You want to protect them from Hadi. You know he will not rest until he finds the ones who betrayed his men. Gas stations. That's just an excuse for you to visit all villages and search for them." Cutter Grogan could lie like the best of them. He could put on a game face, an expressionless appearance that foiled interrogators. But he needed all his skills to control his amazement at the way the mother had pieced it all together. How? "I worked with them," she continued calmly. "I helped Samira and Layla in their clinic. I even helped Rahman change the oil in their vehicle. We grew friendly." He didn't know what to say and stood there, silently, looking at Bisma Kazmi, who hadn't moved an inch. "Mishara." "What?" he uttered finally. "Mishara. They were going to the villages around and beyond it. It's to the northeast. It is not far, but the roads aren't good. Most of those places are even smaller than Garer. Samira, Layla, and Rahman are the only medical people they will see. Once they finished with all the villages, they would return to Mosul." "How?" "I overheard them. I even saw Rahman draw a route on the map. I didn't ask anyone in Garer where they went. That would have been suspicious. But she knew all along. You should find them before the terrorists get to them." "That's the plan." "What will you do with that?" She looked beyond him, to the killer's ride. "I will drive it far away so that Hadi won't suspect they were killed here." "Don't you have a vehicle?" "Naam Sayyidati," he pointed to the thicket. "I have hidden it there." "How will you return to it?" "I will walk." "That will take you all night and day. Teach me to drive your vehicle. I will follow you. You can leave me in Garer when you return." "It's the only way," she said when he stared at her. "Won't the villagers know you have gone?" "Only Jabbar knows about my vigil. He will not be worried if I go away for some time. I am known to be by myself, especially after what happened. And Hadi won't send any more people. Why would he? He expects those men to do their job and return." She has a point. "Wait here, Sayyidati." He went to his Land Cruiser and drove it onto the track. He turned it around to face their exit route and climbed out. "We will go on dirt roads where there won't be much traffic," he told her when she climbed in. He helped her buckle the seatbelt and pointed to the various controls. "It's an automatic. You don't have to do anything much once you have started. Steer to follow me and brake when you need to. Flash your lights." He touched the switch. If you have any trouble, I will be ahead of you." He stepped back and nodded at her to drive several feet. Kazmi began with a wobble, steadied the vehicle, and drove several yards. "That's great," he encouraged her as he ran alongside her. "Apply your brakes now and wait here. I will bring the other vehicle." Cutter brought up the region's map on his phone when he climbed into the killer's ride and searched quickly. "I'll dump this beyond Gawasha, where Iran-backed militias are active." He gestured at her to follow him when he drew parallel, and they set off. Bisma Kazmi, a grieving mother, driving for the first time in her life, and Cutter Grogan, with the bodies of the dead thugs in the back, in the darkness, heading towards hostile country. 22. They reached their destination, a ravine 10 clicks from Gawasha, at 2 a.m. Cutter had taken dirt trails and avoided villages to get there. They had stopped several times so he could check on Kazmi, during which she had made no conversation, preferring to stare out into the night. He had respected her silence and kept his distance. They had come across no one but for a goat herder who was sleeping under the sky by the side of his flock. The man hadn't woken up when they passed him, even when one of his animals bleated plaintively. Cutter climbed out of his ride at the ravine and motioned for Kazmi to halt well behind. "Wait inside, Sayyidati," he told her when she lowered her window. "I won't take long. Turn off your lights." He returned to the killer's vehicle, dragged the bodies out, laid them on the ground, and photographed them on his phone. "That's proof that I'll need." He rolled them to the edge of the chasm, tipped them over, and took a picture of the dark ravine. He removed his jacket and used it to wipe the wheel, the door handles, and every part of the vehicle that he had touched. He was confident it wouldn't be dusted for prints, but he wasn't taking chances. He wrapped the garment around his palm, put the vehicle in neutral, and pushed it with all his strength towards the ravine. It resisted for a moment and then rolled slowly, hung precariously over the edge for several seconds, and then fell with a satisfying crash. He was sweating by the time he returned to his Land Cruiser, conscious of her eyes on him. Kazmi didn't speak, however, as he pulled out his water bottle and swallowed deeply. He drifted away to give himself distance and dialed a number, and crossed his fingers. His let out a breath of relief when a voice came on. "You are a dead man walking if this isn't important," Beth Patterson said flatly. 23. "It's about a few dead hitters." "You killed them?" "Yes." "How many?" "5. He heard a muffled, "Who is it?" "Megan." "I need help." "Why else would you call?" "I want it to be known that a militia group killed them. Their bodies are in a canyon some distance from Gawasha. Check your phone. I sent photographs." "Who are they?" she asked after a while. "Lais Hadi's men. They had come to Garer for some information. I happened to be there." "Lai Hadi? The ISIL terrorist?" "Yeah." She was silent for so long that he had to check the call was still connected. It was. "We thought you were searching for a missing person." "I am. Hadi is involved." "Which militia group?" "Pick any that's active in this region. All of them fight with one another and with the terrorists. You want them to be suspected. Otherwise, he might send more men to that village." "Yeah?" "The militia group will deny it. Hadi won't believe them." "Okay." "Okay?" "Which means we will do it." "How?" "Social media. You can do it just like that. Don't insult us." He grinned when she hung up abruptly and returned to his ride, where Kazmi watched him expressionlessly. She didn't ask who he had called or why he had wandered off for it. She sat still, as if time had no meaning for her. It doesn't. I was like that when I lost Riley. He drove them back, past the goat herder who still hadn't woken up. It was 4 a.m. when they reached Garer. "Don't go into the village," she said, stopping him when he made to enter. "Leave me at the rock." She climbed out when he stopped and turned to him. "You should take rest. You have been awake all night. You can go in the morning after you are fresh. I'll keep watch." He considered it for a moment and nodded. "She's right. I can barely keep awake." "You should too." "I don't need it," she said flatly. He drove to the thicket, turned off the engine, and was asleep within minutes. Cutter was woken by the incessant chattering of birds as they squawked on top of his ride. He yawned, stretched and scrunched his eyes at the sunlight that hit his face. He got out and washed his face, freshened up as well as he could, and changed into new clothes. He fired up the Land Cruiser and drove out of the thicket and onto the track, and blinked in astonishment when he saw Bisma Kazmi leaning against the rock. "You are still here?" He climbed out after approaching her. "I said I would keep watch." She didn't look weary. Her abaya had no dirt on it, nothing to indicate she had slept on the ground. "Mishara," she reminded him. "Yes, I will leave now." Aram Zafar. She spoke his name as if trying it out aloud. "You have experienced loss yourself. I can see it in your eyes." Nam. Was it someone close to you? Nam. Do you blame yourself for it? He nodded. Does it become what people say? That time will heal? Sayyidati, there is not a single day that goes without my wishing she was with me. She died many years ago, but the grief is still there. Time. He smiled grimly. It only helps to make it easier to deal with. She? Your wife? Nam. She nodded slowly, as if he had confirmed something for her. You don't care if you die. That's what makes you so dangerous. He didn't know how to respond to that and said nothing as the weight of her eyes fell on him and sized him up. Long moments passed, and then her mask dropped. The raw emotion on her face and in her eyes made him wince inwardly. Aram Zafar. Her voice was a whisper, but it reached him. You said you are not interested in Lais Hadi. I am not. But can you make me a promise? He waited. If you come across his men, can you deal with them the same way as last night? I promise. Take my card. He handed it to her. My number is on it. If you need anything and I can provide it, I will. She took it without looking at it. She didn't respond when he nodded at her, climbed into his vehicle and drove away. Her figure grew smaller in his rearview mirror, a woman dressed in dark, carrying her guilt and grief and rage, hiding it from the world behind a stony facade. He had to force himself to relax, to grip the wheel lightly, to push back the emotions and memories that had arisen at her words. I was like that. He blinked rapidly and gave up and roared in rage and anguish in the vastness of northern Iraq, where no one could hear him. Calmer, he remembered their conversation. He, Cutter Grogan, didn't make empty promises. He would keep his word. 24. Mosul. Faris Akbar rolled into the city in his white SUV, 3 men with him. His dishdasha was black and deliberately dirty. The free end of his gutra, the headscarf, was casually wrapped around his lower face as if to block dust. His men were similarly attired as they drove with their windows rolled down. There were sacks of grain at the back to support their cover. They were farmers from northern Iraq who had come to the city to sell their produce. Their rifles lay at their feet within easy reach. Akbar was confident they wouldn't be recognized. The police didn't know of his existence, and while Abbas, his driver, and the third shooter were wanted men, he was sure they could travel safely. They had informers in Mosul and in the police, but Abbas hadn't told them of his arrival. The fewer people who knew, the better. It won't take us long. I need to tell Yasir, Hakim, and Rashad to work faster. His lips curled in anticipation of what that meant. I might kill one of them, just to show how serious we are. Slowly, and make the other 2 watch. Hadi had ordered him to Mosul about a week ago, but a fight with a militia group had taken his time. We didn't lose any men, but we lost time. He had checked in with his leader, and after confirming Hadi was safe, he had proceeded to the city. He looked forward impassively as they slowed at a crossing where several police officers stood in front of their vehicle. His men breathed in relief when the cops waved lazily for them to proceed through the traffic. The bike shop owners were ISIL supporters. Their people had fought alongside the terrorists and had sacrificed their lives for the cause. They had wanted to join the killers too, but Hadi had stopped them. "You are young," he told them one night over a campfire outside Mosul. "The police don't suspect you. You can help our cause better by being civilians." The men, who were then in their early 20s, had argued passionately but had finally agreed to the leader's wishes. They started the bicycle store with funds provided by Hadi, and since they were interested in technology, had started mining for the outfit. The terrorist outfit had gotten into cryptocurrency long before the coalition forces had defeated it in Iraq and Syria. It used private coins, exchanges in the darknet, to trade for weapons, medical supplies, and equipment. It had several cells run by non-combatant civilians who formed the mining pool to get new coins. The entire operation, directed by central leadership, was destroyed by the coalition forces, who seized the mining rigs, arrested the civilian supporters, got hold of the wallets. The Crypto coins were never seen again by the surviving splinter cells. Hadi's outfit had escaped with a treasure trove of hard currency in US dollars, euros, and British sterling, along with mining rigs and a few surviving wallets to which they had access. He and Akbar recruited passionate students from the university and restarted a crypto operation for their cell alone. They had learned a harsh lesson from the collapse of ISIL. They funded the supporters to get the equipment and form a mining pool, because that was where economies of scale could be found. At the same time, they got smaller groups or individuals to solo mine. That was less efficient and needed more electricity, and carried a higher risk of being detected. However, Hadi was willing to bear that. He didn't want to rely on the pool alone. The bike store was a solo mining operation. It was also the best performing one of such cells. Yasir, Hakim, and Rashad stole electricity from their neighbors and also from the neighborhood cables, and were able to mine more successfully than the rest of the individual miners. "Their output has dropped recently," Akbar mused as their driver weaved through the traffic to Facilia. "They keep giving excuses, that they have to be careful about stealing electricity. They didn't have this problem before. They have become lazy and arrogant. They need to be taught a lesson. He would do that. He was fear." "Don't stop," he snapped and sat up alert when he spotted the police van outside the bike store. "Keep driving." "Naam, Saidi." "What are the police doing here?" Abbas whispered from behind. "Faris, the shop is closed." "Yes, I saw that. Did you see anyone inside?" Akbar angled the rearview mirror as they went past and shook his head in disgust when it picked nothing up. "No, Saidi," the driver replied. "It was locked and empty. None of them have answered their phones or replied to my messages for 2 days." "Have they been arrested, Saidi?" the third man asked. "No." Akbar shook his head. "Our police informers would have told us if they had. Go to their house in the west side, in Ghazlani," he ordered the driver. He clamped his jaws firmly as their ride swung towards the Tigris and crossed the bridge. His eyes were unseeing as he considered how he would torture the men for their irresponsibility. "We are here, Saidi," the driver said, rousing him from his thoughts. "I will go alone," Akbar informed his men as he got out into the small street lined with old houses. A fruit vendor called out his wares loudly as he pushed his cart through the neighborhood. A woman brushed past him, tugging at her reluctant child who was sucking on a sweet. The terrorist checked out the 2-floor house. It was owned by a businessman whose family lived on the ground floor and rented the upper rooms to the bike store owners. He went up the stairs to the side of the building and frowned at the lock on the wooden door. I can break it down, but that might alert the owner who will want an explanation. He pasted a smile on his face as he went down and knocked on the owner's door. Sayyidati, he said respectfully when the businessman's wife opened it. I am Munir Aboud, Yasir's uncle. Have you seen him? I live in Baghdad and was in the city for some work. I thought of meeting him, but he isn't at home. I tried his phone, but he isn't answering it. No, Sayyidi. She shook her head. He lives with his friends upstairs. We haven't seen or heard them for a few days, but they go early and return late. It is normal for us to not see them for weeks. Thank you, Sayyidati. I will go to their shop and wait there. Go back to Fasilia, he growled when he returned to his ride. Let's drive past the shop. Nothing had changed when they returned. The store was still locked and the police officers were present. Park near some restaurant. Let us wait for them to return. That was quick, Gina Di Fiore said, smiling when she and Peyton Quindica entered Rayhan Cater's office. We thought you would take a few days to check out those locations. You have something for us? Come with me, Sayyidati, the colonel replied. He grabbed the satellite photo from his desk and jerked his head towards the door. The detective glanced at his set face, then looked at her partner, who shrugged and followed the police officer. You can join me in my vehicle, Cater said, opening the rear door to his armored vehicle. Your patrol can follow us. We are going somewhere far, Sayyidi? No, across the river to the east side. You're sounding mysterious, Quindica joked. You will see when we get there. Cater didn't break a smile. He climbed in beside his driver and murmured an address that Di Fiore didn't catch. She typed a message on her phone and showed it to Quindica without sending it. I bet it involves Cutter. You could be right, the FBI SAC murmured. Their ride didn't take long. Cater's driver turned on the siren, which sent traffic scattering out of the way, and in a short while they were drawing up in a street. Fasilia. Di Fiore recognized it from the maps and photographs they had memorized. That's right, Sayyidati, Cater replied, overhearing her. Shops, eating places, small businesses, offices, they are all here. Open it. He nodded at an officer who was standing outside a store. A bike shop? Di Fiore exclaimed when they entered. She took in the various bicycles on display and turned to the officer. Why are we here, Colonel? Cater went to the counter, reached behind it and switched on the interior lights. He placed the satellite photo on it and pointed to one of the thermal images, which had a cross on it. My people are still checking out the other addresses, but this one, he raised his head to gesture at the store, I recognized it immediately. I had to confirm it, which was why I needed a day. What's so special about this store? Di Fiore went over to a bike and inspected it. Those 3 men that Cutter killed, they owned it. 25. Di Fiore snapped her head around at him and then looked at Quindica, who was stunned. What does Cutter know about these men? The FBI SAC read her expression and turned to Cater. Explain. Explain Cutter? The officer's grim expression gave way to a brief smile. Who can do that? Nusrat passed on a message from him that I should check out the computers in their car. Di Fiore went round the counter and inspected the screen on it. Car? Computers? This one? It looks like what a store would have. No, Sayyidati. She and Quindica followed him to the storeroom, where he pointed to a thick bunch of cables on the floor beneath a corner table. There were several monitors on that and various equipment in their trunk when Cutter shot them. They must have been on that wall. I don't know why they removed them. We took possession of them. They have been in my vehicle all along. Are they... Di Fiore stopped herself when Cater made a follow-me gesture and led them out of the shop and to his ride. His driver sprang to attention and opened the rear door. Those are mining rigs. She exhaled softly as she recognized them. Why was Cutter? He wasn't interested in them, Quindica interjected. That's why he left them in the car, for the colonel. He must have been after something else. She is right. The officer took them back inside the store and went to the back room. He pointed to the roof. See that access door? How it has been burned. Some kind of thermal torch did that. This store had an intruder in the night who came through there, but he... Cutter? See this. Garer went to the monitor at the counter and punched keys. He brought up a camera feed and played it. That, he said, smiling broadly, looks like Cutter, doesn't it? Di Fiore looked over his shoulder at the tall figure who appeared in the frame and watched as he picked up a bike and burned a hole in the door. He has dyed his hair and let his stubble grow, the colonel observed. Yeah, that's him, she agreed. He wasn't interested in the rigs. He was after something else. That suitcase. Garer pointed to the travel case Cutter was rolling. He could have brought that with him, Quindica objected. It looks heavy. Why would he... Sayyidati, did you notice this? The officer took them back to the storeroom and pointed to the vault in the wall. Di Fiore crouched and inspected the hidden door, which had been busted, and the storage space beyond it. My men did that, Garer commented. They detected the hollow space in the wall and broke it down. That door was operated by pressure sensors. My guess is Cutter's travel case was in that vault. Weapons, Di Fiore guessed instantly. There can be no other explanation. He needed to be outfitted, and this must have been the cache. Why would he hide them here, however? She shrugged. We'll ask him. The why wasn't important. Not to us, she thought as she looked at Quindica, who nodded imperceptibly. Her partner had arrived at the same conclusions. So many questions. Garer placed his hands on his hips as he surveyed the room. Why did our friend break in here? Was it a coincidence that Hakim El-Amin, the man who attacked Nusrat, worked here? You saw he took a bike with him to make it look like a robbery. I wouldn't have recognized him from that camera footage if he hadn't been in my mind. He disguised himself very well. There's something in that suitcase. He sighed and shook his head. Cutter! I need to speak to him. Don't we all? Di Fiore drawled. You see what we have to deal with. Naam Sayyidati. He is a, what do you call it? A pain in the butt. That he is. Do you have a number for him? I messaged him on the one I have, but he hasn't responded. We'll tell him to call you when we speak to him, which may be a long while. You know how he is. Why is he in the country, Sayyidati? Garer trained his hawk-like eyes on the Americans. We can't tell you that, Sayyidi, Quindica replied respectfully, but he isn't interested in this outfit's operation. I doubt he even knows that they are linked to the terrorists. We are checking into their backgrounds. I will tear their lives apart. Soon, the colonel said, almost to himself, we will know just who Hakim El-Amin, Rashad Aboud, and Yasir Sheikh were. Di Fiore glanced at the room one last time and followed the officer as he left the store. She and Quindica climbed silently into his vehicle to be driven back to his office. Colonel, she asked him softly when they were alone, that equipment... I was wondering when you would get to that, he chuckled. My men haven't logged those rigs into our system. We haven't even recorded that we found them in the store. Take them. You have experts who can investigate them. Just like that? Quindica asked in surprise. Sayyidati, Garer said, grinning. This is Mosul. I am a very senior officer, a prominent one. There's a lot I can do without being questioned. But, he warned with an upraised finger, you should let me know what you find. We will, Di Fiore promised. What about Cutter? I have not identified him in our report. The way he looks now, no one can trace him back to his real identity. I couldn't keep the camera recording out of our system. That would have been too much to cover up. But Cutter should call me. We can't promise that, but we will pass on your message, if he calls us. Faris Akbar swore softly as he watched the Al-Hadba police headquarters from across the street. He had binos glued to his eyes as he sat in his ride and observed the two women talking to Garer. He knew of the colonel. Everyone in Iraq knew of the police officer who had molded his SWAT unit into an elite fighting force that took on ISIL. He was aware the man had been promoted to operations head. "Sayyidi," Abbas exclaimed. "He is giving the rigs to them." "I can see that," Akbar replied harshly. He cursed loudly when the women climbed into their vehicle and were driven out, accompanied by their military escort. "Follow them," he snapped at his driver, "and Abbas, make some calls. Find out if Hakim, Rashad, and Yasir have been arrested. That can be the only explanation for this disaster." Nam, Sayyidi. Akbar brought his rage under control as they fell behind the women and tailed them across the Tigris and into Dubat. "Sayyidi," Abbas began. "I know," Akbar growled and nodded at his driver to keep driving when the women's convoy rolled into the American military liaison compound. It was a cream-colored building, set back from the street with a 10-foot wall surrounding it, and had heavy security. "They are Americans. We need to find out who they are and why they are here." He flicked through the photographs he had taken when they were surveilling outside the bike store and at the police headquarters. "They have our rigs." He breathed harshly and shook his head to clear his fury. "Go back to the store," he ordered. Akbar got his men to break into the store late at night. Abbas used his bolt cutters to shear through the police chain and locks at the shop, while the rest of Akbar's men kept watch on the street. "Don't turn on the lights," the terrorist told his men. "There's enough coming in from the street." He went to the counter and turned on the computer. His lips were tight, his eyes hard, his jaws clenched in the glow from the screen. He typed in the admin password, which had been scribbled on a note pasted to the desk. He scrolled through the various folders until he came to those that stored security camera recordings. He played back the day's feed and grunted when it contained nothing but the empty store. Went to the previous day and then to the one before. He stopped at the sight of the three owners who stood in the store, inspecting the damage. They locked up soon after, and the feed showed an empty shop. They have been missing for 2 days. Did the store get robbed? He played the feed for the earlier day and drew in his breath sharply when he saw the tall figure enter the showroom from the store. Akbar watched in amazement as the intruder selected a bike and went to the side door. Something glowed intensely, and then the man pushed it open and went out of sight, taking the machine with him. He has something else with him. A suitcase. Where did he get that from? He cursed the owners for not installing a camera in the back room. At least they put in an HD camera. He replayed the feed, pausing every now and then to absorb every detail of the thief. "Abbas," he called out without looking up from the screen. "Check the back room. Is there a way a thief could have gotten in? Is there any kind of hiding place we didn't know of?" "Sayyidi." "You have to see this," his man responded after a while. Akbar went to the storeroom and looked up at Abbas's pointing finger to the hole in the access door. He came that way. He followed his lieutenant's arm to the vault in the wall, and that's where the suitcase would have been, unless he brought it with him. No, he shook his head. That had to have been in the store all along. He came for that and took the bike to throw everyone off. Something nagged at him, a distant memory. He gnawed at his lips as he returned to the counter and replayed the footage again. He stared hard at the thief, who was wearing dark clothing. He was tall, with dark hair and stubble. He moved with an easy grace, and the way he wheeled the bike and the travel case indicated tremendous strength. What is it about him? Have I seen him before? Akbar paused the feed when the intruder looked at the ceiling, as if checking for cameras. He studied the man's face, which was captured in high definition. Dark hair, stubble, dark eyes. No, he hadn't seen the man before. Why was his inner radar pinging then? He played the video again and he gasped. Could it be him? No. How could it? But the way the man moved, the shape of his face, the way he cocked his head. Akbar's insides clenched in fear. His breath stuttered. It can't be him. But the more he watched, the more he was certain. A dead man had come to life. 26. They went to Masri, the shopkeeper told Cutter. Mishara. 10 a.m. the next day. Cutter was in the village's only store, which sold everything from fruits and grain to agricultural equipment. The store owner seemed to be in a talkative mood. Or maybe he's just happy that he has a customer, he thought, grinned to himself as he bought a bag of apples and bit into one. You are sure of that? Samira and Lila, the man said, smiling and giving him a knowing look. They're very pretty. No man can forget them quickly. They were here after conducting their medical camp. They bought provisions, food items. I sold her some of the same apples you have taken. I heard them planning their journey. How long were they here? A full day. They came in the morning and went in the evening. They camp in the van? Outdoors. The weather is good. Last year, other doctors came. They had tents with them. I didn't ask Samira and Lila, but they must have similar gear. You know them? Distantly. Cutter left the store and looked down the street. No tea vendor in Mishara. They have about a week's lead on me. They could be anywhere. He hustled to his Land Cruiser and drove to Masri. I begged them to go to Bajila, the tea vendor in Masri said, bobbing his head enthusiastically. My aunt is there. She broke her leg when she was chasing one of her goats. She was in a lot of pain. I was so happy to see the DFTF van when it came here. I helped Rahman, their driver, to clean the vehicle and gave them free drinks. Did they go to that village? Cutter controlled his impatience. Naam, I think so. There are only 2 entrances to this village. The one you have come, which is from the west, and the other, which goes northeast where Bajila is. They went that way. Did you give them a number to contact you in case they were lost? No, Sayyidi. In any case, reception here is very bad. See? He fished out his phone and showed Cutter the lack of bars on the screen. How do you communicate with other villages? We have to go out to the bigger roads. We get a signal there. Bajila is an hour's drive away. Cutter visualized the map in his mind as his ride jostled on the dusty, uneven track. It's in an arc that is curling to the south. Were they planning to return to Mosul after visiting as many villages as they could in the north? His lips tightened as he looked ahead at the horizon. Iranian border is not far. Several militias are active in the region. Hadi's hideout was in the Hamran and Makmur mountains to the south. His outfit travels all over the country, however, he thought bleakly. There were PKK terrorists in the Kwandal Mountains too, on the Iraq-Iran border. None of them bother the volunteers, but they could force them to treat their injured. He coaxed more speed out of his ride as he hurtled down the trail towards Bakila. Bajila was bigger than the previous villages he had visited. It had 2 restaurants, since many visitors pass through it to get to picnic spots on the nearby Little Kabur River. Why did they stop here, he wondered when he drove past a medical clinic? Fuel. The answer came to him when he saw the long line at a gas station. Cutter questioned its attendants and drew a blank. He went to the first restaurant and got similar results. He hit pay dirt at the second. I served them, said the young boy, who looked to be barely in his teens and smiled toothily. At this same table you are sitting at. When was this? The server wiped his table with a dirty rag and returned with his food. 5 or 6 days ago, he said, frowning. He looked at a newspaper rustling on the next table and his face cleared. He grabbed it and checked the date. This is today's. They were here a week ago, he said confidently. How are you so sure? They were reading that article. They looked upset about it. Which article? Why do I have to extract answers in this manner? Cutter sighed inwardly. That girl's shooting. The boy looked surprised as if it was obvious. In Garbir. It was in that day's newspaper. Cutter sat upright. How do you know they were reading that report? Because Saidi. The server clicked his tongue impatiently. The newspaper was folded to just that article. I cleaned up the table after they left and refolded it. Wait, I think we might still have it. He darted inside and spoke to the owner, who pointed to inside the restaurant. The boy returned, grinning triumphantly as he held up the publication. We don't throw anything away in case we find another use for them. See? He riffled through the pages and pointed to a small report. This is what they were reading. It doesn't have anything that I didn't know, Cutter thought as he skimmed it swiftly and looked up at the boy. Did you hear them say anything? No, Saidi. He snapped his fingers. The doctor was crying, and when the other one, Lila? I don't know their names. Both were wearing white coats, but the doctor had her, what do you call it, that instrument they place on the chest for the heartbeat? Stethoscope. Nam. She had it in her pocket. That's how I knew she was the doctor. The other one joined her. I think she must have gone to the bathroom, and they talked softly. Yes, they were definitely upset. You noticed all this. It was a slow day, Saidi, and his face turned red. They were beautiful. I kept watching them. You didn't hear anything? No, Saidi. He shook his head and then slapped his forehead theatrically. I am such a fool. How could I forget? I served the driver tea. Saidi, he burst out in excitement. He was at the vehicle and was talking to himself when I went to him. What was he saying? Syria. I heard just that name. Cutter felt as if he had been punched, but kept his game face on. He questioned the server for more details, but the boy didn't remember anything else. He tipped him generously and ate his food while his mind raced. Did they go to Syria? Why would they? He looked blankly at the article until the words came into focus. Makes sense. They would have figured out someone in Garer would identify them to Hadi's men. Going across the border, that's a smart move. Everyone would expect them to return to Mosul. DFTF volunteers have special permission to cross the surrounding borders. They can go to Syria, Iran, and Turkey freely. But Syria isn't safer. His eyes narrowed. Hadi operates there too. 27. Mosul, Faris Akbar watched the security camera footage for a long time until Abbas shifted impatiently on his feet. The terrorist nodded unconsciously. They had to go. It wasn't safe to be in the store. A passerby could notice that they had broken in despite the police tape. He recorded the video on his camera and rummaged through the drawer until he found a flash drive. He copied the feed on it, deleted it from the computer, and, after a brief thought, erased the entire folder to make sure their presence wasn't stored. Let's go, he ordered and hustled out of the store. Drive back to where the women went. That's the Americans, Abbas began. I know. Drive, but don't stop. I want to see how well protected it is. He gave up any thought of attacking the compound when they went past it. Too many guards. I don't know the inside layout, and I have only 3 men with me. Abbas, he growled, did you find out what happened to Hakim, Rashad, and Yasir? Saidi, our informer, wants to meet. He is too scared to tell anything over the phone. Meet? He thinks that is safer? He says phones can be tapped. Set it up. Right away. You... Akbar turned to the man next to Abbas. You get off here. Keep watch on that compound and alert us as soon as the women come out. Will they come out this late at night? Stay there until day breaks. They have to come out at some time. Naam, Saidi. The shooter jumped out when the driver slowed and then disappeared through an alley. What's this informer's name? Farias, Abbas replied. Let's meet him. We'll check those out in the morning, Quindicus said when Di Fiore opened the trunk of the car and inspected the mining rig and other equipment. Their serial numbers might be traceable. We might find out who paid for them if we get lucky. Yeah, we might get addresses as well. The the detective said, snorting sarcastically. "Since when has it been so easy for us?" "Worth a try." Her partner shoulder bumped her affectionately. "Yeah, we'll get the computer from the store, too. Who knows, the wallet might be stored in it. We should get Garer to search for hard drives as well." In the morning, Quindica stifled a yawn and went inside their apartment. Di Fiore stood at the window as the FBI SAC showered and watched the yellow hue of the streetlights come over the city. "What?" Quindica came to her. "Cutter is out there somewhere. He knows what he's doing. It's not him, Harper. She hasn't messaged her mom since the Garer killing. She's being smart. She is alive." "She had better be," Di Fiore said fiercely. "Otherwise, we know what Cutter will do. He won't rest until he finds whoever killed her." Akbar and Abbas went on foot to the handcart, which had been converted to a tea stall. "2 teas," his lieutenant ordered, and drew his dish-dasha closer as a cold breeze wafted through the old city. Akbar sipped silently when the grizzled old man served them and nodded briefly when Abbas tugged his sleeve discreetly. A man approached the cart and ordered a beverage. He was dressed in dark shirt and trousers and looked nondescript, graying hair and beard, tired eyes and sagging belly. "You took your time," his lieutenant snarled when the 3 men drifted away from the cart. "I had to slip away from home," Farias said defensively. He looked at Akbar, and his eyes dropped away from the terrorist's fierce gaze. "What do you have for us?" The snitch looked at him, and then at the lieutenant, who nodded encouragingly. "Habib, Yasir, and Rashad are dead." Akbar stiffened. "Dead? How?" "They were killed 3 days ago when they tried to molest some women. Here." He fished out a folded newspaper from his pocket and pointed to an article in it. Akbar snatched it and read it swiftly. "That doesn't have their names. My boss, Garer, works that way. He deliberately withholds people's names from the media. But there's no doubt it is those men. One of the women identified them, and there were papers in their pockets with their names." The terrorist hissed in anger as he read the report again. "Those men," he raged beneath his breath. "They couldn't control themselves." Akbar spat on the ground at the thought of Colonel Rayhan Garer. How he would have liked to capture the officer and kill him slowly. "Who was this shooter? This man who killed them?" he demanded. "The boss doesn't know. The women said he was passing in a car and stopped to help." "It was very convenient that he was carrying a gun and knew how to use it," Akbar said sarcastically. "I don't know," Farias replied sullenly. "I'm just a clerk." "Who are these women with your boss?" The terrorist showed the snitch the photographs on his phone. "They are American. FBI." Akbar reared back as if he was stung. "FBI? Are you sure?" "Naam. I sit just outside the colonel's office. I heard them introduce themselves to the boss. Their names." Farias scrunched his face and gave up. He fished out a pen and wrote laboriously on the newspaper. "Pay, Tun, Quin, Dika, Gina Diffie, or," Akbar pronounced slowly. "This is why Americans are weak." He shook his head in disgust. "They promote women in the name of equality. Women. Did you hear of anything so stupid?" "Cryptocurrency. They are investigating it being used by terrorists." Akbar wasn't concerned at that revelation. He and Hadi had considered the risks when setting up their operations. The benefits were greater than the concerns. "Do you know how they knew about the bicycle shop in Facilia?" "Electricity usage, Saidi. Those owners were stealing it from neighbors. I wrote up the report for the boss. The Americans had satellite images of Mosul. They had marked buildings which gave out high heat. The boss used those photographs to identify that bike store." "You have done well," Akbar complimented him and nodded at his lieutenant, who slipped a bundle of currency to the snitch. "Keep your eyes and ears open and call Abbas as soon as you hear anything." "They mentioned another name," the informer said. in the hope of getting a bigger payment. What name? The terrorist turned back to him. Faryaz eyed the roll in Abbas's hand knowingly. Give him some more. Akbar sighed. It was another American name, the informer said, pocketing the bills quickly. I remembered because it was so unusual. Spit it out. Cutter Grogan, 28. Akbar felt a rushing sound in his ears and staggered back. He shook away Abbas's hand impatiently, and the motion cleared his head. Cutter Grogan? You are sure of that? Naam Saidi. How could I even make that name up? What were they talking of? It seemed they were mutual friends. Is he in Iraq? That's what I gathered. That's all I heard, however. Go, and remember to call Abbas. Naam Saidi. Faryaz scurried away and was swallowed up in the night. What is it, Saidi? Abbas asked him softly. A mistake I made, Akbar said harshly as he gazed into the distance, which I might be able to rectify. The vehicle rolled up to the handcart at 4 a.m. Colonel Rayhan Garer stepped out of it and went to the old man. He was alone, dressed in civilian clothes, and only the shine on his shoes identified him as someone of importance. The breeze flattened his shirt to his chest and momentarily outlined the gun at his waist. Hussein, he embraced the vendor who came around his stall. How are you keeping, my friend? Waiting to die, Saidi. Every day is the same. And you? The same. But you know me. I will take some evil men with me. I pray that you do, Saidi. The usual? Naam. The colonel sipped his tea with an appreciative smack of his lips as he regarded his oldest informer. He lost everything and everyone to the terrorists, too. The men had bonded as they searched for their families' bodies in Mosul rubble, and over time the tea stall owner had turned into a trusted informer. Faryaz, the vendor said after a while, from your department. He met with 2 men. You recognize them? No, Saidi. I couldn't hear anything either. They walked away and talked softly. Garer said nothing. He knew Hussein well enough to know the informer would take his own time, tell it his way. He had circulated photographs of everyone in his department to his personal network of snitches in the city. Faryaz, the clerk, had been on his radar for a while. Your man took money from them. I saw that. Hussein reached beneath his stove and removed a newspaper that he had used as support. This fell out of his pocket when he was leaving. His visitors didn't notice it. They seemed to be lost in whatever he had told them. Garer frowned as he read the article on the fold about the killing of the bike store owners. Turn it over, Hussein told him when he made to return the publication. The colonel froze at the names scribbled on the paper. He showed these to the men? Naam Saidi. He turned away and spoke in his cell phone urgently. Omar, I am sorry to disturb you so late. I was awake, Saidi, trying those yoga positions you told me about. My wife urged me to get up early. Good. Get our best shooters to go to where the FBI agents are staying. Ask them to be on standby, discreetly. Saidi, they are in the military compound. I know. But I want our people there too. They will be attacked? I don't know. It is better to be safe. I will get on to it right away. Garer hung up and turned to Hussein, who had been listening in curiously. Those are Americans? Naam, FBI officers, women. Ah. The tea vendor dragged it out. Everyone knew how the terrorists regarded women. You will arrest Faryaz? No, he is more useful like this, thinking he isn't suspected. It was Di Fiore's craving for an Iraqi breakfast that got them to leave the compound. Quindica insisted that they eat in the military complex but was overruled. I want to try those date pastries they have, the detective said stubbornly. We can order them here too. I want to try them in an Iraqi restaurant. The setting makes a difference to their taste. Does it? It does. At that, the SAC gave up. Di Fiore went to their protection detail, who were in their vehicle outside the compound. Diego, we're going to that joint, she said, pointing to a restaurant on the street to get some food. You shouldn't. Pshaw. It isn't far. You can watch us from here. Take your vehicle. Don't walk. It's right there. Ma'am. All right. But you don't need to follow us. She turned to join her partner, who made a resigned face and wiped sweat from her forehead. It was only 8 a.m., but the temperature was already in the high 90s, with traffic emissions adding to the heat. Di Fiore brushed her knuckles against Quindica's as she climbed into the back of their ride and instructed the driver. They are alone, Akbar exclaimed softly as he watched the women get into their vehicle. It's only their driver with them. Their protection men are at the compound gate, Abbas whispered, even though they were in their vehicle. This is our chance. Saidi, his lieutenant said doubtfully. We are in the middle of Dubat. The American soldiers aren't far away. How do you plan to take the women? Abbas, follow them, Akbar commanded the third man, who was listening quietly. Don't argue. We don't know when we might get such an opportunity again. This is our best chance. How do we take them? Get closer. Fall in behind them. I will kill their driver once they are out of their vehicle. Bashir, you have grenades with you. Yes, Saidi. The man patted the pockets of his cargo pants. Good. Get out of the vehicle as soon as I have the women. Use the grenades to attack the soldiers and escape on foot. The explosions will create a diversion for us to get away. You can make your way back to the mountains. Abbas, they are slowing down. Akbar jumped out of his ride as he watched the FBI women climb out of their vehicle. He watched them discreetly as he weaved through foot traffic to get closer to them. His right hand slipped inside his shirt to grip his gun when the women appeared to head to a restaurant. I have to get them before they go inside. To his right and behind was the Americans' vehicle with their driver inside. He's too far away to be a threat. From the corner of his eye, he could see his ride draw parallel as he walked. Now, he started drawing his weapon. You remember that time in New York, Quindica murmured as she drifted away from Di Fiore, when we were followed down that alley? You sense it too. I can see him in that store's reflection. A man closing on us. His hand is on his gun. Di Fiore spun on her heel. Her right hand flew to her bag and came out with her Glock. She placed the hostile immediately as she dropped to a crouch. Her weapon came up. Someone screamed. An engine gunned and a shadow came into view. A second man jumped out of a passing vehicle and lobbed something toward them. Grenade! Quindica called out, laconically, as if being bombed was an everyday occurrence. Di Fiore missed her first shot as the first hostile dived to the ground. There was an explosion and clouds of dust and glass shards filled the air. The detective rolled desperately for cover behind an upturned newspaper stand. Where is he? Her eyes burned from smoke. Her ears rang from the blast as she tried to find the hostile in the crowd of panicking, fleeing people. She twisted her head back to take in Quindica, who had dropped to a knee. Her gun was at shoulder height, her face taut. What's she aiming at? The bomber. He was standing in the middle of the suddenly cleared street, his hand reaching for another grenade. An engine roared as an SUV drew up. A body reared up from the sidewalk and lunged at it. That's him! Di Fiore brought up her weapon when Quindica's gun cracked. The detective saw the bomber fall to the ground in her peripheral vision as she took aim. She cursed when civilians crowded in front of her, and by the time her firing line was clear, the getaway vehicle was racing away. The hostile looked back at her impassively as his ride drew away, and then he was out of sight. Di Fiore swore and lifted her gun when pounding feet approached. "Don't shoot!" Cater called out as he ran, shouting orders at officers who flooded the scene. How did you get here so quickly? The detective snatched a glance at Quindica and sighed in relief when her partner made an "I'm okay" gesture. I had my men stationed outside your compound, the colonel replied. He broke off to bark several instructions and turned to her. No casualties, he said, answering her unasked question. We got lucky. That grenade exploded in the street, but no one was near it. Your driver, your security team, they are all safe. Why did you send your team? Quindica came up to them. Just a precaution. Di Fiore searched his face, but the colonel had his game face on and wasn't giving anything away. Your shot was good, he complimented the SAC. It took out the bomber. My men fired at him too, but your round got him. Peyton was the best shooter in her division at Quantico, the detective boasted. Her smile disappeared as she took in the shattered store windows on the sidewalk and the crowd of onlookers being held back by officers. They must have been after the rigs. Not many people know we are in the country, and we haven't been here long enough to make enemies. Nam, Cater agreed. They must have been watching the store and followed us from there. There is no other way they would have known the rigs are with you. I'll get my men to check other shops in Facilia to see if any of them have security cameras. They might be on some feeds if we are lucky. Why didn't he shoot at us when he had the chance? Quindica was referring to the hostile who had tailed them. He needed us as hostages, Di Fiore guessed, to get away. You recognize him? She bobbed her head at the bomber's body on the street. No, the colonel replied. Hadi has many soldiers. I am not familiar with all of them. I'll check our files, but I am not hopeful. What about him? Quindica drawled as she played a clip on her phone. I recorded him as he escaped, got a good view as he looked at us. Cater jerked as if he had been stung. His eyes turned hard as he reached around the SAC and replayed the recording. Who is it? Di Fiore demanded. You know him? Nam. He's a ghost. Ghost? That is Faris Akbar. You haven't heard of him? We haven't been keeping track of terrorists in Iraq, Quindica said dryly. Cutter didn't tell you about him? Cutter? Di Fiore asked sharply. What's his connection to Akbar? Why is he a ghost? Because Cutter killed him. Or he thought he did, but he is very much alive. This was during one of his Delta missions? Cater looked at them for a long moment and checked that there was no one else within earshot. He didn't tell you, he said, almost to himself. Tell us what? Enough with the mystery. What should we know? It wasn't a military mission. Cutter was on his own. I put him on the trail. On his own? Trail? Colonel, Faris Akbar was Tayyib Mansour's lieutenant. He held Riley while the terrorist beheaded her. Di Fiore's jaw dropped. She stared at him. Nope, Cater wasn't joking. His face was grave, his tone serious. She looked at Quindica, who was in a similar state of shock. He told us only about Mansour, the detective gasped, but only after we had read his file, the unredacted one. He is like that. He returned when he had recovered. He came to me for intel. I gave him Mansour and Akbar's last whereabouts. He tracked them and— What about Mansour? Di Fiore interrupted. Is he alive too? No. We recovered the remains of his body and identified it. No doubt about it. He's not alive. There was another body near his which was burned beyond recognition. We assumed it was Akbar's. He must have crawled away when he regained consciousness and dragged that body in to fool us. His face became grimmer. Hadi has a snitch in my department, a low-level clerk. I haven't arrested him because he is useful. I feed false information and have trapped several terrorists. Akbar, who seems to be the terrorist's trusted lieutenant, met my— Di Fiore guessed where he was going. Faris Akbar knows Cutter is in the country. Nam, and we have to assume he also knows of his cover as Aram Zafar, 29. Northern Iraq. I need to cross the border. Cutter squinted upwards as he spoke. Clear sky, a few clouds, no other human around. He had spent the night in the plains beyond Bashila after his visit to the village. Going to Syria required preparation and papers, the latter of which he had none. He did, however, have contacts. "Cutter Grogan," the speaker responded in delight. "Is that you?" "Yeah." He grinned over the phone. "I heard you are doing well." "I got lucky." "Lucky?" "Major General Salah Akram, you head Syria's 15th Special Forces Division. You've come a long way since the time we spent fighting terrorists. You nearly killed me. In Raqqa, I remember." They were both undercover, lone operators. Cutter had been in Delta then, had come across a terrorist camp that appeared deserted and was emerging from a tent when Akram had lunged out of hiding and attacked him. The Syrian officer, who was on his own covert mission, had assumed he was a terrorist. The two men grappled until Cutter got the advantage and was lowering his knife on the man's throat when his captive had cursed in Syrian Arabic. "Lucky for me that you recognized my accent." "Yeah." He didn't tell his friend how close he had come to disregarding his instincts and killing him that night. Their common cause had bonded them, and they had grown to be friends over time. The Syrian officer was one of the very few military personnel who didn't support his country's regime, but he can't do much about it openly, not while he's in the military. Akram turned serious when Cutter mentioned the border. "Cross which border? Syria's?" "Yeah." "Call me on another number." Cutter wrote it on his palm, hung up, and dialed after a few minutes. The Syrian answered immediately. "This is a secure number that very few know of." "He's come out of his office," Cutter guessed from the background noise, "probably in his vehicle." "What's the problem with coming into my country? As far as I know, you aren't on any blacklist." The officer's voice sharpened. "Or are you planning on not using your American passport? Where are you, Cutter?" "In Iraq." "You're using some other identity? I can't tell you more." "You want my help in crossing into my country, but can't tell me anything?" Akram's voice rose. "What I am working on has nothing to do with your country, your government, your military, or your civilians." "You are hunting terrorists?" "No. I left Delta a while ago." "I heard. You have become some kind of private investigator." "Something like that." He heard the officer drum his fingers and sigh. "This isn't an American mission against my country?" "No." "Which border crossing?" "Rabia." It was the northernmost checkpoint between the two countries. It's closest to Bahila. It's where I would have gone if I wanted to cross quickly. "You are lucky. I have some of my trusted people there." "Do you track volunteer organizations when they come into Syria?" "At the border? Not all of them. The ones who have special dispensation, we let them through without any paperwork." DFTF is one of those organizations. The border guards wouldn't have taken note of Samira's ambulance. "What about security cameras? They record everything, don't they?" "Correct. Why are you asking all these questions?" "I can't tell him." "Can you get me a recording of all vehicle crossings about 8 days ago?" "You don't ask much, my friend, do you?" Akram swore. "First, you want to cross. Now, this." Cutter stayed silent. "I owe you." The officer sighed. "A lot. My life, everything. Let me see what I can do. How do I get the videos to you?" "Upload it to a secure site. I'll message you the link. Do it from outside your office." "I know how this works. What identity are you using?" "Aram Zafar, an Iraqi businessman." "A citizen? Why doesn't that surprise me? Send me your passport details and as much intel as you can. I will inform my people that you are one of my people, a covert operative." "I will be crossing today." "I guessed. Is there anything else I can do for you? A welcome party? A banquet?" Akram asked sarcastically. Just the crossing and the videos, nothing else, Cutter said, smiling. I owe you. No, you don't, the officer replied. What you did for me cannot ever be repaid. Cutter messaged the link and his details to Akram and changed into a clean set of clothes. He set out from the plains, driving carefully over the uneven terrain. He got on a dirt road that would eventually join Highway 2, from which he could get to the border crossing. Dust swirled around his ride, reducing visibility, relying on his Land Cruiser's aircon to tame the heat inside. I doubt they have any cooling in their cabs, he thought as he came to a line of trucks whose drivers were standing outside. What's the holdup? He asked, rolling down his window as he came up to a man in a khaki shirt and trousers who was watching the questioning. Checkpoint. The man took him in, hawked and spat on the ground and walked away. Here? Cutter frowned and peered through his windshield. In the distance, he could see a bunch of uniformed men surrounding some of the drivers who were gesticulating furiously. Probably a security check, he thought with a shrug, to contain the militias. He rolled forward when the line moved and the same man who had replied to his questions returned. Papers, he demanded. Who are you? Papers, the man repeated and raised his shirt to show a gun in his waistband. These aren't Iraqi soldiers. Cutter handed over his passport to the man, who riffled through the pages. Aram Zafar? He checked out the photograph and looked up. Naam, I'm a businessman from Baghdad. Businessman? What kind? Restaurants, gas stations, shopping malls? You must be very successful. The man broke off when a commotion appeared ahead. Wait here. He tossed the passport back and hurried to join the guards. As if I can go anywhere. There's no other route. Cutter slipped the passport into his inside pocket and climbed out of the vehicle. He yawned, stretched, and stopped suddenly when the guard started punching the drivers. Hey, he called out and took several steps forward. Don't. Another driver came around his truck. Mind your business. Can you see what they are doing? How can soldiers... Soldiers? The man laughed cynically. They are not Iraqi army. They are local militia. They patrol this part of the country. They take protection money from all of us who use these roads. Those drivers must not be having any cash, which is why they are beating them up. A loud groan came to them, followed by the sounds of metal striking flesh. The armed men were crashing their rifle butts into the drivers' bodies. How many of them are there? Cutter asked tightly. Those 4, and that man in khaki you were speaking to. I see them all the time when I pass this route. You had better have your money ready when you drive up. Cutter started forward as one of the thugs fired in the air. Saidi, what are you? He ignored the driver. Those 4 men are bunched together. Khaki man was approaching them, his back to Cutter. The other drivers were either in their cabs or standing outside, watching. None of them are going forward to help. Why would they? They have to use these roads. They don't want to die here. Stop! Cutter strode forward, his body loose, his right hand raised to his chest. Why are you hitting them? Zafar. Khaki man swung around and blocked his approach. I told you, it is a checkpoint. Checkpoint. You are not Iraqi soldiers or police. Who are you? Go back to your vehicle. Cutter was close enough to see the rage in his eyes and the gray in his beard. The smell of sweat and unwashed clothing came to him. He kneed the man in the groin and followed it up with a punch to his throat. Khaki man fell to the ground, groaning in agony. Weapons? Cutter searched him swiftly. Nope. Stop the beating, he yelled at the 4 attackers who were continuing their assault. They are still close together. They haven't noticed they're a man down. They're used to controlling these roads. No one seems to have challenged them. That's made them careless. He spotted their ride, a battered Hilux which was parked sideways on the road, blocking the first truck. You! One of the attackers pointed at him. Go back. Wait for your turn." "His turn to get beaten," another of the men sneered as he smashed his rifle butt on a driver's head. Cutter felt cold sweep through him at their coarse laughter, the kind of ice that tightened his nerves, fired up his senses, and prepped him for war. "You have no authority here." "Authority? Did you hear what he said?" Sneering man looked at his friends in disbelief. "This is our authority." He raised his AK-47. Cutter caught its barrel with his right hand and shoved it up while his left grabbed its heat shield and jammed the weapon into the man's chest. He freed the weapon with a savage yank and clubbed sneering man to the ground. "Stop!" Cutter growled as he reversed the rifle expertly and pointed it at the militiamen. "Go away!" "You—" One of the hitters yelled and raised his weapon. Cutter shot him in the chest and another attacker in the leg. The remaining man froze. "Drop your gun." He threw it to the ground. "Kick your friends' rifles away." The attacker did as ordered. "You won't get away," he snarled. "We'll—" Cutter swung his AK's barrel and broke his jaw. "Don't speak," he said softly. "Take your men with you. The ones I shot aren't dead. Don't return to this road. You've seen what I'm capable of. If I hear you are terrorizing this region again, I will hunt you down and kill you where you are." The man sobbed in agony and clutched his face. "Move!" He stumbled over to his friends and dragged them to their ride. Cutter watched as he helped the others inside, climbed behind the wheel and drove away. "Saidi," one of the truckers said, bowing his head respectfully. "No one has ever helped us. We went to the police several times and reported these men to the army, but they didn't do anything. They might return. If they do, life will return to what it was." The man shrugged. His face split into a wide grin. "But it was good to see them crying like babies. Allah be with you." Cutter got into his Land Cruiser and drove past the truckers and then remembered Khaki Man. Where did he go? He wasn't in the Hilux. He searched for the man in his rearview mirror and found him lying on his side, snarling with his phone held high. "He recorded me. Should I finish him?" He shook his head. No killing. He watched the man grow smaller in his mirror and wondered if he would regret that decision. 30. "I told you to go to Mosul." Lais Hadi caught Faris Akbar and shoved him against the wall of the cave. "I told you to get those bike shop owners to get us more coins. That is all you had to do. Go quietly. Put the fear of Allah in them. Did you do that?" The terrorist leader screamed in his lieutenant's face. "Those men are dead. Our rigs are gone. Our entire operation in Mosul is finished." "I didn't have anything to do with that." "You attacked some women." Hadi punched Akbar in the chest with his fist. "You killed Bashir." "Quietly. That's what I told you. Go quietly. Get things done without anyone knowing. Did you do that?" Akbar didn't reply. He knew his boss's rage. He had seen Hadi shoot his own men for talking back. He had watched the commander slit a soldier's throat for disobeying orders. Hadi pushed him away in disgust and paced silently. "We need money. We are running out of it. We were banking on those Mosul coins. The mining pool is not as successful as those three. You know all this." "Nam, Saidi." Akbar's meek tone seemed to calm his leader down. "Do you know what happened in your absence? I had sent some men to Garbir to extract information from the villagers on who betrayed Akhtar and Azar. They never reached it." "What do you mean?" "Naim." Hadi snapped his fingers. "Show Faris what you found." Naim Iqbal, their technical expert who was also responsible for all their online content, came forward with his phone. This was posted by the Qaim army 2 nights ago. "We killed Hadi's dogs near Gawasha. The terrorists had better not enter our territory. There were photographs of the men on the ground and another of a ravine. I know this area. Akbar zoomed in on the images. It is several kilometers from Garer. Why did our men go there? Who knows? Hadi snarled. Did you see their other message? Naeem brought up another message. Qaim army did not kill Hadi's men. We do not know who sent that message. I investigated that first account, the one that claimed responsibility, the computer expert explained. It posts Qaim news. Why would the second account deny that message? Akbar knew every militia outfit in Iraq used multiple social media identities to post. We also have a few. They are lying, Hadi spat. They are playing games. We have fought with them several times in that region. They act as if they own it, but no one can stop our fighters from going where we want to. We have killed many of their people as well. Now, he roared in sudden anger as he shook his lieutenant. Do you see? We don't know anything about the Garer traitors. We are running out of money. You got Bashir killed and got us unwanted attention. Akbar waited for the storm to pass, but before he could speak, Hadi looked around. Where is Abbas? I asked him to stay back in Mosul and follow those women. You said they are FBI agents. That's what our informer told me. They are investigating our activity in crypto. They can do that all they want. They will never find our coins or our operations. But those rigs, I'll get them back, Saidi. I'll find a way. I know how hard it is to replace them. There is something else you should know. The man who killed Habib and the others, I know him. Who is he? An American soldier from Delta, one of their special forces outfits. His name is Cutter Grogan. What is it? Akbar demanded at his expression. You know I was with Tayyib Mansour, Saidi. Yes, I found you, barely alive. Everyone thought you were dead. The world still thinks so. That's why I asked you to be discreet in Mosul, but did you listen to me? Saidi, this man, Cutter Grogan, I killed him. 31. We had been hunting him for a long time after he destroyed our cell. One of our informers in the Mosul base gave us a clue. He had overheard Grogan's friends talking, that he was in Turkey, on a honeymoon with his wife. We found them, Saidi, Akbar exulted as he recalled the event. We tortured both of them, Tayyib and I. I held his wife while Mansour cut her head. He and I both. We finished him after that. But he was alive. Nam. That was our first mistake. We didn't check and left his body in Turkey. He returned, hunting us, and found us in our cave in the Hamrin Mountains. He killed Tayyib and shot and knifed me. He left me for dead. I know all this, Faris, Hadi said impatiently. What's your point? Why is he in Iraq? It can't be a coincidence that he killed our miners. The terrorist leader nodded as he resumed his pacing. He doesn't have the rigs. You showed me that newspaper article. Those men were harassing that teacher. This man, Grogan, just happened to be there to save them. He was in the bike shop. You saw the video. Yes, and you showed me the suitcase he took with him. He was after whatever is in it. He didn't take the rigs. No. Hadi shook his head definitively. I don't believe this American is after us. I don't care why he is in the country. He caught Akbar's shirt and pulled him close. I know how you feel about him, but, he raised a finger in warning, I am not Tayyib Mansour. The American means nothing to me. You have two missions. Recover those rigs and find out who the Garer traitors are. Only those two missions. You are my friend, Faris, but I will not hesitate to use my knife on you if you go seeking revenge. Do you understand? Naam, Sayyidi. Akbar nodded dutifully. He schooled his features into an obedient expression. I didn't see many of our fighters. Where are they? I sent some of them across the Syrian border to get those Yazidi women back. You know, the ones who were freed by the Americans. Naeem said he has picked up chatter that they are hiding in some villages there. They are our property. We need them to keep our men happy. Don't worry about them. I have told you what you need to do." Akbar bowed his head. He had a third mission, but he wouldn't tell Hadi that. Cutter Grogan and he had unfinished business. And this time, he would make sure the American was truly dead. 32. Syria. Was that the last of the patients? Samira rolled her shoulders and massaged the back of her neck. "Naam," Harper replied, and brought her a bowl of warm water. The doctor sighed gratefully as she washed her hands and face and toweled herself dry. They were on the outskirts of Jaza, a small village to the east of Rabia, where they had conducted a health camp for its residents. They had traveled on both sides of this border crossing ever since their arrival in the country, stopping for a day or two in small hamlets where they treated villagers. Their Mercedes van had been welcomed gratefully wherever it stopped, with villagers helping them make camp and set up the tent for the health service. Harper went outside the tent when she heard clanking to see Rahman knocking pegs into the ground, making sleeping arrangements for them. "You need help?" "No," he smiled. "You both need to rest. You have been working all day. Leave this to me. I'll fix something for dinner as well." "We'll be safe here." "No place in Syria or Iraq is safe." She nodded. "There are militia groups here too, and terrorist cells. But everyone knows DFTF. We have safe passage wherever we go." She jammed her hands into her pockets and crossed her fingers. "Hope that continues." The feel of her phone brought a wave of guilt. She had sent a brief video message to her mother on arrival in Syria to show that she was safe. She had been careful not to show any identifying features in the background. That was a week ago. She must be worried sick. The stubborn streak rose in her. "She doesn't need to know where I am every moment. I left DC to get away from all that." "I like you," Samira told her when she turned back inside the tent. Harper flushed as she took in the doctor. A lock of hair fell over her face, nearly obscuring an eye. There was fatigue in her eyes, but also a small smile on her lips. She means that, in a friendly way, she cautioned herself as her chest pounded. "I like you too," she said, nervously fingering her hair. "Otherwise, why would I go with you?" She turned when Rahman cleared his throat. "When did he come in?" The driver's discreet wink indicated he had overheard their conversation. She glared at him despite her embarrassment and helped Samira pack up her instruments. "We travel back to Rabia tomorrow." "Naam," Rahman replied. "We'll go beyond it, to the Turkish border. There are many refugees there, Syrians escaping the civil war, Iraqis wanting to get away to Europe. The Jaza villagers told me where we can place our next camp. I have planned the route, stocked up on fuel." "What would we do without you?" "Make the best use of my help," he said, glancing at her and at the doctor's back, his meaning clear. Harper scowled at him as she shoved him out of the tent. "Will you do this for the rest of your life?" she asked as she helped Samira fold their chairs and the treatment table. "This? Working in the DFTF? No," Samira laughed. "I would burn out. No one can continue like this. I would like to open my own clinic one day," she said wistfully. "Maybe in another city or country, where it is safer, where we don't see people dying or wounded because of war. Syria, there is nothing left for me here. What about you?" "I'll follow you wherever you go." "I don't have anything or anyone left in Baghdad either." "Maybe the two of us should start that clinic. We make a good couple." Harper jerked her head up and stared at the doctor in surprise. That word? What did she mean by it? Samira's cheeks dimpled. Her eyes shone. "What?" Harper began when Rahman burst inside. "We have a problem." 33. Northern Iraq. "Who did you say he was?" Aswad Hafiz replayed the video and watched it. "Aram Zafar," Kamil Imami said. "I was the only one to speak to him. He said he was a businessman from Baghdad." "You are also the one with the least injuries," the Qayyam army commander said, tossing Imami's phone back at him. "He hit me, Saidi. I lost consciousness for several minutes. Besides, I didn't have a weapon. That's because you cannot be trusted with a gun. Zafar, did you see where he went? That route joins Highway 2, Saidi. All the trucks we stop on that road are headed for Syria. Take some men with you, Amami. Good fighters. Find Zafar and bring him back. He won't have gone far. This is Iraq. The roads aren't that great and someone would have seen him. We need to make an example out of him. We should put it out on social media also, Saidi, that we are searching for him. Maybe we should offer a reward. You surprise me sometimes with your intelligence, Hafiz said, nodding approvingly. I will arrange that. No one can challenge our authority and get away with it. Faris Akbar woke when an elbow gouged into his side. He cupped his mouth and yawned and rubbed his eyes. Where are we? About an hour away from Garer, Saidi, the driver told him. We should reach it before night time. What is it? He said, turning to the man who had nudged him. Why did you disturb me? You should see this, Saidi. The fighter held up his phone. Aram Zafar? Is that the name he is going by? Akbar frowned and snatched the phone. He recognized Grogan's face in the short clip. Qayyim Army is looking for him. He exhaled when he read the brief Twitter message again. Why? I heard some chatter at the gas station, Saidi, the driver said, glancing at him. Some truckers were talking about an incident near Bajila. That's Qayyim Army territory. They were saying some man attacked the checkpoint soldiers. When was this? Earlier today. Akbar looked out of the window as their Hilux drove through northern Iraq. Barren land, a distant village, no other vehicle in sight. His driver was sticking to barely used, hardly known tracks as they sped to Garer. Show me that Qayyim Army post, where they boasted about killing our soldiers. He read it when his fighter brought it up. That was 2 days ago. What if it was Grogan who killed our men and tweeted that? Akbar knew from bitter experience that the American was capable of extreme violence and had the technological capability to post from a fake account. That was Grogan's doing. He was sure of it. He didn't know what the American was doing in the region. And then another thought struck him. Garer. What if Grogan killed our men there and dumped the bodies in the ravine? Go faster, he snarled. The villagers had a lot of questions to answer, and he would extract all of them. Cutter got off the road when he was an hour away from Rabia and drove to the rainwater ditch by its side. He got out of his ride and stretched, brought out his water bottle, took a large swallow, and washed his face. He leaned against his Land Cruiser as the light breeze cooled him while he checked his messages. The Qayyim Army post caught his attention. He studied it for a while and then shrugged. Khaki man. I gave my name to him. No other way the militia would have known about me. Being hunted in Iraq and Syria wasn't new to him. I might need what's in those, he thought, eyeing the weapons case in the back of his ride, if those soldiers catch up with me. He brought up the video that Akram had sent him and fast-forwarded to where the DFTF Mercedes had crossed the Rabia border post. That's Rahman behind the wheel and Samira next to him. He lingered on the pale, indistinct shape behind them. That's got to be Harper. He dialed Di Fiore's number and crossed his legs. They are in... You are a wanted man. Qayyim Army is hunting you. Have you seen their tweet? They're after Aram Zafar, he said, grinning. I look very different from my real self. Faris Akbar knows about you and your cover. 34. The world turned dark. Northern Iraq disappeared, and in its place was a gray, shadowy landscape. A roaring sound filled Cutter's ears as the memories returned. Faris Akbar's snarling face, Hadi's burning eyes as he raised the bloodied knife. Riley's screams. He howled like a wounded animal, but there wasn't anyone to hear. He raised his face upwards and screamed and cried, "Cutter!" He panted and looked down blindly at the ground. Cutter! Cutter! The darkness faded. A truck came up the road and drove past him slowly, its driver looking at him curiously. "Yeah, I'm here." He was aware of his harsh breathing. He felt a burning on his left hand and looked at it. He had unconsciously punched the side of his ride until his knuckles bled. He wiped the sweat off his face with a forearm and took a deep swallow of water. "Tell me," he said hoarsely, and listened while Di Fiore broke it down for him. "He has teamed up with Hadi," she finished. "Send me that video." "Check your phone." He played it and stared at the man in the departing vehicle. There was no doubt about it. It was Faris Akbar, older, more lines on his face, but it was the terrorist. "Cater's sure this snitch has told him my identity?" "He isn't, but it is a good guess. He has left you several messages." "The number he has for me, it isn't active." Cutter flexed his fingers and studied them. The skin had broken and the bleed was a slow drip. No digit was broken, however. "I told you to stay in Baghdad. What made you go to that restaurant without your protection detail?" "You're asking about us, after what we just told you," Di Fiore yelled. "Faris Akbar knows I'm in Iraq. So what?" "Nothing changes," Cutter replied flatly. "I'm not hunting him. Cater is the smartest Iraqi police officer I've ever known. He'll get the terrorist and Hadi too, if either of them isn't killed by one of our drones." "You called us for a reason." Quindica, calm, soft. "Yeah," Cutter remembered. "They're in Syria." "What?" The SAC's voice turned taut. "Hold up." He forwarded Akram's clip to her and Di Fiore. "Check your phones." "That's them," Di Fiore exclaimed. "That person behind them has to be Harper in her disguise." "What I figured." "When was this?" 8 days ago. I picked up their trail in Bahila, a small village." "How did you get this video?" "I have contacts." "Can they find out where exactly they are?" "The Syrian authorities could, if they wanted to, but the administration is as corrupt as the Iraqi one, and then there's the politics." "Gotcha." The Syrian president was the reason for the country's civil war. He had brutally clamped down on protesters, which had sparked the internal conflict that had begun 10 years ago. Rebel groups supported by foreign countries, extremist organizations, ISIL, and militia organizations got involved, but the leader stayed in power. 500,000 dead or missing, Cutter thought bleakly. "You're planning to cross the border?" "How?" Di Fiore asked. "I have contacts," he repeated. "They could be anywhere. Samira could go to Damascus. That's where she's from." "She has no one left there. This is a woman who could have landed a high-paying job in a private hospital. Nope, she will be doing what she was in Iraq. She, Harper, and Rahman will be working in the small villages. I'm sure they'll stay close to the border so they can return. While DFTF is active in Syria too, it's Iraq where they have their main operations." "Why is the Qaim army interested in you?" "I discouraged some of their fighters from taking protection money." He couldn't help grinning at Di Fiore's sigh. He didn't tell them about the killings at Garer. They don't need to know. "Cutter, travel safely." "Gina Di Fiore, is that concern in your voice?" "She uses my first name very rarely." She hung up. He washed his face and bathed his knuckles and let himself dry in the evening wind before firing up his Land Cruiser. "Faris Akbar is alive. He isn't my mission." A cold dread filled him at a thought. What if Akbar works out who Harper is? 35. "Mosul. We have to go," Di Fiore said as soon as she hung up. "We have to be with him. Akbar, Qaim army. Get up. Start packing." She darted around their room and flung her clothes into her travel bag. She packed the body armor and spare magazines in her go bag and whirled on Quindica. "You haven't even moved." "I don't think—" "Think what?" the detective yelled. "You heard Cutter. He's going into Syria. He's alone. Hadi's men, and this militia will hunt him. We have to help him." She glared at the SAC, who rose from her chair without a word and packed swiftly. "We'll take our ride," Di Fiore said when they reached ground level. "Diego," she said to the leader of their protection team, "we are going to the Syrian border." He gawped at her. "Border? Syria?" "Yeah." She dumped their luggage in the back of their rides and went to the wheel. "To Rabia." "Where will you stay? We need permission." "Diego." She turned on him. "We are going, with or without you. I'll drive. You can follow us." "Ma'am, we need—" She made an inarticulate sound of rage, pulled out her phone and punched in some numbers. "Ma'am." Her voice softened when her call was answered. "We need your help. Harper is in Syria. We have proof of that. I'll send it to you after I hang up. She, Samira, and their driver crossed 8 days ago. Our security detail is refusing to accompany us. Can you—" "Harper is in Syria?" Vice President Jill Dalton interrupted her. "Yes, ma'am. Cutter is crossing the border to get them. We have to be close by to provide backup." Di Fiore kept quiet when she heard the mother choke back a sob of relief. "She sent me a video several days ago showing that she was safe. We couldn't identify where she was. Nothing in the background to help pin down her location. She could have made it any time. There was no timestamp on it. Your security team—" The Veep's voice strengthened. "Leave it with me. I'll make calls." Half an hour later they were on the road, Di Fiore driving despite Diego's insistence, while he and 2 other soldiers followed. 2 Land Rovers that had armored glass and Kevlar plating. A compromise. He had insisted on military vehicles, but she had wanted less conspicuous rides. The soldiers were in civilian clothing, at her insistence again, but with their full gear. M4 carbines, M249 squad automatics, armor, grenades, secure comms, everything they would need for their new assignment. Di Fiore drove confidently out of the city, tires humming on the road, traffic sliding past their thick windows. Mosul in the evening had a light haze hanging over it. A truck honked as it tried to overtake them. She drifted into its lane to block it and hit the gas. No way was she going to be overtaken by lumbering vehicles. The city fell behind once they joined Highway 1, a dark stretch of asphalt that ran as far as the eye could see. "This is a bad idea." Quindica didn't reply. "I got carried away. Diego was right to protest." She shot a sideways look at her partner and caught her profile, expressionless, looking straight ahead. "I wasn't thinking properly. Akbar, Qaim Army, Cutter out there, alone. All that got to me." "I figured that." "You didn't object much. I've known you long enough." She sighed, and the tension inside her started easing at the dry humor in Quindica's voice. "Our investigation. Those rigs are still with us. We were supposed to track them down, meet the cybercrime. We can still do all of that. Video calls. Those won't be as effective as meeting in person. Helping Cutter isn't our assignment. We'll get by. Our boss isn't going to fire us over this. Why do you put up with me? I'll go with you wherever you want to, whenever. I'll be with you every moment." Di Fiore blinked back tears at the way Quindica said it. She reached out blindly and squeezed her forearm. "Screw it," she thought, and leaned over and kissed her partner's cheek. "Careful," Quindica drawled. "We don't want to be stopped by the police for a cultural violation." The detective laughed and wiped her eyes. She looked at their security team in the rearview mirror. "I'll apologize to Diego. He was right." "Yeah, he came through, though." The sergeant had arranged accommodation for them near Rabia. A small house, 2 clicks away from the border crossing, with its own compound. The U.S. military had taken possession of it during the war against the terrorists and had kept it. "We'll stay on the Iraqi side of the border to provide backup to Cutter once he returns. There's nothing more we can do. He'll be fine." Quindica nodded towards the horizon. This is what he's best at. Di Fiore nodded and hit the gas, as if it would help keep Cutter Grogan safe. Neither noticed the car tailing them. 36. Syria. Cutter joined the line of vehicles at the Arabia border crossing. He reached into the glove compartment and brought out a file of papers. I don't have a Syrian visa, but Akram will take care of that. He had forged papers from the Iraqi Foreign Ministry that declared Aram Zafar to be on government work and that he should be provided safe passage. He presented them to the guard who approached him. The man read through them swiftly, looked at him, and checked out the inside of his Land Cruiser. "Wait," he ordered, and disappeared inside the border hut. He returned with a senior officer who strode to Cutter. "You need a Syrian visa to cross. You don't have that on your passport." "Call Tariq Amir," Cutter replied in a bored tone. "Tell him about me, but make sure you tell him who you are. I'm sure our foreign minister will want to know why you have interfered in an important diplomatic mission. I've seen enough VIPs. You are not one of them. Wait, let me call him." Cutter pulled out his phone. "You talk to him." Sayyidi. He sat up straight and pretended that his call was answered. "I am at Rabia. The border guards aren't letting me through. I'm afraid we will have to postpone the dinner with the president of Syria. I know. All the arrangements have been made. The world media will be there, waiting for us to announce this new deal with the Syrian government, but we'll have to cancel all of it because of these guards. Can you please call the president? Also, please talk to this man. Tell him what he has done." "Wait!" The officer backed off when Cutter thrust the phone at him. "Let him through," he directed the guard. "Please tell the minister nothing needs to be canceled." Sayyidi. Cutter hid a smile and spoke gravely to the non-existent caller. "They are letting me through. The dinner will go ahead." He drove under the raised barrier and across the short distance to the Syrian checkpost. He presented his passport to the armed soldier, who flicked through it. "Check with your commander," Cutter preempted him. "My name will be on your system." "You don't have a visa." "I don't need one. Go inside and check." The guard returned swiftly and handed back his passport. "You should have told me who you are," he said accusingly. "What has Akram told them about me?" "My brother wants to get into military intelligence. You people," he looked admiringly at Cutter, "can go anywhere, under any cover. I bet you were in Iraq on a secret mission." "I can't talk about it." "What's in that?" The guard nodded at his weapons case. "Guns," Cutter told him bluntly. "I knew it." The man exulted softly. He shook his head in awe. "You military intelligence people, go, Sayyidi." He went to a panel and pressed a button that raised the cross barrier. "Tell your brother to mention my name, Aram Zafar," he told the guard. "I will make sure he is selected." "That's your real name?" "Yes." "Military intelligence," the guard said in wonder and waved him inside Syria. 37. Harper looked questioningly at Rahman. "What do you mean?" She broke off when he stood aside to let a woman come through. She was in a black abaya, a dark scarf over her head which remained bowed. "She came to me and said she needed help." The woman stayed silent, looking at the ground. "Speak. Tell them what you told me. You are safe here." "Safe? Is she being followed?" Harper glanced at Rahman, who made a calming gesture. "You need to come with me, please." The woman raised her head finally. She spoke in Arabic with an unfamiliar accent. "Go where with you, Akhti?" Samira asked softly. "To Baroy. We need your help." "That's way to the east, close to the Turkish border with Iraq." "Who is we?" Harper interjected. "Yazidi women," the stranger said proudly. She was struck by the woman's flashing dark eyes and the strong lines on her face. "We were part of the fighter battalion in the war against the terrorists," the newcomer continued. "Once it was over, We returned to our villages, but many of us were captured by the surviving cells. They made slaves of us. Barrage is where many of us fled to. Many of my sisters are injured and need urgent help. You came from Barrage to find us? Nam. I went to small villages to see if DFTF ambulances were there. I heard you were here and came as quickly as I could. I'm not the only one, though. We sent out women in all directions, even in Iraq, to get DFTF help. We can't go to the police or to big hospitals. Very few people know where we are hiding. Her combat boots were caked in dust, their soles frayed. Do you need help? No. But we will leave in the morning, Samira told her. We were planning to go to that part of the country in any case. No, that will be too late. Some of them might die. Rahman. Come, Okti, the driver said gently and led her out of the tent. Okti, my sister. I gave her some food and water. She's in our van, he said when he returned after a while. How did she get here? Harper asked. She walked, hitched rides with truckers. She said one of them tried to assault her. She broke his hand. Samira. You know the DFTF rules, the doctor said expressionlessly. We don't help terrorists and rebel groups. We serve civilians only. These women are victims, Harper replied fiercely. And they are fighters, Samira said, breaking into a broad smile. Did you think I was going to refuse? I was playing with you. She high-fived Harper and turned to Rahman. It will mean driving at night. It won't be the first time, he replied. She should have done more than break his arm, Harper said heatedly, referring to the newcomer. She did. Let's say that truckers' reproductive capabilities might not recover. 38. Northern Iraq. Park a mile away, Akbar ordered as their ride got closer to Garer. Saidi, it is dark, the driver began. I know. That is what I want. I made us take several breaks when we got close so that there would be no light. You are expecting trouble, Saidi, a fighter asked. There are no fighters in that village. No one stopped us when we entered it the last time. Grogan killed our men in Garer. He was convinced of that. One man took out 5 experienced soldiers. He could still be here. We should never underestimate anyone. We should never assume anything. He climbed out when the driver rolled to a stop and watched as the man hid their vehicle behind a clump of trees. We walk to Garer, Akbar declared, but stay off the road. Walk in that ditch so that we won't be seen easily. He turned around at one point during the 8-minute walk to glare at his soldiers. His look was enough to quiet their conversation and joking. They are good fighters, but they need to be reminded of discipline, time and again. There were 6 of them, including him. The American had dealt with a similar number. No, Faris Akbar, the deadly killer, wasn't going to take anything for granted. He dropped behind the man in the lead when Garer came into view. They crouched and watched for several moments until he gave a hand signal and then belly-crawled the last 100 yards. Is this needed, Saidi? Be quiet, he whisper-shouted. They got close to the large rock that marked the village entrance, and when Akbar was sure there was no threat, he gave another hand signal for them to rise. The blast took out the man in front of him. 39. Faris Akbar threw himself sideways and rolled instinctively. He heard his men shout in surprise, and several returned fire. He's behind the rock, he screamed and started shooting with his rifle as he crawled rapidly on the ground. The rock grew bigger as it got closer. It was large enough to hide a fully grown adult, and its weathered, jagged surface shone in the dim light. He took a deep breath as Grogan's rifle went silent. He's changing magazines. Akbar charged with a roar, holding his rifle in front of him, and darted around the natural shelter. The figure behind it whirled at his approach. That's not Grogan. His finger paused on the trigger as he took in the abaya and the pale face. It's a woman. You killed our men? He yelled as he lunged at her. Instinct saved him. The knife that she stabbed scratched the side of his belly, and then he was on her. He slapped her savagely as they fell to the ground, and he had started choking her when he cocked his head. "What's that?" He heard yelling from the village and sounds of shots. "Saidi," his driver said urgently. "There are many men running towards us. We can't shoot them all." Akbar swore and punched the struggling woman until she blacked out. He lifted her effortlessly and threw her over his shoulder. "Cover me," he told his men, and hustled back to their ride. They retreated while firing continually, which kept the villagers from progressing. They made it to their vehicle without casualties. "Saidi, our man is out there, the one who was shot." The driver looked nervously in the direction of the village. "He's dead. If he isn't, they will kill him," Akbar said callously. "That's the price you all pay for failing." He dumped the woman on the vehicle's floor and turned on the interior light. A soldier gasped. Another exclaimed sharply, "That's the girl's mother," Akbar completed. "The one I shot. She must have been waiting for us to return. Now I will wait for her to wake up, and she will wish I had shot her too." Everyone has a breaking point. Bisma Kazmi reached hers after an hour of torture. She wasn't a fighter. She wasn't a trained soldier. She was a mother who had seen her daughter shot by the murderer who worked on her, and that rage made her last that long. But she broke when the terrorist dropped his trousers and lay on top of her battered body, and she screamed in the night, and when he rose again and brought out his knife, she summoned all her rage, all her fury, and cursed him, that he too would die savagely, and then she was beyond talking. 40. Jabbar helped lay out Bisma Kazmi's body in the schoolyard. He stepped back to allow women to adjust the dead woman's abaya. They had cleaned her up as best they could to make her presentable, but her slashed neck couldn't be hidden. He gritted his teeth in anger at the sight and turned away. "We should have chased them," a man said bitterly. "He followed them in the night so that they could pick us off, one by one," he retorted. "We discussed this several times. Our duty is to protect the village, not go chasing terrorists." "They took Bisma." "We didn't know that. It was at night." He had figured the mother had escaped the terrorist attack, but when she didn't reappear in the morning, he had organized a search party. They had found her body several miles away and from its state guessed what had transpired. Why did they torture her? "That shot we heard. It was her. She killed that man we found on the road. They must have done all that to her to punish her." "They rape?" Jabbar turned on the villager fiercely and raised a finger in warning. "No more talking. We all know what those animals did to her. There is no need to mention it." He had called the police and the army, but neither had turned up. "They never do," he thought bitterly. "We have to look after ourselves." He watched from several feet away as women sat next to the body, many of them weeping silently. Someone had placed an old photograph of Syria next to her mother. Its glass surface caught the light and seemed to cast a halo around Bisma Kazmi. "Will they return?" the tea shop owner asked, coming to him quietly. "Who knows?" Jabbar shrugged. "They tortured her. She must have told them all that she knew." "She didn't know who told the Americans about Akhtar and Azer." "Naam, I know that. We have to stay alert." "I have to keep watch at night the way Bisma did. No one else will." "Saidi." He turned when a woman approached him. "I found this when I was cleaning her up. It was tucked in her dress." Jabbar took the wrinkled card and smoothed it. Aram Zafar. He recalled the businessman's visit. Why did Bisma have his card? Did they meet? He looked at the number and pulled out his phone. Allah was with him. There was a signal. If the mother carried Zafar's details, it was important to her. The least he could do to respect her was to inform the man. 41. Syria. Cutter sat in his Land Cruiser with the aircon on full blast. He was in yet another line of trucks, another checkpoint. He had identified villages with less than 1,000 people within an hour's radius of the border crossing and decided to check each of them out. He had started to the left of the border and had already crossed 7 hamlets off his list before reaching the line of vehicles. Military checkpoint? Syria had a number of militia and armed groups roaming the country as well. Some supported the government, while the rest opposed it. All of them are out for power and won't miss any opportunity to extract money from civilians. He leaned out of the window, but all he could see were trucks and some drivers outside. He got out and asked a few drivers whose checkpoint this was, but they didn't know either. He returned to the vehicle and sat patiently. Time moved differently in the Middle East, slower. There was little of the sense of urgency, the continual hustle that marked life in New York. He was in resting mode, half snoozing, when his phone rang. He frowned at the unknown number. That's not Gina or Peyton. It could be Beth or Meg. He accepted the call, expecting to hear them. Aram Zafar? Naam. That's an old man. Could it be Jabbar from Garbir? Saidi. He sat up, alert. How can I help you? Is this about the gas station? I'm still scouting for locations. I said I was in the very early stages. It's not about that, Zafar. He sounds tired, resigned. Hadi's men returned yesterday night. A chill swept through Cutter. Did they? They killed Bisma. I don't know if you are aware, but she stood guard behind that rock outside our village. I know. We spoke when I was returning to my vehicle, he replied numbly. They took her, Zafar. Jabbar's voice shook. And tortured her. They didn't stop there. They violated her? He guessed. Naam. The village elder broke down and sobbed. They are animals, Zafar. Bisma was the gentlest person in the village. She and Soraya. They killed them both. Allah curse them. She killed one terrorist. Jabbar blew his nose and cleared his throat. His body was on the road. We laid out her body in the village and gave her a respectful farewell. One of the women who was preparing her for burial found your card. I thought you should know. Thank you. We spoke briefly, but even in that short time I could sense how deep her grief was. She has joined Soraya. Jabbar started weeping again and hung up without another word. Cutter could feel his chest pounding. That rushing in his ears was the pulsing of his blood through his veins and arteries. A bee buzzed outside his window. He could see its wings fluttering and thought he could hear it tap the glass and fly away. A loud honk from behind brought him to the present, a truck reminding him impatiently that the line had moved. He nosed his vehicle forward, reached blindly for his water bottle and drank. Drops rolled down his chin and wet his shirt, but he didn't bother to wipe them. He felt cold, empty, and his voice sounded like the scratch of sandpaper when he spoke to a man standing outside his window. What is the holdup? One of the drivers doesn't have money. Money for what? To pay the guards. Cutter waited for him to pass and slipped on his shoulder holster and a light jacket to cover it up. He turned off his engine and got out of his Land Cruiser. He walked past several trucks until the checkpoint came into view. 4 men in faded camo clothing surrounded a driver who was gesticulating angrily. 2 of the men had AK-47s in their hands while the others had their weapons slung behind their backs. Are you Syrian police or army? Cutter went up to them. Go back to your vehicle. Your turn will come, a guard ordered him. Police or army? Didn't you hear me? Why do you have the checkpoint here? Why are you taking money from us? That's what I have been asking, the other driver yelled. You! The guard butted him in the belly with the stock of his AK. If you don't have money, this is what you get, he screamed. Are they police or army? Cutter grabbed the driver and yanked him back before a second blow could strike him. Neither. They are from some militia. They harass us. Cutter pushed him away and ducked when he felt movement. The approaching guard's AK whistled past his head. He chopped the man's elbow with a savage blow. The guard screamed and dropped his weapon. Cutter kicked him in the groin, shoved him away, and faced the 3 guards, who were caught off guard at the burst of action. "Go back to wherever you came from," he told them coldly. They weren't in the mood for obeying. They yelled in anger and clawed at their weapons. One of them lunged forward, his finger curling around the trigger. Cutter sidestepped, drew his Glock in a blurring motion, and shot him in the face. He felt the man's round whine past his face as he pivoted and shot a second guard in the shoulder. The 4th man was close enough to him that he was able to body slam the guard to the ground. He crashed his barrel against his temple. He got to his feet swiftly, checked that none of them were a threat, and caught Broken Elbow by the collar. "My name is Aram Zafar," he hissed. "Tell your gang that I will never pay money at any checkpoint. Make sure the word spreads. Now take your men, that body, and go." He slapped the guard to emphasize his point, kicked their rifles away, and watched with his Glock ready as the injured man loaded his friends into a pickup truck and drove away jerkily. "Sayyidi!" The arguing driver came up to him. "What you did?" "You heard what I said. Spread my name in the trucker community. Aram Zafar. Tell the police what happened." "The police take their cut," the man said bitterly. "Everyone does. We are the ones who suffer. Tell everyone you meet, Aram Zafar will not pay bribes." Cutter returned to his Land Cruiser and drove past the truckers, who stared at him. He drove carefully when he turned a bend in the road, alert for ambushes, but there was no sign of the militia. He reached Hadad, where he learned that Samira and Harper had visited the village a few days earlier. "No, Saidi," a weathered-looking villager replied. "They didn't say where they were going next." He fired up his ride and drove to the next village, 10 clicks away. DFTF had been there too, but those residents didn't know where the ambulance would stop next either. It came to him when he was leaving the village. He drove as fast as he could over the uneven road, hoping, praying, and sighed in relief when he saw the line of the trucks at the checkpoint. There were no guards. It appeared the drivers had decided to use the place as a rest stop. He searched for a familiar face and found the man he had rescued from the beating. "Zafar." The trucker straightened and came away from the bunch of drivers he was with. "You are back? Do you travel these roads every day?" "Nam. I carry loads back and forth from the Turkish border to Syrian towns." "Have you come across a DFTF ambulance?" "The white vans." "Nam. I haven't, but let me ask the others." He returned presently with another trucker. Farouk saw one. "Nam. Saidi. They treated me." "Where? Who were they? When did this happen?" The man pulled up his trouser leg to reveal a dressing on his shin. "I had this bad cut that wasn't healing. Their ambulance had stopped by the road for a tea break." He didn't sense Cutter's urgency and took his time in answering. 2 women and their driver." Cutter caught his sleeve, but the trucker still didn't hurry his reply. "Allah was with me that I found them and they helped me. This was near Jaza," he said finally. His brow wrinkled. "No, not nearby. It must have been 10 or 12 kilometers away from the village. It is further down this road, way further. Rahman, their driver, was friendly. He made tea for me while the women cleaned my wound." "When was this?" Cutter asked tightly. "Yesterday evening," Farouk replied in surprise, as if it was obvious. "I dropped my load off, returned at night, and here I am again with another cargo." "Did they say where they were going?" Farouk stared into the distance. He looked at the ground. Cutter could almost feel his brain working to retrieve the memory. "Beroy!" he exclaimed finally. "I told Rahman I picked up loads from the Turkish border and he said that's where they were going." "Zafar," the driver called out. "Where are you running? What's the hurry?" Cutter waved his hands in apology as he raced to his ride. He floored the gas and tore down the road, the cold inside him deepening. That was Faris Akbar in Garbier. He was sure of it. He didn't have any confirmation. Jabbar hadn't mentioned him, but Cutter felt it in his bones. Faris Akbar was the man who had tortured and raped Bisma Kazmi. She couldn't have withstood it. She would have confessed what she guessed, that the DFTF volunteers were the Americans' informers. 42. Northern Iraq. "It is the DFTF volunteers," Faris Akbar yelled into the phone. He had deliberately waited to call well into the morning, at a time Hadi would be free. "Calm down," his boss ordered. "Why are you shouting?" Samira Latif, Laila Ahmed, and Rahman Abdul are their names. They are the DFTF volunteers. The first woman is the doctor, the second is her assistant, and the man is their driver. "Why are you telling me all this?" "Saidi," Akbar said, controlling his impatience. "It is they who informed the Americans about Akhtar and Azer. They were in Garbier when our men were there." "How do you know this?" "I kidnapped that girl's mother." "Which girl? The one you killed?" "Nam. I tortured her mother and she told me everything. I don't know if the three of them were in it together or just one of them." "Where are they now?" "The woman said they went to Mishara." "Go there. Pick up their trail. We need to know how these charity workers could make contact with the Americans. Who are they? I will send someone to investigate." "I think they have an office in Mosul, Saidi." "Nam. Isar is good at this kind of work. He can be violent also if needed. I will send him. I will also spread the word among all our fighters to look out for their ambulance. What about the rigs? How will you get them?" "Those American women are near Rabia in a house on its outskirts. Our equipment is with them." "Rabia? What are they doing there?" "Nothing, Saidi. Abbas followed them out of Mosul. He has eyes on them. They have stayed indoors all day." "Great work, Faris. Attack them and get our rigs." "They have 3 soldiers with them, Saidi. Let Abbas watch them for a while to get an idea about their routine. That will give me time to find out where these volunteers are." "Nam, you are correct. Once you are ready to attack or have those DFTF people, let me know. I will come with all our fighters." "What the hell is he up to?" Di Fiore yelled at her partner. "Twitter is full of him. Full of Aram Zafar." "Yeah." The detective tossed her head impatiently. "But Akbar and Hadi know who he is. Why is he doing this? He takes down some militia checkpost in Syria and announces himself. Why? Does he have a death wish?" She lunged for her phone when it rang and accepted the call without checking the number. "Yeah?" she barked. "They're in Baroy." She put the call on speaker when she recognized Cutter's voice and beckoned at Quindica to come closer to the phone. "Who? Harper?" "Yeah, I got lucky. A trucker told me about them. I'm on my way to the village." Di Fiore squinted at the map the SAC spread out on the bed and tracked the line with her finger until it came to the village. "That's near the Turkish border. Why go there?" "They go to small villages. It's not surprising they would have a camp there, but get this. They were in Jaza, which is to the west of Rabia. They drove out of it yesterday to get west of the border crossing." Di Fiore scrunched her forehead as she stared at the map. "Yeah. Did this trucker know why they went there?" "No, I'm on my way there." She lost it at the way he said it, laconically. "You couldn't go quietly? You had to attack some militia group and announce yourself. Have you checked Twitter?" She broke off when Quindica squeezed her shoulder. Di Fiore sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Grogan," she said, "I'm sure you have an explanation for it. All the militia groups hate the terrorists." "What has that got to do with anything?" "I want them to spread out across Syria and Iraq, and if they come across Hadi's folks, engage them and keep them busy." "I'm not following, Grogan. What's your thinking?" "Faris Akbar knows that Samira, Harper and Rahman are the informers. Di Fiore's nails dug into her palms. How did that happen? She asked hoarsely. Remember that girl who was shot? Akbar tortured and killed her mother. The detective moaned. Quindica's face turned pale. How can we help from here? Di Fiore asked after a long silence. You can't. Return to Mosul. You'll be safer there. She hung up and wiped her cheek. Her fingers came away wet. She looked at them blindly and sobbed on Quindica's shoulder when her partner hugged her. She cried, not just for Soraya and her mom, but also for Cutter. Faris Akbar ordered his men to leave their weapons in their ride as he went to the tea stall in Mashara. He ordered drinks for his party and sipped appreciatively as he checked out the village. It was no different from hundreds of similar hamlets across the country. A dusty street, a goat bleeding from somewhere, a woman carrying a water bucket. Peasants. Their lives will never change, never improve. His face bore no expression, however. He was dressed in a black dish dasha, which covered his combat uniform. Is there a doctor in the village? He asked the vendor. I have an injury that needs looking at. No, Sayyidi, the man replied. How do you get medical care? You seem to be new to this region, Sayyidi. We have to go to the big cities for such treatment. Luckily, DFTF vans visit us. There was one about a week ago. They should return next month. I can't wait that long. Do you know where they will be? They go to hundreds of villages. They could be anywhere. Try your luck in the next one. Akbar pasted on a smile, paid the vendor, and strode to his ride. The tea stall owner watched the strangers drive away, poured himself a glass of tea, and drank quickly. The warm beverage calmed him, and by the time he had finished it, his hands had stopped shaking. Jabbar from Garer had informed every surrounding village of the details of Soraya's killing. He had described the terrorists in such detail that the vendor had recognized Akbar the moment he had stepped out of his vehicle. The tea shop owner was also aware of Bisma Kazmi's killing from Jabbar's messenger. He picked up his phone to call the village elder and cursed when he discovered he had no cell phone signal. He forgot about the call and his visitors as his day got busier. Go to the next village, Akbar ordered irritably as they drove out of the village, unaware that a lack of mobile network coverage had saved them. 43. Syria. Harper returned from buying provisions in Baroy's only store. Tea, milk, sugar, water bottles, fruits, and several other grocery and food items. She helped Rahman stow them in the Mercedes van and went inside the house. You are up. I overslept. I was so exhausted, Katam replied in embarrassment. No need to apologize. Harper smiled. She glanced over the Yazidi woman's shoulder at Samira, who shook her head silently. She hasn't told us where the rest of the women are. Katam had directed them to the house in Baroy the previous night. It was on the edge of the village, set apart from the neighborhood. They had entered it expecting to find the injured Yazidi women inside, but it was empty. I will take you in the morning, Katam had said defiantly. You don't trust us? Samira had asked her, surprised. We are DFTF. We will not inform the police or the army. Nam, Sayyidati. But I have to be careful. My Okti have suffered for years. Not many have come to our help. I had to be sure we were not followed. They hadn't pressed her. We needed the rest in any case. We are ready, Harper told her. We can go now. Katam got to her feet. Is it far? I'll tell you when we start. Karbala, the Yazidi fighter said when Rahman had fired up his engine. Karbala? Samira asked in surprise. That's very close to the Turkish border. Nam, Katam smiled. And where we are camped is very close to the Iraqi border too. We can escape to either country from there. Harper glanced at Samira when they reached Karbala and drove around it, following Katam's directions. Trust me, the Yazidi woman said, sensing their unease. It's not far from here. They reached the camp an hour later. It was in a patch of woods on the banks of the Tigris. At her direction, Rahman drove into a clearing and stopped. Harper climbed out and looked around. Grass carpet, the smell of the river nearby, deep silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves. Where? Katam made a bird call, and the woods came alive. What she had thought to be only bushes parted to reveal camouflage tents from which women emerged. Several were hard-faced and carried semi-automatic rifles. "There is no need for that, Gole," Katam told the woman who approached them. She was dressed in a combat uniform and stopped several yards away, her weapon raised. "These are the DFTF volunteers." Gala appraised them for several moments, looked beyond them at their ambulance, and finally relaxed. "Are you hungry?" Harper's belly rumbled loudly just then, which broke the ice. "She was a captain in the Ezidsan women's unit," Katam whispered as they followed Gola through a tent, beyond which was a larger clearing. Women heaped food on their plates from large pots and handed them to the arrivals. That was the Yazidi Women's Fighting Group, Harper recalled. Once the war was over and ISIL was defeated, the soldiers went back to their villages to find there wasn't much to find. Husbands, parents, many of them had been killed by the terrorists or in the battle. We settled back into life as best as we could, and then Hadi's men arrived. He captured many of us again and took them to the Hamrin Mountains, where he has his hideout. Gola was in my village. She organized our escape when the terrorist returned. "All of you are from one village?" Harper surveyed the women who had gathered around Samira and Rahman. "Not one, from neighboring ones, but all of us are from Sinjar district. That's where most of the Yazidi population is. Lot of blood has been spilled on our land." Harper nodded blindly. The Sinjar massacre, where thousands of Yazidis were killed by the terrorists and hundreds of women taken into slavery. She had learned about it. Read about it in a Starbucks in D.C. while I was sipping a latte, while these women were returning from the war to broken homes. "Were you captured?" "No." Katam shook her head. "But my husband was beheaded. There are many over there," she pointed to the group, "who were slaves. They were rescued by the YPG, Kurdish Fighting Group. I know about them." "Naam, they freed the women. When Hadi's animals returned to our villages, they knew what would happen if they were captured. They joined us." "You left behind your homes, your families." "They encouraged us to escape. We will return when Hadi is dead." Which might be a long while, Harper thought bleakly. "How do you live with it?" she asked Samira that night as they lay on their bedding in their tent. They had attended to several women after their meal, before nightfall had stopped them. "Live with this suffering?" The doctor propped herself on an elbow. "Naam. I have learned to live in the present. I think of what I am doing, the help I can give, which might make their lives better. If I dwell on the past, it will consume me. Humans are capable of great cruelty, but there are many of us who are giving, who are generous. Like you." She smiled. Harper's chest pounded. Her mouth went dry. She was about to speak when the Syrian grinned and turned off the light. She blinked and chuckled inside. "She's right. This isn't the place or time to say what we feel about each other. Northern Iraq." "Silence," Labib Aslam roared as he settled on the thin sheet on the ground. "We have a lot of ground to cover tomorrow." The 20 fighters with him quieted as they prepared to sleep. They were following Hadi's instructions to recapture the Yazidi women who had escaped from Sinjar's villages. Labib had picked up more rumors that they were hiding near the Tigris on the Syrian side. "Tomorrow, we'll cross the river by paying off the guards and find them." He'd had 2 slaves back when ISIL had ruled over Sinjar. He hoped the women were still alive and were in the bunch they were pursuing. His loins twitched at the thought. 44. Mosul. Isar Salek wasn't happy. He had reached Mosul the previous night and had checked out DFTF's office. When the day dawned, he had hung around until the office opened and had presented himself as a volunteer. The office workers had refused to take him on. "We have enough people," the manager said, smiling at him. "What we need is money." Money. Salek wasn't going to part with his. It didn't matter that what he had in his pocket had come from looting innocent civilians. It was his, and there was no way he was going to give any of it to this charity outfit. He returned the woman's smile and wished he could have his way with her. He slunk out, bought a beverage from a vendor, and contemplated his next move. He couldn't call Hadi and report that he had failed at his first attempt. The terrorist leader would execute him on his return. No, there had to be another way he could find out about Samira Latif, Laila Ahmed, and Rahman Abdul. Even as he watched, Ijaz Mansour came out of the office and got into a vehicle. He was alone and looked to be unarmed. Salek followed him on the bike he had rented. Syria. "Where are they?" Cutter growled aloud in frustration. He had searched Baroj, but hadn't found the DFTF vehicle. He had asked several villagers, but none of them had seen the volunteers. "They haven't been here," said an old man, hobbling on a crutch. "I would have gone to them if they were here." Farouk wouldn't lie to me. He had nothing to gain from it. Did Rahman mislead him? Why would he? He wiped his sweat and drank from his water bottle. A pickup truck rolled past, carrying bearded men who looked at him impassively. He watched their departing ride while he worked out his next move. "I'll sweep the surrounding villages." They might have set up camp at one of them. Mosul. Salek got his opportunity when Mansour parked outside the municipal office in the old city and went inside. He went to the DFTF vehicle, a battered Ford. It was alarmed. He wouldn't be able to break inside without attracting attention. He hung around the parking lot trying to look inconspicuous, growing increasingly irritated that an office worker was wasting his valuable time. Mansour emerged finally, clutching a file in his hand. The man stopped to talk to the security guard, clapped him on the shoulder, and made his way to his car. At last, Salek grunted under his breath. He swung off his bike and left its key in it. He wanted it to be stolen. He bent his head and hurried as Mansour started opening the door. He swung around the hood and climbed into the passenger seat before the driver could react. "Drive!" he snarled as he pointed his handgun at the DFTF manager. Ijaz Mansour wasn't a soldier. He started shouting at the first cut and screaming when Salek sliced off one of his fingers. In half an hour, the terrorist had everything the manager knew, which wasn't much, but his job had been to extract what the DFTF man knew, which he had accomplished. He cut Mansour's throat and got out of the car. He had made the manager drive it to a bombed-out building in Nablus, which was one of his favored locations for torture. He wiped his hands in the loose soil, checked that his clothing didn't have any noticeable splashes of blood, and walked out of the neighborhood to get a cab. Mansour knew he was dying. His own blood was choking him. His organs were shutting down. With the last of his energy, he wrote with his finger on the nearest surface. A young kid who was chasing a stray goat found the body. He ran screaming to his mother, who called the police. They identified Ijaz Mansour from the card in his wallet. Colonel Rayhan Kader read the report during his lunch break. "Omar!" he yelled, and when his aide rushed in, gave an order. "Bring me everything on the Mansour killing, right now!" He clenched his teeth when he went through the report again. Kader's roots were in a small, obscure village near Basra. He had grown up with the sight of DFTF ambulances rolling in each month and people lining up to get treated. Any attack on the charity was personal to him. He nodded in thanks when Omar returned and presented him first with a glass of tea and then the evidence bag. Kader dismissed him, took a swallow, and slipped on a pair of gloves. He extracted the file, which had bloodied handwriting on it. Hadi, Lail. The investigating officer had concluded that the last word stood for Laila Ahmed, a DFTF volunteer, a young student from Baghdad who had been studying in America when her folks were killed in a car bomb. She had returned to Iraq and joined DFTF. Garer frowned when he read that the charity organization didn't know where exactly Layla Ahmed was. Naam, Saidi, a woman answered his call, sounding as though she was barely holding back tears. She is volunteering with Samira Ahmed, a Syrian doctor. Rahman Abdul is their driver. It's our standard 3-person ambulance team. They are in northern Iraq. Samira checks in every day with photographs, but she doesn't have anything more specific. Call her. Network coverage isn't great in that region. Why? Is there a problem? Garer didn't want to scare her. No, he replied. We are checking on every DFTF volunteer after what happened. The woman broke into sobs. He hung up quietly and dialed the number for Di Fiore. We need to meet, Sayyidati. That won't be possible unless you come to Rabia. Rabia? Garer shot up in his chair. What are you doing there? Do you know how dangerous it is to go out of the city? Why didn't you— Save it, Colonel, she laughed. We got an earful from Grogan. Our investigation brought us here. You have something for us. There was a killing in Mosul today. I don't think it's connected to your case in any way, but since Hadi is on your radar, I felt you should know. He briefed them on Mansour's murder and his writing. Laila Ahmed, Di Fiore asked. You are sure he was referring to her? What is that in her voice? It has to be her, Garer replied. There is no one else at DFTF with that name. You know her? No, Sadie. Why would we know her? Please keep us posted on the investigation. Nam. Garer hung up and wondered what his American friends were keeping from him. Northern Iraq. Di Fiore turned to Quindica, who had listened in. Samira, Harper, and Rahman are in danger. Hadi is trying to find out who they are exactly. Call Cutter, 45. Syria. Cutter Grogan kicked his wheel in frustration as he drank from his water bottle. He had circled Baroy and checked out 6 villages before stopping to rest. They didn't visit any of those places. Where can they be? He was juggling his bottle when his phone rang, and it slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, spilling its contents. He cursed and accepted the call. This had better be good, he growled. It's not, Di Fiore snarled back. Hadi is trying to work out Samira, Harper, and Rahman's identities. His insides clenched when she briefed him swiftly. They didn't visit Baroy. I'm checking out the surrounding villages. No luck so far. Have they? She trailed off, afraid of articulating her fears. No, he replied confidently. Akbar hasn't captured them. We would have heard of it. People here would have talked. The terrorists haven't raided any villages. Why are you still talking to me? Get going. Find them. Harper wiped her sweat as she took shelter under a tree. She and Samira had begun treating the injured women after breakfast. They had conducted minor surgeries, reset broken bones, removed bullets, stitched wounds that had broken open. They had been working non-stop since the morning, with Gala arranging a regular supply of tea and water. How many more? Harper asked the Yazidi fighter who stood nearby. How many more do you want? The soldier smiled grimly. There are 30 of us here. All of us are injured in some way. Even me. She held up her bandaged left hand. 3 of her fingers had caught in a closing door as she was escaping her village. All of you are here? We have a few more. They are our perimeter, our eyes and ears. They will warn us if any terrorists come to Karbala. In addition, we have several friendlies, women who warn us. You have escape routes from here? Nam. Gala nodded but didn't elaborate. Harper wiped her hands on her trousers and joined Samira for the next surgery, northern Iraq. It has to be Laila Ahmed, Hadi informed Akbar. Isar got information from the DFTF manager in Mosul and made several calls to Baghdad and even to the university in America where she was studying. Everything checked out. Why do you think it is her in that case? Because while Ahmed is smart, we are smarter. I made some calls as well to our supporters in America. One of them went to her university and got her residential address. Our supporter broke into her apartment because it was empty. Hidden in the bathroom were papers. There is a Laila Ahmed. She is a student. She looks like the DFTF volunteer. But the real Ahmed is in South America on a 2-year, what they call some kind of gap year break. She too is working in some charity there. She's an American spy, Akbar whispered. Nam, she must be CIA. Get them, Faris. I want to make Laila Ahmed pay for what she did to us. And this doctor, Samira Latif, and their driver, they have to pay too. Find them. I am searching all the villages, Saidi. Akbar couldn't keep the frustration out of his voice. You know how it is. The people are not very cooperative. They are protective of the DFTF. All the villages we visited are saying they haven't seen the ambulance recently, but they could be lying. I wish I could shoot some of them. Don't do that. We have to do this quietly. Nam, what about our property, the Yazidi women? Labib has crossed the Tigris. He is in Syria. He is hunting too. We will find them soon. What about the FBI agents? They are still in their house in Rabia. Abbas will alert me if they go anywhere. Good. Find this American spy. Akbar stroked his beard as he instructed his driver to proceed to the next village. He had told Hadi only part of what Bisma Kazmi had revealed. He had held back the fact that Cutter Grogan was searching for the DFTF workers too. He must be their handler, or he must be arranging to get them back to America. It didn't matter. He, Faris Akbar, would get the volunteers, and he would get Grogan too. And once Aslam captured the Yazidi women, that would be the icing. 46. Split up, Labib Aslam told his fighters. Form 3 teams. 5 soldiers will come with me into Karbala. 1 team will guard the access to the river. The other will cut off the road to the highway. Stop any vehicle that has women in it. Question the occupants. And if you have any doubts, kill the men and capture the women. Can we trust the informer, Saidi? A fighter asked. Nam. Aslam smiled wickedly in the late afternoon sun. He runs a grocery shop. He has been on our payroll for a long time. He reported that 2 women stocked up on food, bandages, and medicine. They didn't reply when he asked whether it was for some hospital or medical camp. He did not recognize them. He said they weren't from the village. He knows everyone here. It is them, he exulted. I am sure of it. They are hiding somewhere in Karbala. Are you going to knock on every house, Saidi? If that's what is needed, but I have addresses for every house that has women in it. I will check those out first. Harper was woken from her nap by urgent voices. She had lain down on her bedding after hours of treating the women and had drifted to sleep. She looked over at Samira's bedding. It was empty. She slipped on her jacket and shoes and hurried out of the tent. What's up? She blinked when a ray of sunlight hit her face and joined the doctor, who was talking softly with Ketam, Gole, and Rahman. We have to leave, Samira replied tautly. Gole has heard there are men looking for them in Karbala. Terrorists? Harper asked fearfully. We have to assume that, Gole replied. She broke away and clapped her hands, which prompted the Yazidi women to gather around. Pack up, the commander said briefly. We take only our clothing, food, and weapons. Leave the tents here. We leave in half an hour. How? Harper whispered at Ketam. We have vehicles. Where? I didn't see them. They are hidden in the woods. Come. Samira shoulder-nudged her and went to their tent. We'll have to leave with them. If we stay back, the terrorists might capture us. Harper nodded blindly as she stuffed her clothing in her carry-all and handed it to Rahman, who stowed it in the back of their Mercedes. She licked her dry lips as she watched the Yazidi women move quickly, economically, to load their belongings into 2 pickup trucks. "Where are we going?" "Back into Iraq," Gola replied briefly. "There is a ravine on the border not far from Kanik. It's brutal terrain, which is why it isn't guarded, and beyond it is Qaim army territory. The militia control it, but there is a way through there. Not many people know of it." "Do the terrorists know?" "They might," the commander replied bleakly, "which is why we have to leave immediately. You," she addressed Samira, "will stay in the middle of our 2 vehicles. I'll be in the first one." "Nam." The doctor didn't argue. "Here." Gola tossed a radio to Rahman, who caught it expertly. "Use this for communication." 15 minutes later, they were out of the woods, on a faint trail that circled Karbala and went south. "Have you ever been chased by terrorists?" Harper glanced at Samira. "We had some gunmen follow us a couple of times. Rahman drove as if our lives depended on it and they gave up. We don't know if they were terrorists. Are you scared?" "Nam," she replied vehemently. "I don't want to be captured by these killers." They might behead me and stream it live, she thought, shuddering inwardly. "Trust Gale." The doctor patted her hand. "There's nothing else we can do. I could call Ijaz, but we have no phone coverage here. I could message Mom. She can get us out." "No," she decided, thrusting her chin out. "If Samira trusts Gola, so will I. She will get us out of this." Cutter was hot and sweaty despite his aircon as he drove through Karbala. He had arrived at the village after sweeping through every other as he drifted further east. "Another few miles and I will be in Turkey," he thought sourly. His grouchiness disappeared when he noticed the grocery store was shuttered. It's not dark. Shops in this part of the world stay open for a while. People hang out there for socializing. He drove through the few deserted streets of the village until he came across an old-timer. The man squatted on the ground, leaning against the wall of his house. He looked up when Cutter climbed out of his ride. "Marhaba." The old-timer nodded and greeted in return. "Where is everybody?" Cutter glanced down the street. "I have never seen a village so deserted. Have you come far?" "Nam, I have to cross into Turkey before night. I was hoping to buy some food at the shop." "Cowards!" the man snorted. "That's what they are." "Why do you say that?" "They hide at the first sign of trouble." "Trouble?" Cutter controlled his voice. "Hadi's men!" the villager spat in contempt. "They drove through. Everyone hid when they heard they were here." "Lais Hadi, the terrorist? He was here? When?" "Not him," the man said irritably. "Don't you listen? 6 of his men. They are hunting some women." "When was this?" Cutter crouched next to him. "About half an hour ago. There are some rumors that these women were camped in the woods, up the river." "Who are they? The women?" "I don't know." "You know where those woods are?" "Just drive along the river. You will find trees. Why do you want to go there? Those killers might be there, if they have the women. I fear for them." "I'm not going there. Won't the villagers call the police?" "They won't do anything," the old-timer said contemptuously. "Marwan, the grocery shop owner, he gets most of his business by selling to militia groups and rough-looking men. No one in Karbala will do anything." "You didn't hide." "Me?" The man grinned, revealing broken teeth. "I have seen everything in my life. What will they do to me?" Cutter smiled back instinctively, liking the old-timer. He looks like he was around since the dinosaurs. There's no fear left in him. He thanked the man, sprinted to his ride, and drove out of Karbala, racing recklessly once the village was behind him. Gotta get to Harper and her friends before Hadi's men do. 47. "Stay alert," Gole instructed over the radio that lay in Rahman's lap. He had turned it on speaker as he followed the commander's vehicle. This road goes to the highway, but we will break off in the direction of Conic and head towards the ravine. This track becomes narrow and has several turns. Be prepared for anything." Harper clasped her hands tightly to stop them trembling. She glanced at the side mirror, but the sight of the third vehicle behind them didn't reassure her. "Let us get to Iraq safely," she prayed silently. She clutched the door handle as the Mercedes careened around a turn. She thought she saw a flash from the trees by the side of the road. Something struck their side. "Down!" Garer roared. Harper ducked instinctively as rifle fire filled the evening. She moaned quietly and returned Samira's squeeze fiercely when the doctor reached out. The Mercedes rocked and swayed on its shocks, with Rahman keeping his foot on the pedal. The firing fell away and died down after a while. "Clear," Garer reported. "Any injuries?" "None in our vehicle," Rahman replied. Harper straightened and looked around dazedly. "We are alive?" she asked, shaken. "We are," he chuckled. "We took some hits on the sides, but it doesn't look like anything was damaged. Our fuel gauge is showing no leakage." "What happened?" She broke off when several women chattered on the radio. A couple of grazes. Nothing serious, she gathered. She sucked her breath in sharply when she noticed the rifle in Rahman's left hand. He was steering casually with his right, his eyes flicking to the mirrors and the road ahead. "I didn't know you had that." "Protection. We travel in rough country. I have never had a reason to bring it out." "What happened?" Harper leaned forward to peer through the side mirror. She saw the second pickup on their tail, but no other vehicle. "Who attacked us? I thought I heard—" "Hadi's men were on both sides of the road," Garer broke in on the radio. "I didn't see how many of them were there, but as soon as we got hit, we fired back. We had fighters in the bed of the trucks. I was expecting such an ambush. We were ready for it." "Won't they follow us?" Harper asked fearfully. "They might, but the ground is in our favor. We are ahead of them and there are too many twists in the road. We could set up an ambush for them and they know we are armed. They will be cautious. They can't get ahead of us. There is no other track than the one we are on. We are safe until we get to Iraq." "And once there?" "I have been fighting ISIL for years, Sayyidati." The commander seemed to know what Harper was thinking. "My responsibility is to get my friends and you to safety. I promise I will do that." Her voice was hard, unyielding. "Sayyidati," Katam broke in from the truck at their rear. "We have trusted Gole with our lives. When she says she will get us out, we believe her." "I wasn't—" Harper's face burned in embarrassment. She bit her lip and nodded silently when Samira mouthed at her silently. "Don't say anything." "Keep quiet, dumbass," she berated herself. "This is Gole's country. She and the Yazidis know it better than anyone else. They are survivors. Believe them." "It's okay to be scared," Rahman told her softly. "Scared? That's not the word for it." His rumbling laugh and Samira's grin loosened the tightness in her. She slumped in her seat and wiped her face with her sleeve. She felt the hard shape of her phone in her pocket, which reminded her. She could always message Vice President Jill Dalton for help if things turned hot. I don't want to reach out to her, but the thought that the might of the U.S. military was a phone call away reassured her. 48. Labib Aslam swore as he watched the departing vehicles. "We can chase them," one of his fighters commented. "On this road?" He rounded on his soldier. "Have you been on it? They can hide at any turn and cut us to pieces. Is anyone injured?" "No, Sayyidi," his men chorused. "What about the men at the highway?" "I'll call them back." Aslam cursed again. He had hustled his team to the track once they had checked out Karbala. He had set up the ambush with 3 shooters on each side as they waited for passing traffic. They had spotted the first pickup truck, with women in it. I didn't think they would shoot back and that there would be another truck behind. The women in the beds of the vehicles had lined up their rifles and let loose on both sides without exposing themselves. They had kept up the fire even as they drove away, and by the time Aslam thought of shooting out their tires, they were out of sight. When did our slaves become such fighters? Has anyone from the Ezeksan unit joined them? The vehicles had flashed past so quickly that he hadn't been able to identify the women in the cab. That DFTF ambulance with them. It seemed to have some women too. It didn't matter. He would capture them too if they were with the Yazidis. "Rakim," he commanded his man at the highway. "They escaped. We are going to the ravine. Join us there. Be careful. They might set up an ambush. The women are in 2 pickup trucks. There is a DFTF ambulance with them." "Ravine, Saidi?" his fighter asked in surprise when he ended the call. "Won't they go to the highway?" "This is why you fools will never be leaders," Aslam said scornfully. "You never use your heads. Those women will go to the highway and do what? That road is bigger. It is straight. It will be very easy for us to overtake and stop them. No, these Yazidi women are smart. They know about the ravine. They will escape to Iraq from there. They won't go to any other village. They know we have our supporters everywhere. Leave the thinking to me. Get our vehicle out." He turned his back on his men and called Rakim at the river and issued the same instructions. He shook his head when he climbed into their ride. His men were good fighters, but brains. Allah hadn't gifted them with intelligence. Cutter found the woods easily and parked in the nearest clump of trees. He put on his body armor, wore his tee over it, and fastened his shoulder holster. He removed an HK 416 from the weapons case and stuffed several magazines into his cargo pants pockets. He entered the woods and headed cautiously in the direction of the river. I should have asked that old-timer for a map or some indication of how large this forest is. He thought of checking the map on his phone, but didn't want to waste any more time. The smell of dampness grew stronger as he headed east, his feet rolling easily, unconsciously, on the undergrowth, spreading his weight the way animals did. No women, no voices or signs of a camp. He stopped when he smelled smoke. Where was that coming from? He caught a glimpse of water through foliage and inched closer to it, murmuring on his left. Several yards away, judging by the volume, he ghosted, using tree trunks as cover until he came to the edge of the tree line. Shadows moved on the muddy bank of the river. 7 men. 2 of them poured tea into throwaway cups and handed them out. All of them had weapons and were dressed similarly, cargo pants or combat trousers and faded jackets. One held a radio in his left hand. He laughed when one of the tea servers made a joke and the rest of them joined in. Radio Man was on the right of the group. The rest of them were spread loosely, feet apart from each other. They were relaxed, their rifles slung around their chests as if they weren't expecting trouble. Where are the women they were pursuing? He decided to get answers. 49. Cutter stepped out of the tree line, his HK across his chest, loose and ready. None of them noticed him initially until Radio Man sensed his presence and turned. "What?" He dropped his cup. "Who are you? Where are the women you were chasing?" None of them reacted for a moment, and then tea servers exploded into action. They dived to their left while clawing at their rifles. Cutter swung his barrel 5 inches, trigger pull of just over 7 pounds. 30 rounds in his magazine, 1 in the chamber. Firing mode to auto. His first burst took out tea servers, who were the most threatening. His round stitched a line across their chests, a few of them slapping into the mud. He kept firing, turning on the rest of them, exercising his advantage of surprise. He inserted a second magazine before the first had run out. The terrorist shot back in the second it took him to reload. 1 round went high over him, the rest went into the bank. Radio Man got hit in the thigh where Cutter had deliberately placed the rounds. The terrorist roared in pain and gave up trying to shoot, instead charging, swinging his rifle like a club. The rest of them are down. They aren't reaching for their guns. He ducked under the wild swing and jabbed his barrel in the belly of the attacker, whose breath escaped in a loud gasp. Cutter retreated a step and swung his HK in a controlled arc to shatter his jaw. Radio Man screeched and dropped his gun. He fell to his knees and sobbed as he touched his face gingerly. Cutter kicked him in the chest to send him sprawling on his back with a scream. He kicked away the man's weapon, checked him swiftly for more weapons, and found a handgun, which he threw into the water. He crab-walked to the rest of the attackers who lay on the ground. T-servers looked at him sightlessly. 3 others moaned softly and shuddered, blood coloring the mud beneath them and turning it dark. The 6th man lunged clumsily at his rifle and fell back when a single shot burst open his head. Cutter piled their weapons some distance away and returned to Radio Man. "What's your name?" The killer made to spit at him and howled when the HK's barrel gouged the wounds in his thigh. "What's your name?" Radio Man's bloodied teeth bared in a snarl. "You will die." Cutter shot him in the shoulder. "What's your name?" "Rakim." "Where are the women you were chasing?" "They got away. Labib tried to stop them, but they escaped." "Labib?" "Labib Aslam," the man gasped, "my commander. He was at the road out of Karbala. They drove fast and fired back before he could stop them." "They were here before that?" "Naam." The killer nodded rapidly and yelled in agony when Cutter reminded him who was in charge with a vicious prod. "It's there," he said, tossing his head toward the tree line. "Straight inside, in a clearing." "They are DFTF workers? These women?" "DFTF? No, Yazidi women." Cutter didn't let his disappointment show. "You were hunting Yazidi women?" "Naam, but Labib said there was an ambulance with them." "Ambulance?" "Naam, are you deaf?" He shrieked at another thigh gouge. "2 pickup trucks with the Yazidis," he mumbled. "1 ambulance in the middle. That's what Labib said." "That's how you communicate with him?" Cutter pointed at the radio. "Naam." "Passwords?" The terrorist didn't use passwords or any protocol when calling. Rakim groaned and wept but spilled everything he knew, where Labib Aslam was heading. Nabil and his team joining the leader. "Describe this ravine. Where is it?" Rakim obliged gaspingly. "Labib will attack them only after they are in Iraq?" "Naam." The shooter nodded desperately. "That ravine is too steep. We can be easily ambushed. We can hunt them only once we are on clear land." Rakim looked up fearfully when Cutter got to his feet. "Why are you after these Yazidi women?" A look of surprise crossed the man's face, despite the pain he was in. "They are ours." "Yours?" "Naam, they are our slaves. They escaped. We have to get them back. They make our men happy. They are our property." Cutter shot him in the face. 50. The ride was rough. Their Mercedes jostled and shook as Rahman drove expertly, following Gola's truck along the track towards Iraq. "To the left," the Yazidi commander briefed them on the radio, "is the road to Konik." Harper caught a glimpse of a broader trail before it fell behind them. She bit back a curse when they rocked over a deep pothole and clung to the roof handle. "I'm not doing that deliberately," Rahman said, laughing at her grimace. "I don't believe you." The road dropped sharply as hills rose from the barren landscape ahead. A few sparse trees stood, forming a dark line that became more defined as they got closer. The ravine. It was narrow, uneven, and surrounded by harsh, unforgiving cliffs. "What's happening?" Harper whispered as women jumped out of the pickup ahead. "No idea." Samira craned her head to check the vehicle at the back. "They are climbing out of that one too. Gola?" She picked up the radio. "What's—" "They will go up the mountains and follow us from the top." "Why?" "Good visibility from the top. They will alert us if there are terrorists ahead or behind. They can fire down at them to protect us." Samira smiled at the look on Harper's face. "Gala knows how to fight. She learned in the heat of battle." "Praise me when we are safe," the commander snapped. "Will they be able to keep up with us?" Harper asked her as the fighters scrambled up the slopes on each side and blended into the surroundings. "Look at the road. We won't be going fast." As if on cue, the ambulance climbed over a stony outcrop. It was the start of a bone-jarring, teeth-clenching drive through the bottom of the crevasse. Shadows lengthened, but the light was still good enough for them to navigate steep bends. Harper spotted white bones high up on a ledge. A goat? They didn't look human. She understood why neither Iraq nor Syria had bothered to place guards at that section of the border. The brutal terrain wasn't conducive to free-flowing vehicular traffic. Anyone on foot would die of thirst or from a rockfall. 4 miles of torturous travel, their headlights dipping and flashing on the stark mountainsides, protruding rocks and stones reducing their speed to less than 3 miles an hour. A cool breeze was the first sign that the slopes were leveling. Harper leaned out and brushed a rock as they bumped by it on the track and let the air dry the sweat on her face. "Remind me never to complain about Iraq's roads," she drawled. Night was upon them when they came out of the ravine and stopped to allow the Yazidi fighters to join them. Harper looked at the intimidating presence of the mountains behind them and shivered. "Are they following us?" she asked Katam, who had gone up the cliffs. "No, but we can't see far behind. The visibility doesn't go that far." "They will come," Gullah said ominously. "Hadi's men and the Qaim army know this ravine as well as us. They will come in the night." She smiled briefly at the alarm on the volunteers' faces. "But we have time. To the left is the Tigris," she pointed in the darkness. "About 5 or 6 miles away. Duhok is across it. Sinjar district and the mountains where our homes are to our right. There are a few small villages, Highway 1, more roads in between. There is a deserted village about 5 miles away. We will shelter there tonight." "Why can't we drive through the night?" Harper asked. "We will be safe once we get to Mosul." "We can't, Sayyidati," the commander replied formally. "My truck is overheating. We can't risk damaging it. As it is, we will have to stop several times to get to that village. We don't have many spares with us. I said we have time because Hadi's men will be careful. They will be afraid of an ambush. We will be safe in that village. We have very good visibility in all directions. We have enough ammunition for a standoff if needed. We will set off early in the morning." "We have to get to Mosul," Samira told her. "Nam, I am aware. We will escort you to Highway 1 in the morning. No one will touch you on it. There will be too much traffic." Harper looked at Samira, who was chewing her lip thoughtfully. "It's her and Rahman's call. They know the country better than us. I feel safer already now that we are in Iraq." An inner voice told her complacency was misplaced, but she ignored it. "Yes," Samira nodded. "That works for us. Let us move." Gola clapped her hands and went to her truck. Harper climbed into the Mercedes and looked back at the mountains. "We are safe," Samira told her gently. "I know, but I can't get those killers out of my mind. They wouldn't have cared that we are DFTF workers." "We'll be back in Mosul tomorrow," Rahman rumbled. "We'll ask Mansour to assign us to a different territory." "Naam," Harper agreed, but she couldn't shake off the feeling of danger. 51. "Be careful," Labib whisper yelled in his radio as they approached the ravine. "We are sitting targets for the women if they are on the mountains." "Shall we cross in the morning, Saidi?" asked Nabil, who had joined them from his vigil on the highway. "No, you fool. There are 13 of us. Send 5 or 6 men on the cliffs to take them out if they are there and to cover us while we drive through." He shook his head irritably when he heard the man giving orders. He had to do all the thinking. It was no wonder Lais Hadi could depend on so few commanders. 5 shooters came in front of his ride's lights, blinking rapidly from the headlights. "Didn't you learn to look away from the lights?" he shouted in rage, not caring that he might be overheard by the Yazidis. "Go!" "Saidi," Nabil asked, "shouldn't we wait for Rakim?" "I will call him in a moment, but we can't delay any longer. The women will get away if we wait till morning." He picked up his radio. "Rakim, where are you?" the voice yelled irritably on the radio. Cutter rolled to a stop and picked up the radio. "Don't want Aslam to know I am driving." He breathed hard as if he had been exerting himself and raised his voice in an approximation of the dead terrorists. "We have a problem, Saidi. Our Hilux isn't starting." "What happened to it, and why do you sound like that?" "We don't know, Saidi. I have inspected the engine but can't see what's wrong. I had to open it. I have been working on it. It is dark. I am sweating. I nearly crushed my fingers." "That's enough," Aslam snapped. "I don't want to hear your story. We are crossing the ravine. We can't wait any longer for you. Catch up with us when you can." "Don't attack them before we join, Saidi." "Who knows when that might be? Your vehicle might be damaged totally, but in any case, I don't intend to attack before daylight. We need to know where they are first. Besides, other militia groups might be around. I have to be careful. That's why I want to get to the other side of this wretched ravine. Go back to your work." Cutter breathed a sigh of relief and hit the gas as he drove away from the woods. He had found the women's camp and examined the tire marks on the ground, but couldn't make out if the DFTF's Mercedes had been there. Those Yazidi women needed treatment. That's why Samira got the ambulance here. How did the volunteers know about them? That they needed help? They don't use their phones. He tried to work it out and gave up. He would find out when he met them. Rakim's directions were clear. He found the turn to the ravine and drove more cautiously. The road was rough, but he also had to look out for Hadi. The ravine was dark and forbidding when his lights shone on it. Should I cross in the darkness? I don't have a choice. Labib's men are ahead of me. He drove with his right hand, his left holding his HK, ready for an attack. His Land Cruiser wasn't armored and its lights would be visible from high above, but he continued, gritting his teeth at the jostling, bone-shaking ride. Those Yazidi women, they sure know how to pick a crossing. A few of them can ambush anyone following while the rest of them cross. He was sweating by the time the sheer cliffs grew more rounded, and the incoming breeze from open ground beyond became stronger. He shrank down as much as he could in his seat and turned off his headlights. I can just about see to navigate. The engine will give me away, but at least Aslam's men will find it harder to target me. If they are waiting on the other side. They weren't. Cutter drove a mile to the left of the ravine when he emerged, then stopped. He climbed out and let his sweat dry as he checked out the vast, open area. He could hear nothing except ordinary night sounds. He could see no lights. He couldn't smell human presence. The women could be anywhere. I could hole up somewhere and leave in the morning. On open ground, in the dark, it's easy for Aslam to loop ahead. He hoped the Yazidi women would think similarly and hole up for the night. Aslam will do the same. With that thought, Cutter broke open a can of rations and had a cold meal under the night sky of northern Iraq. 52. Northern Iraq. Harper was weary by the time they reached the abandoned village. They had stopped several times for Gola's truck to cool down by the time they reached the dark buildings. She sighed gratefully when Rahman took her carry-all and leaned against him as they followed the Yazidi women. "Shouldn't we be in some house in the middle of the village?" she asked when Gola led them to a home on the outskirts. "No, we might need to make a quick getaway. We have to be on the edge. Besides, there are fewer than 10 houses here. The rest have been destroyed." "What is this place?" She looked around when Katam lit an oil lamp. Concrete walls with cracks in them, high ceiling. The smell of stale air and dust caked on the few chairs. ISIL executed several Yazidi men here. The commander broke the silence that followed Harper's question. They buried the bodies out there somewhere and tried to demolish the village. But by then, the coalition armies were on their heels. They fled. Ever since then, this place has been deserted. People say it is haunted. That's a rumor we have spread deliberately. We don't mention its name. That encourages the myth we have created. No one comes here. No one stays here, which is why it is one of our safe spaces. We have stored weapons, food, oil, water, whatever we need for a long stay. Gala's face was shadowed in the flickering light, but Harper could feel the sense of strength radiating from her. "Thank you," she said gratefully, feeling her eyes prickle with tears. She could have sent us to the highway and taken the rest to Sinjar. She didn't. "No, we have to thank you," the commander said, smiling briefly, "for helping us. You, Sayyidati," she addressed Samira, "have magic hands. My friends say they are feeling much better." "She has," Harper said proudly. "I can confirm that." Her cheeks warmed at the look the doctor threw at her. "Go rest. We will establish a perimeter. We will leave early in the morning." They wouldn't have traveled at night either, Aslam declared as he pictured the map of the region in his mind. He had woken at daybreak and was drinking the tea a fighter had made. They would have hidden somewhere. "Where, Sayyidi?" Nabil asked. "The nearest village is that, the one where we killed the Yazidi men." His man straightened at his head jerk. "That place is haunted." "It is where I would go," Aslam said grimly. "Let's check it out." His soldiers got into their rides at his signal and proceeded to the deserted village. The terrorist commander smiled grimly at the dust swirls that accompanied them and reduced visibility. "Even the winds are on my side." The pattering of dirt woke Cutter up. He raised his windows quickly before the vehicle could fill with mud and sand and shook his head. "There goes my early start. With this kind of visibility, I can't get anywhere." He hoped it wouldn't last long. Aswad Hafiz swore and wrapped his gutra around his mouth and nose, even though he was inside his SUV. "Where did this storm come from?" he raged. The 4 men with him didn't answer. That ravine should be just a couple of miles away. The Qaim army commander peered through the windshield as the storm swirled around them and buffeted their rides. "Why are these Yazidi women important, Sayyidi?" a fighter asked. "We can trade them," Hafiz explained patiently, as if to a child, "if we capture them. You heard what our men in Karbala overheard, that a bunch of Hadi's killers are hunting escaped slaves. This is the only pass through which those women can come. We will be waiting for them. Those terrorists will be following them. We take them out. Remember, we have more men we can call." "They are not close, Sayyidi. They are hunting Aram Zafar." Hafiz's lips tightened at the name. His soldiers had spread out across their territory, but none of them had come across the businessman. "Businessman, pa? I'm sure he is a criminal or an army soldier who has deserted. No civilian can take my men out the way he did. If we get him and the women, Allah will have blessed us. Get this vehicle a little closer to the ravine." They drove half a mile before they gave up. The wind was so strong that they feared their vehicle would be damaged. "Stop," Hafiz ordered. "We can't risk a broken-down vehicle in this terrain. Let us wait out the storm." "How far away are we?" Labib Aslam peered through the dust swirling around them. "A mile or 2 away, Sayyidi." His driver winced as stones pelted their windshield. "We should stop." The commander tried to see through the storm, but a thick blanket of flying mud and dirt shrouded their vision. The wind made a whistling sound as it blew past their Hilux. All of them had zipped up their jackets and wrapped their gutras around their faces as the gusts of wind slipped past their window seals and filled the inside of their ride with a film of dust. "Nabil," Aslam radioed the second vehicle, "let's halt here. Send 3 men on foot to the village. Let them check it out and call us back. In this storm, Saidi. Nam, he snapped. Don't you think the women will use it as cover and get away? If we can't move an inch, how will they? Our radios will die out soon. The storm will affect their signal. Do as I say. You heard him. Nabil turned to his men. Usman, Taz, Bilal, you are the best trackers. Check out the village and let us know. But if you don't, Aslam will kill you and leave your bodies for vultures to pick at. The shooters didn't need any more persuading. Nabil grimaced as the howling wind filled their vehicle when they forced the doors open and slipped out. They had better be there, he said, cursing when mud filled their ride. What is it? Harper joined Gola, Samira, and Rahman, who were conversing quietly in the kitchen. Drink this, first. The doctor smiled and gave her a glass of tea. You will need it. Why? What's wrong? You hear that storm? The Yazidi commander cocked her head at the rattling windows. Nam, Harper replied, nodding. It has been blowing ever since I woke up. We can't leave until it dies out, which means Hadi's men can't follow us too. That's good, right? Why the serious faces? My truck is worse than we thought. There is a crack in the engine casing through which oil is leaking out. We have been trying to fix it all night, but we don't have much equipment here. Can it be repaired? We can hope. Gala shrugged. If we can't, I and a few fighters will escort you to Highway 1 while the rest stay back here. Harper nodded absently as she sipped, and then the words registered. They will stay back? She looked up, horrified. The terrorists will find them. They must be searching even now. They can protect themselves. Hadi will call more men and surround them. Sayyidati, the commander said softly, this is the only way. She's right. Samira draped an arm over her shoulder. Or else we too will be stuck here and… We aren't more important than them. You are, Gala said firmly. My decision is made. Harper leaned into the Syrian doctor for support as she sniffed back her tears. I swore I wasn't going to cry anymore, she said, smiling weakly. But Gola, Katam and the Yazidi women. We were telling her we would stay back too, Rahman said, shaking his head in resignation, but she was firm. She didn't allow me to even help with her truck. She stopped me from going to the house where they are working on it. Gole doesn't want too much movement in the village, Samira explained. Even though there is a storm outside, Hadi's men could creep up. She doesn't want any women to show on the streets. Usman, Taz, and Bilal decided to run. That was the only way they could beat the storm, they decided. Running wasn't the right word for the pace they set, but it was faster than a walk. They stumbled and fell several times and had to hold each other's shoulders to make sure they didn't get lost. Visibility was down to a couple of feet, and they had to look at the ground to avoid having their eyes smacked with grit and even small pebbles. They progressed in the rough direction of the village, cursing, swearing, and coughing. Katam crouched under the cover of a rock outside a house and peered out cautiously. All she could see was a brown swirl of thick dust. She drew back quickly when her face stung from being pelted by dirt. She coughed and turned her back on the storm to drink a swallow of water. She had stayed out all night on sentry duty and was due to be relieved in another hour. She checked that her AK-47 was wrapped tight and pivoted to face the plains. She blinked when she thought she saw shadows move in the storm. No, she told herself. There's no one out there. The dust curtain lifted for a fraction to reveal 3 figures stumbling towards her. 53. Usman thought he saw a looming shadow ahead. He raised his head to check if it was the village and looked down quickly when a stone hit him on the forehead. He thought it was the wind that was dragging him forward. Only when a hand slapped him did he realize someone was dragging him forward and hitting him. Kedem punched the first man to the ground and clubbed the second one in the head. The third stranger fell to the ground, crying loudly, but his words were lost in the storm. She turned cold in fear when she grabbed their rifles and peered through the storm but couldn't see any other men. She cursed when she found she had dropped her radio. She searched for it but couldn't locate it. There was nothing else to do but take the men inside. She couldn't call out to the other sentries. Her voice would be lost in the storm. She knocked out the men with savage blows and dragged the first one inside. Harper turned at hearing a commotion. A sudden blast of wind when the door opened. Katam staggered inside, dragging something. "It's a man!" "There are 2 more outside," the fighter yelled, and exited to grab another soldier. They hauled the 2 bodies inside and breathed heavily. "Who are they?" Gala turned the men over with her boot. "Are they—" Harper's eyes widened in shock, taking in the rough-looking men. "No, they are unconscious," Katam replied. "I knocked them out. They were coming through the storm on foot. They had guns. I broke them against the wall and left them outside." "Hadi's men," a soldier spat. "They could be anyone," the commander warned. "Bring me water." "What's she doing?" Harper murmured and drew closer to Samira and Rahman. She got her answer when a soldier returned with a bucket of water. Gullah emptied it over the first man Katam had dragged in. "That's not safe." Harper looked in shock at Samira. He could choke. She swallowed her words at the doctor's head shake. Gala is in charge. She knows what she's doing. "Did they have radios?" The commander stepped back when the man came to, gasping and retching. "I found only rifles on them," Katam replied. "They must have dropped to the ground if they had any. We can search for them when the storm has passed." "Who are you?" Gala bent over the man, who sat up and looked around in a daze. His face turned expressionless when he took them in. "Tough man." The commander kicked him in the belly and sent him sprawling on the floor. Harper clutched Rahman's forearm and squeezed painfully. "Is she going to torture him? In front of us? Let's see how tough he really is." Gala withdrew her knife and thrust it toward the man's right eye. Harper buried her face in Rahman's shoulder when the man shrieked, "Don't! Please!" She looked around to see the man scrambling backwards on the floor, only to come up against a line of unyielding Yazidi women. "I asked you a question." Gullah was implacable. Her face showed no emotion. Her eyes were dark, fathomless pools. "Aslam! Laib-ib Aslam sent us." The man looked fearfully at the commander's knife. "Aslam? You are not Hadi's men?" "Nam." The soldier nodded rapidly. "We are in his cell. Aslam reports to him." He broke down and confessed all that he knew when the blade drew closer to his face. Words spilled out in a torrent until he had no more to say. "What do you think Aslam will do if you don't return?" "I don't know." "Is Hadi coming too?" "I don't know." "What did Aslam plan to do when you captured us?" "Take you back to the Hamrin Mountains." He shrank when a growl swept through the Yazidi women. "You are like my sisters," he babbled. "I wouldn't touch you. I wouldn't—" Gullah kicked him in the temple and knocked him in the head. "Take them away. Tie them securely. Gag them and put them in the back room." Fear writhed inside Harper like a snake. Aslam has 13 men, 2 miles away. The soldier had confessed to the terrorists' rough location. He could get Hadi to come from the mountains and attack us. We can't leave until the storm dies. And if we do— "Kedem." Gullah cut through her thoughts. "Go. Take rest. You, Zahura, and Jilan will come with me when the storm breaks. We will take our DFTF friends to the highway. The rest will stay back here if the second truck cannot be repaired by then." "That won't be necessary," Samira said firmly. "We will stay here until we all can get away." "Sayyidati." The commander's eyes flashed. This is not a discussion. Be ready to leave as soon as the wind dies down. She pivoted on her foot and left the house, followed by the Yazidi women. Only Katam stayed back. She curled up on the floor and pulled a thin blanket over herself. "You can't do this!" Harper burst out at the soldier. "Aslam will kill or capture you. He will know you are here once those men don't return. He will get more soldiers." "We have been fighting most of our lives. This will be yet another one." The soldier turned her back on them to sleep. Harper looked at her and then at Samira and Rahman. She caught the doctor's sleeve and pulled her into another room, with the driver following. "We can't let Gola do this," she whispered hotly. "Our best chance is to stay together." "She picked this village for a reason," Rahman said, looking around the bare room. "They can watch from all directions and be prepared." "Prepared?" Harper scoffed. "What if the terrorists outnumber them?" "Aslam has only 13 men with him," Samira interjected. Harper turned on her angrily. "He can get more. Why are you so calm?" The doctor held out her palm, which was trembling. "That's how calm I am," she said, smiling mirthlessly. "But Gola is much more experienced than any of us. We have to trust her." "Our phones don't have a network signal," Harper said bitterly. "Otherwise we could have called for help." "Even their radios are down. Try not to panic." Samira squeezed her shoulder. Harper bit her lip and nodded. She paced the room when the Syrian left, along with the driver. Her belly was in knots. She had to jam her hands into her pockets to hide their shaking. Samira is right. I have to get myself together. She took deep breaths in and out, sucking deep lungfuls until the thudding of her heart slowed. She went out to the large room where Katam was sleeping, Samira and Rahman near the window. Something about them. It came to her. The wind was dying. 54. Cutter lifted an eyebrow when he felt it. The hail of grit and stones against his land cruiser had diminished. He cocked his head up and listened. Yeah, wind has reduced. He still couldn't see anything other than the brown mud curtain around him. He shrugged fatalistically. He was as snug as he could be in his ride, sprawled out on the rear seat. The women can't go anywhere, and neither can Aslam. He waited. Labaib Aslam drummed his fingers on his seat impatiently. He hadn't heard from the 3 men he had sent out. Did they get lost? He thought aloud. They could have been captured, Sayyidi, his driver replied. Usman, Taz, and Bilal are experienced fighters. They will not let themselves be captured. Aslam didn't feel as confident as his words sounded. No, he told himself. They must be sheltering in the storm. They will come back with a report when they can. He raised his head abruptly. Was that... It's going away, Sayyidi, his driver exulted. Hear that? The leader nodded, grinning widely. They would be on their way soon. The wind rushing inside when the door opened was no more than a strong breeze. Gale stamped her boots and unwrapped the scarf from her face to shake the sand away. I'll wake her, she said, nodding at Katam at the last minute. When we are ready to go. No, she added, reading Harper's glance. The other truck is still down. She went to the jug of tea, filled cups for them and brought them over. I know you are scared, but we don't have any other option. The storm died outside. The harsh battering against the house faded. A thick curtain of dirt still hung in the air, but Harper knew it wouldn't last long. She moaned involuntarily. Cutter got out of his vehicle and wiped away the caked mud. He kicked the tires and lifted the hood. Engine should turn. He crossed his fingers mentally. I'll give it some more time. Visibility was still low. I can barely see over 50 yards. It will improve once the sun comes through. He stretched and waited. Labib Aslam got out of his Hilux and tried his radio. It was still down. I am going for a walk, he yelled at his driver and Nabil, who had come to his ride. Stay here. I will see if I get a signal." "I will come with you, Saidi," said a soldier, starting forward. "No, stay here. I need to urinate as well. There is no one around. I won't get lost." He trotted into the barrenness until the two Hiluxes were distant specks on the landscape. He urinated with a sigh and looked in the direction of the village. He thought he could make out its buildings as the storm's haze cleared. "I am so close, I could even walk there." Cutter fired up his engine and punched the air when it turned smoothly. He checked his phone for a signal. No luck. He brought out a military map from the glove compartment and smoothed it out. "If I were leading the Yazidi women, I would hide in the nearest village." He recalled the scene of the ISO massacre and turned towards it grimly. "Aslam will be there somewhere. I have to get to them before he does." "What do you mean it isn't starting?" Hafiz exploded at his driver. "Try again." "Dirt must have clogged the engine, Saidi," his man replied plaintively. "Nothing is happening. See for yourself." The Qayyim army commander cursed as he leaned over and turned the key savagely. The engine didn't turn. "Do something!" he yelled. "Go! Check out the engine!" He climbed out of his vehicle angrily and tried his radio. No luck. He looked balefully at his soldiers as they crowded around their driver and leaned over the engine. "We are stuck in the middle of nowhere," he began. Then he heard a vehicle approaching. A dark Land Cruiser came around the rock formation they were behind. Cutter gripped his HK beneath his dash, prepared for a shootout. 5 of them. They're armed but seem to be checking out their vehicle. Are they Hadi's men? None of the strangers reached for their weapons as he stopped some distance away. "Engine problem?" he asked, conversationally, his HK just beneath the window, pointing at the men. "Naam," one of the men replied, who stood a distance away. "He seems to be the leader. The first to speak in a bunch of people usually is." "I would stop to help, but I don't have any spares. You have a different vehicle. Besides, I have to get to Mashara," he lied. "You need water? Food? I have enough of that." "Do you have a phone?" "No signal." "We will take water. We are villagers from Gundashila," the leader said, smiling. "Don't mind our weapons. We have to carry them for our protection. Terrorists, militia groups, they're around all the time." Cutter nodded. He was ready to believe the man. Nevertheless, he got out from the passenger side with the Toyota between him and the men and brought out a spare canteen. He went to the edge of the hood with his HK beneath its line and tossed the water container to the leader. "That's all I can spare." He was turning back to his ride when he heard their soft murmur and felt a ripple of energy race through them. "Your name, Saidi?" the leader asked. "Aram Zafar," Cutter replied automatically. "It's him!" the man yelled and clawed at his weapon. The men around the hood scattered and reached for their rifles. Cutter had cover. They hadn't. His HK was in his hand. Their guns were across their chests and shoulders. He crouched behind his Land Cruiser and with his first burst stitched 2 men in the legs. His second burst was deliberately aimed near the leader's head. "Stop!" The man raised his hands in the air. "Throw down your guns," Cutter ordered. "Move away from them." Rifles fell to the ground. The men stumbled back to help the injured men. "Who are you?" "I am Aswad Hafiz," the leader cried as he clutched his ear and came away with a bloodied hand. "My round must have grazed it." Cutter shot into the ground near a 4th man who hadn't moved far from his rifle. "Go for it, if you want to die." The soldier took several steps back. "Aswad Hafiz, I haven't heard of you. Why did you reach for your guns?" "I am Qayyim Army's leader," the man yelled angrily. "You haven't heard of me? All my soldiers are hunting you." "You didn't put up any fight. Your men at those checkpoints didn't either." Cutter grinned contemptuously. "What kind of army are you?" "You'll find out. Stop talking. I can kill all of you and leave your bodies here. I'm sure even the vultures won't feed on them." Hafiz reeled off a string of curses at the insult, but clamped his lips when a round whined in the air near his head. Cutter came around his ride cautiously and edged forward. He leaned down to gather the weapons. The hand of one of the soldiers streaked to his waist. The man fell back when 3 rounds punched his chest. "I warned you," Cutter addressed Hafiz coldly. He picked up their rifles by their slings, tracked backwards to his Toyota, and dumped them in the back. Then he shot out the truck's tires and climbed inside his ride. He looped around Hafiz's vehicle to puncture its remaining wheels, raised a hand mockingly at the man, and drove away. "I'm probably making a mistake by leaving them alive." He had no interest in Qaim army, however. Aslam. His grin faded. Is he ahead of me or behind? 55. Visibility isn't that good still, Garer said tightly. We can go now, but we won't be able to see far. Harper didn't wait to hear Samira or Rahman's response. She mumbled an excuse and went to the bathroom, which was nothing more than 4 walls and a roof around a hole in the ground. A rusted bucket filled with water was nearby. It was clean, but its hygiene didn't interest her. She had wrestled with her guilt and the promise she had made to herself. Samira and Rahman, these Yazidi women. I can't sit still and do nothing. She pulled out her phone and turned it on, prayed softly as she held it up above her head and finally caught a single bar. She lowered it cautiously and punched out a message rapidly. She watched intently while the earth rotated and revolved, and then the delivered notification came, finally. She removed the SIM card and replaced it with a new one. Came out of the bathroom, made sure no one was watching, and threw the battery out into the open. She would insert a new one when they were on their way. She returned to the house and joined Samira, Rahman, and Garer, hoping that she had acted rightly, pasted on a false smile, and listened to Galer's briefing. Washington, D.C. Vice President Jill Dalton lunged out of bed when she read the message. It was 3 a.m, but she had woken instantly when her phone buzzed. "It's her," she told Phil, who sat up, alert at her words. She sent another message. She showed it to him and left their bedroom. She dialed a number and held her breath. "Claire," a voice replied. "No, hi, hello, why did you call this late, what's up?" It was characteristic of the director of the agency, who answered any call with only her name. "It's Harper." The Veep couldn't keep the shaking out of her voice. "She messaged me barely a minute ago. Get Caitlin on conference." Dalton nodded even though Claire couldn't see her and dialed another number. "I forwarded Harper's message to both of you." She had gathered herself by the time Fetter joined the call. "Yeah," the CIA director answered. She didn't question why a conference call was required at that hour either. If the Veep had organized it, then it had to be important. "Labib Aslam. He's on our radar. Nasty piece of work. 13 men with him. Harper says he is getting set to attack a village, the one where the terrorists killed several Yazidis. She didn't mention any name. You have to act fast." "Leave it with me," Fetter replied, her game voice on. "I'll get my people to find out where it is. We'll play it like before. I'll get to work." She dropped out of the call. "She has to be close by," Dalton whispered. "She must be in the village Islam is targeting." "Or she could have overheard it," Claire said, trying to assuage her fears. "Remember Garer? She was nowhere near that strike. Have you heard from Grogan?" "No, but Quindica and Di Fiore are briefing me regularly. They said Grogan had confirmation that Harper is in Syria. He was close to finding them." "Syria? In that case, they are well away from this village. They will be safe. Grogan will locate them soon enough. He is good." Claire pinched the bridge of her nose when the call ended. She poured coffee from the carafe, which was perpetually on simmer, and sipped slowly as she pictured the Iraqi terrain. She picked up her satellite phone and made a call. "Zeb?" "Yes, ma'am." He sounded as if he had been awake a long time. No yawns or weariness in his voice. "Are the others sleeping?" "Not now, ma'am." "I'm sorry. No need for that, ma'am. Have you made contact with Grogan?" "Cutter?" Surprise in Zeb's voice. "He called the twins 5 days ago for some help." "He tell you why he's in the region?" "No, ma'am." "He's tracking down Harper Dalton. She has joined DFTF as a volunteer." She smiled when she heard a quiet gasp and the sounds of rustling. He must have put the call on speaker for the rest of the team to listen in. "Harper Dalton, ma'am," Megan asked sharply, confirming her suspicions. "The vice president's daughter." "Yes." Claire briefed them swiftly. Grogan's last report was that they were in Syria. "We have been tracking chatter, ma'am. A bunch of women fled Karbala and might have crossed into Iraq. There are sketchy reports that an ambulance was with them. There was some shooting on the road, and later, across the border, Qaim Army's Hafiz was shot up." "Harper?" The director straightened. "None of this is confirmed intel, ma'am. We have been following some social media accounts and darknet websites, but no one has said any women were injured or captured. We suspect they got away in the shooting. That could only have been Cutter. Qaim Army is hunting an Aram Zafar. We worked out that's his alias. The militia group is tweeting about their wanting him." "Can you cross into Iraq? As backup to him?" She frowned at the silence that followed, and then her face cleared. "You were planning to go all along?" "Yes, ma'am," Zeb replied. "We'll help them exfil if they need it." Claire hung up, satisfied. Zeb's crew and Grogan, they can start wars or end them. 56. Northern Iraq. The military machinery kicked into action once President Morgan authorized the drone strike. The Reaper drone was rolled out of its Erbil hangar by a line-of-sight launch and recovery pilot. Once it was airborne, its command switched over to the crew in Creech Air Force Base, Nevada. Crew, a drone pilot responsible for navigating the unmanned aircraft, and a sensor operator who operated the cameras and guided the missiles. On days when weather and technology came together, the drone crew could see its target in vivid detail. On bad days, the targets were dots on their monitors, which required guesswork in separating innocents from culprits. That particular day, the drone going on the CIA's intel, which actually was Harper's, didn't have the best environmental conditions to work with. The dust storm had passed, but high above, a haze remained. The Reaper was fitted with high-resolution cameras and infrared sensors, but even its high-tech gear couldn't cut through the debris in the ground. It fed images to its crew in Creech, which saw Aslam's terrorists and their vehicles as ants. It saw Hafiz and his soldiers, Labib Aslam and Cutter too, both of whom were some distance away. The drone pilot focused on the cluster of dots that were Aslam's men, the no-doubters. The intel was conclusive that they were terrorists. He launched the Hellfire. He ignored the other ants which were spread out. In normal circumstances, he would have struck at them too. The sensor operator guided the missile, and in 30 seconds from launch, Labib Aslam's soldiers were destroyed, their vehicles left as burning husks. The drone crew surveilled from high above, confirmed the kill, and flew the Reaper back to Erbil. The pilot and sensor operator didn't know Labib Aslam had survived. 57. Harper jumped when the ground shook. "They are coming!" she screamed and grabbed Samira and Rahman's hands. Gole raced out of the room, her rifle in hand, while Katam sat up and rubbed her eyes. "We are safe," the commander said on returning, a grim smile playing on her face. "There was an explosion some distance away. We can see the dust cloud. No one is coming our way. We have decent visibility, and our perimeter sentries would have spotted Aslam and his men approaching." Drone strike. Harper didn't know she had spoken aloud until all eyes turned to her. "Nam." Gala looked at her curiously. That could be it. There is nothing else out there to cause that explosion. A burst of excited chatter filled the room as more Yazidi women rushed in. Drone. Aslam is killed. We are saved. Harper caught snatches of their conversation as they hugged one another and clapped. Mom came through. The tightness inside her eased. The fear that had gripped her started fading. Is it true? Are we safe? Samira demanded. Naam, Gullah nodded, smiling brightly. Zahura saw it. The explosion and the fireball were big enough. It was huge. The soldier's eyes shone. It must have been a hellfire with some special payload. I was lucky that I was looking in that direction to the north, where we crossed. Aslam and his men are no more. No one could have survived that. Harper saw the doctor's shoulders slump in relief. She hugged her instinctively and felt Rahman's arms go around both of them. She fought back her tears. Her mother, from whom she had fled, was the reason they were alive. I'll process it later, she promised herself. She held on to Samira as the Yazidi women celebrated around them. Cutter stomped on the brakes, flung himself out of his ride and rolled to the ground at the sight of the explosion. He knew instinctively it was a drone strike. He could see the dust cloud on the horizon, straight ahead. He also knew flinging himself to the earth was futile if the drone crew believed him to be hostile. A hellfire didn't come his way and pulverize him, however. That has to be Aslam's crew. He got to his feet and dusted himself off. Hafiz is behind me with a dead vehicle. It can't be him. It could be more of his soldiers. He thought about it as he got back inside the Toyota and resumed his drive. No, he decided, it has to be Aslam who was taken out, which meant Harper had messaged her mother. She must be in that village, or somewhere close by. He slammed on the gas. Labib Aslam whirled at the explosion and stumbled backwards at the heat and shock wave. He fell to the ground and curled tight, trying to make himself as small a target as possible. He raised his head after a while and got up cautiously. He could see the burning vehicles in the distance. "Nabil!" he screamed, and then realized his voice couldn't travel the distance. Even if it could, his shout was futile. His men were dead. He howled in rage as he worked out what had happened. An American drone had killed his fighters. They could be watching me even now. He looked at the sky, but the dirt haze obscured his vision. He was still alive, however, which meant the drone had flown away, taking him for a civilian. "I will get them!" he shouted loudly on the vast plains, realizing the Yazidi women were somehow responsible for the death of his soldiers. He ran swiftly towards the village. Gola smiled faintly as she stood back from the cheering and celebrating women. Samira and Lila were in their midst, their cheeks being kissed as if they were responsible for the missile attack. Rahman's back was thumped until he threw up his hands in surrender. The perimeter sentries had come inside too, and for a moment she was tempted to order them back to guard duty. Let them relax for a few more moments, she told herself. They deserve it. She knew the threat was still out there. We don't know if all of Aslam's men are killed, and even if they are, is Hadi far behind? But that could wait. She hitched her carbine behind her shoulder and was about to reply to Katam's question when the window behind the soldier shattered and a man burst inside. 58. "Who?" the man screamed, turning his gun in an arc as the Yazidi women shrieked, fled from him and gathered in front of Gola. "Who killed my men? Who ordered that strike?" Gola turned cold. "Aslam? Is it him?" The stranger was wild-eyed, but the grip on his M4 rifle was sure. Dust matted his hair and his combat fatigues. "Who?" he yelled again. He reached forward and grabbed the nearest woman. "Tell me, Oregon, she dies." "She's a doctor." Gullah was surprised at how calm she felt. She pushed through the women and came forward. She could see Lila, the hostage, was hyperventilating. Her eyes were wide in fear, her mouth open, but no sound came from her. The gunman's rifle was jammed tight against her side, with his free hand wrapped around her hair. "She's a volunteer with the DFTF," the Yazidi commander said, calculating distances. She could see Katam inch to the side, her hand creeping towards her weapon, which hung by her side. "Stop!" The stranger snatched a glance at the soldier. "Make another move, and this woman dies." "I said she's a doctor," Gala said calmly. "He won't know that Lila isn't." Katam relaxed at the man's threat. She stopped moving. Her hand loosened. "If you kill her, do you think you will live? Look at us. We outnumber you," Gala reminded him as she took another step forward, 7 feet between her and the stranger. "Many of us are armed. If you shoot Layla, we will kill you. If you survive, you might need the DFTF's expertise in treating you." The stranger took her in, and the rest of the women. His eyes returned to her with a knowing light. "It's you," he snarled. "I was sure there was a fighter leading our slaves." "Your slaves?" Gola interrupted him furiously. "You are Labib Aslam, aren't you? We heard you were hunting us." She drew herself up proudly. "We are Yazidi women. We are no one's slaves. We belong to no one. Yes, you are right. I was a commander in the Azidsin unit. I fought against you. You are our property. You women exist to serve us. I will take you back to our base." Aslam shook in his rage. His gun moved from Layla's side by several inches until it was pointing to the floor. Gala snatched the opportunity. She dove at Layla, crashing her shoulder against the volunteer and sending her sprawling on the floor. Her left hand flashed up to shove Aslam's rifle away, but the terrorist reacted instantly. He stepped back and thrust out his leg to trip her. Gala cursed herself inwardly as she crashed to the floor. "Get away!" she roared at Layla, who was hauled up and away by Samira and Rahman. "Nobody move!" Aslam shouted as the Yazidi fighters moved forward. "I will kill her!" "Take him," Gale ordered. "He's just one man." "Do you want her to die?" "Take him." Gola stared at Katam. "You." Aslam struck her viciously with his barrel and trained his rifle on her immediately before she could react. "You will be no good to us as a slave," he snarled. "You are too much trouble." Gola could see his finger tightening on the trigger. Her rifle was beneath her, its hard shape digging into her back. Aslam could shoot her before she reached it. She had always wondered how she would die, and with a fierce pride she knew it would be there in front of her friends, who wouldn't spare the terrorist. "I am Gola, former captain in the Ezekzan Women's Unit. I am trouble to the ISIL." Aslam's eyes flared at that. His finger pressed harder on the trigger, just as a panther sprang into the room. 59. "It's a man," Gala corrected her initial assumption. The newcomer body slammed into Aslam and twisted his gun downwards so that the rounds fired harmlessly into the earthen floor. Gola crawled to safety while some of the Yazidi women screamed and cowered. The Yazidi commander brought her rifle around to take out Aslam, but he and the stranger were grappling on the floor and didn't present a clear shot. "Don't shoot," she commanded her soldiers as she watched with her finger on the trigger. Aslam cursed and swore as he clubbed at his attacker, who was now on top, gripping his throat. He had lost his weapon when the newcomer attacked him and had to resort to punches. The stranger was lean, dark-haired, narrow-jawed, with stubble on his face. He didn't make a sound as the terrorist punched him in the ribs and heaved upwards, trying to dislodge him. He kept choking and smashing the terrorist's head on the ground. Aslam reached up to gouge the man's face. The man reared back and, in doing so, skidded on the floor. With a roar, the terrorist heaved upwards and threw off the attacker, who slipped on loose mud and lost his balance. "Now you die!" the ISIL killer shrieked and dived for his gun. He twisted like an eel and raised his weapon to aim at the attacker, who shot off the ground using just his elbows and feet to propel himself forward in a move Galer hadn't seen before. Her jaw dropped as the man went beneath Aslam's rifle, punched it up to send the rounds flying into the ceiling, grabbed him by the waist, thrust himself upright and took the terrorist with him, in a running dive out of the window he had come through. Galer heard shots above the women's yells and the crashing of bodies. "Down!" she hissed. "What?" "Why?" Samira began, and was cut off by Katam, who threw herself on the Syrian and Lila, slamming both of them to the floor. Rahman took one look at the Yazidi women, who lay prone on the ground, their rifles aimed at the window, and lay down on the floor too. "Don't shoot recklessly," Galer whispered. "Wait for my command." Her eyes were on the window through which the men had disappeared, her finger taut over her trigger. She heard movement and tensed. 2 hands appeared in sight, raised high, no weapons in them. The stranger showed himself cautiously, his face grim at the sight of the guns trained on him. "Throw your gun to the floor," Galer ordered in Arabic. He unslung his rifle and placed it gently on the floor. "Any other weapons?" He removed a handgun and a knife and laid them next to his gun. "Who are you?" "Arms Afar, 60. Cutter took in the hard-faced woman who looked like she would cheerfully pepper him with holes and not lose sleep over it. It's her. She led the Yazidi women to safety. She is used to command. The woman was in well-used battle fatigues, dusty boots, her dark hair pulled back from her head and tied behind. Her lips were tight, sweat shone on her face. But the M4 aimed at him was rock steady. He looked beyond her, at the women who were on the floor. They likewise looked as if they wouldn't hesitate to fire. He couldn't see Harper in the crush of bodies. "Can I come inside?" He was outside the house still, standing on the broken wooden shutters of the window. "Where is Aslam?" "Behind me. Dead." "Ketam, check. Be prepared for a trap." The woman got to her feet and edged to the window without exposing her body. "Turn him over on his back," she snapped. Cutter rolled Aslam's body over to show the terrorist's face. "He's dead." "Come in," Galer commanded. "Slowly. Stand inside with your hands raised. Don't move. Katam, search him for weapons. Zahura, Jilan, take more soldiers with you and check if he is alone. Report back, and then get back to sentry duty." Cutter watched, impressed, as the women did her bidding. Katam patted him roughly and confirmed that he didn't have any weapons. She fingered his phone, a common model into which Beth and Megan had loaded various apps. She might ask what those are for. But Katam didn't turn on the phone. She held Rakim's radio, which he had been carrying, and shot him a glance. He returned it impassively and watched as she went through his wallet. She stiffened, went to Gole and whispered in her ear. "Can I lower my hands?" "Who are you?" the leader demanded without agreeing to his request. "Aram Zafar, I told you. Katam must have seen my driving license." "That's your name. Who are you really?" "I am a businessman." "Businessman? I have never seen a businessman who attacks and kills a terrorist in that manner, one who carries those weapons as if he is used to them." "There is no one else in the village," Zahura said as she came through the door. "He is alone. There is a Toyota." "That's mine," Cutter interjected. "Go back to the perimeter," Gala told her. "Be alert. You haven't answered my question," she resumed when the fighter left. "Let me lower my arms. They're hurting." "You seem to be a trained soldier. I'm sure you are used to worse than some aching arms." Several Yazidi women snickered as all of them got to their feet. "Rahman!" Cutter spotted the only man among them, and when the driver moved, he recognized the women behind him. Samira. And that's Harper in her disguise. "Shoot me if you want to," he said grouchily as he lowered his hands. He didn't reveal the enormous relief he was feeling. If Aslam had captured them. He pushed the thought away, picked up a water bottle from the floor and drank from it. Gullah and Katam were eyeing him like hawks when he finished. The Yazidi women stayed behind them and spread out, a few of them surrounding the DFTF volunteers protectively. He eyed Harper discreetly as he wiped his mouth. Her face was pale and she looked scared, but she didn't appear to be injured in any way. She stood close to Samira and was watching with the driver behind them. I can't identify myself unless I talk to her alone. I told you, I am a businessman. Stop! Gullah raised her voice. Katam recognized your name. Qayyim Army is looking for you. You attacked their checkpoints. It's all over the internet. A murmur spread through the women. Cutter was conscious of Harper and Samira's sharp looks. Get 'em, he told the soldier. Rip the top flap in my wallet, tear the stitching. The fighter tore it and brought out the card concealed inside. Aram Zafar, she read out aloud, captain in the Iraqi National Intelligence Service. She checked him against the photograph on it and passed it on to Gullah, visibly impressed. The commander didn't share her enthusiasm. Why are you alone? I've been working undercover in northern Iraq for a long time, gathering intel on Hadi and his men. That could be a forgery. It is. Sayyidati, he addressed her. Why would I go to all that trouble? To take us back to ISIL. Under Hadi, the terrorists have become smarter. It's not beyond them to use false identities to get close to us. Inspiration struck him. Have you heard of Colonel Rayhan Kader? Of the Iraqi police, who hasn't? Call him. He is the only one who knows of my cover. He will confirm my identity. Why should we call him? Why can't we call your office? Sayyidati, that's not how the National Intelligence Service works. If you call the number in the directory, they will either refuse to confirm anything or deny that Aram Zafar works there. Our covers have to be maintained. Why are you following us? I heard Hadi had sent a bunch of soldiers to Syria. How did you hear that? That radio, he nodded at where it lay on the ground, is from one of Hadi's men. He was at your camp on the river near Karbala. That was in Syria. Gullah's eyes flashed. You are an Iraqi. Your story is unbelievable. Sayyidati, I'm an undercover operative. Don't you think crossing the border would be one of my specialties? Rakim, that's his radio. Gullah and Katam traded glances. Looks like they have heard of him. Where is he? Dead. I was behind you, in the ravine crossing, but I wasn't. Did you order that drone strike? He caught Harper biting her lip. She looked away when she felt his gaze. I radioed my office about Hadi's men, he lied. They could have organized the drone. It wasn't an American one? I don't know. He faked impatience. I haven't had time to check with my people. You might be aware communication networks aren't great here, and that storm didn't help. I don't trust you, Gullah replied flatly. You will be under watch, constantly. She nodded at a soldier who collected Cutter's weapons and returned his wallet and phone. He slipped them into his pocket and drank another swallow of water as the Yazidi women huddled around Gullah, who issued several orders. What are you waiting for? He asked the commander when she broke away. It isn't safe to stay here for long. Hadi, they have a broken truck. Rahman, who was within listening distance, interrupted. We're waiting for it to be repaired. You have your ambulance. Why can't some of the women travel in it? It's stuffed with equipment, Samira said, coming forward. I am Samira Latif, DFTF's doctor, and that's Laila Ahmed. Without her, Rahman and I couldn't function. Harper shook Cutter's hand firmly as her cheeks colored. Our van can't take passengers, which is why we have to wait for Gullah's team to repair their truck, the doctor continued. How did you meet the Yazidi women? Katam found us in Syria. Long story. It's not safe for you anymore to travel from village to village. Nam. We will be returning to Mosul. Gole will accompany us to the highway and return to her team once their truck. I don't think they have made much progress, Rahman murmured. I overheard some of the women. The damage to the engine's casing is worse than they thought. You can't stay here, Cutter told Gala urgently when she joined them. I am aware of that, she snapped. We are working as hard as we... It's not just Hadi you have to be worried about. What do you mean? Qaim Army. Aswad Hafiz is near the ravine. He will be hunting you as soon as his men arrive. 61. Cutter briefed Gola on his finding the Qaim army leader with the DFTF volunteers and several Yazidi women listening in. The commander wiped sweat from her face and cursed softly. We can withstand one group, but if both attack, my Toyota, it can fit several women. You, Zafar? Gullah scoffed. I told you, I don't trust you. I have to go to Rabia to meet some people. It is on Highway 1, where you can hire a truck to go to wherever you are heading. Samira and her team can return to Mosul. I'm going there after my work so I can follow them and make sure they reach the city safely. Sinjar, the commander said proudly. That's our home, where their families are, she indicated the women around them. Their families? What about hers? Harper interrupted his thoughts before he could voice them. Sayyidi, she said, pointing at his ribs. You took a beating. You must be bruised. Come to the inside room. Samira and I will examine your chest. It was the first time he had heard her speak. Your accent, Sayyidati, he smiled. I worked with a lot of American soldiers. You speak like... I studied there, in America, before I returned to Iraq when I learned my family was killed. Her face closed off, as if she didn't want to answer any more questions. I'm sore, he said, grimacing, but nothing is broken. We don't need an inspection. I can't risk their seeing my body armor. They might ask questions about it. Are you sure? Gala asked sharply. No shots grazed you? No, we are wasting time. We need to leave. My plan, your coming in my Toyota, is the only one we have. How big is your vehicle? A Land Cruiser. I have some luggage, but we'll fit as many soldiers in it as we can. The rest will be in our truck. Nam. Show me your vehicle. He cursed inwardly when she marched to the door without waiting for his response. It didn't look like she would give him any opportunity to talk to Harper. She hitched her rifle when he caught up with her and drifted a few steps sideways. Yeah, she still doubts me. You fought in the war? He said, making conversation. With the Azigzan Women's Unit. He glanced at her with interest. I came across some of your fighters several years ago. They were good. Better than men. We didn't give an inch. Where are they now, the survivors? Some of them returned to whatever families were left. Some live alone in Sinjar. What of your family? I have none. How did all this happen? He jerked his head back at the house they were in, meaning, how did you end up leading the women? She didn't reply. Small talk was over. She grunted when they reached his Toyota and ran her fingers over its hood. What's in there? She pointed to the weapons case. My gear. It will do, she concluded. Let's get back. Gola clapped her hands when they were back at the house, at which the Yazidi women, along with the volunteers, gathered around. We leave in half an hour. Stop working on that truck. We will use Zafar's Toyota instead. We can't use your ambulance, Cutter said, addressing the DFTF personnel. It's too conspicuous. We have to leave it behind. No, Samira objected. That's an expensive van. It is fully outfitted. Sayyidati, DFTF can always recover it later. Hadi and Hafiz's men will be searching for it. Your Mercedes will stand out. It's safer, not just for you but all of us, to leave it here. She made to protest but bit her lip and nodded reluctantly when Rahman and Harper whispered in her ears. "We won't all fit in 2 vehicles," a fighter objected. "I'm aware of that. You want to stay here and face Hadi and Qaim army?" The soldier didn't reply. "What about those 3 men?" Rahman asked. "Aslam's men that Katam captured." "They won't be coming with us," Gola replied flatly. "We'll leave them behind." "Nam. They may die of—" "They are dead. They tried to escape when that drone strike happened." "It will be a tight fit," Gola resumed when no one spoke, "but it will only be until Rabia. There, we will hire another truck and the rest of you will go home." "Rest of us?" Katam picked up on her words. "Where will you go?" "With Zafar, to make sure our DFTF friends get home." "She doesn't trust me." "I'll come with you." "Us too," Zahura and Jilin chorused. "This isn't a picnic," Gola said, glowering at them. "You have homes." "No one is waiting for us," Katam said defiantly. "You know that. We have nothing else to do." "Go, pack," the commander growled, which dismissed the women. Cutter got his opportunity a few minutes later. He was at the window when he felt a presence in the room. He turned to see Harper, who was collecting empty water bottles. She smiled at him and bent down to them when a radio crackled. "Labi-EB, are you there?" The radio was jammed against the wall close to where she was. "That must be Aslam's. Rakim's is with the Yazidi soldiers." "Labib, can you hear me?" The voice was insistent. "This is Hadi, 62. Harper froze, as did Cutter. "Did Faris contact you?" "That DFTF ambulance with our slaves. One of them is an American spy. It's Lila. She picked up the radio and turned it off. Her face was pale and her hands were trembling when she turned to face him. She licked her lips and made to speak when Gola entered the room along with Samira. "What is it?" the Yazidi commander demanded, reading their body language. "I was telling Layla about Hadi," Cutter said smoothly, "of how dangerous he is." "Why did you have to do that?" Samira snapped at him. "Don't you think she's terrified enough?" She put an arm around the volunteer and led her away. Harper looked back at him with an expression he couldn't read, and then they were inside the room. He was aware of Gala's eyes on him and put on his game face. "I don't trust you." "You said that a few times." "I will be watching you." "Go ahead. Can I have my guns and knife?" "No." "We might face trouble." "We will keep you safe." He gave up. In half an hour, as Gala had ordered, they were on the move. Cutter led them out of the village. Next to him on the passenger seat was Gala, her rifle trained on him. Behind him were Samira, Harper, and Rahman, flanked by Katam and Zahura. Squeezed in at the back were Jilin and several more women. He angled his mirror to view the packed truck following and hit the track to Rabia. "We will follow such roads all the way," he told the commander. "These are the only roads until we get to the highway," she sniffed. The additional travelers and the rocky terrain made it slow going. "Sayyidi," Katam taunted him when they went over a deep pothole. "There's one ahead. Go over it, please. My body needs the shaking." He grinned when the soldiers laughed raucously and broke into a song. 2 miles later, they went down a steep slope and climbed up. They topped the hill and came across a jeep bristling with armed men. 63. The vehicle was less than 10 yards away, its wheels churning up dust as they rolled up. Cutter could see the bearded men through the jeep's windshield staring back at them. He saw the driver's mouth open wide as he pointed at them. "Down!" he roared and jammed the brakes. His right hand flashed to the glove box to grab the spare Glock in it while his left hand lowered his window. The gun flew in the air as he switched hands, and an instant later he was firing at the jeep, whose occupants were also grabbing for their weapons. Its windshield shattered. A burst of red splashed on what remained of it. A second weapon chattered. Gole, her head ducking beneath the window line, just her eyes showing, her M4 pointing at the Jeep. More rifles spoke from outside as Cutter slammed in a new magazine. A round struck their windshield at the edge of the roof. A starburst pattern appeared. Someone screamed behind him, but he couldn't afford to look back as he kept firing, along with the Yazidi women, until shots stopped coming their way from the other vehicle. "Cover me!" Gala snapped and began opening the door. "No, you wait here. I'll check it out." "I have armor." She doesn't. "Gala, don't argue. Please, not now." She nodded jerkily and sat up straighter. "Sayyidi," a voice said from behind. "I don't think you should." It trailed off when he stepped out. Glock in a two-fisted grip, eyes to sight, sight to Jeep, finger curled on the trigger, ready for the slightest move. A puff of dust curled up at his first step as he left the cover of his door. Another step took him sideways. Cutter looped wide, presenting himself as a target, circling the Jeep. 3 men in its front, all slumped over the wheel, reflection in the side windows that prevented him from seeing through. He went to the back, where the Jeep's door was open. A shooter sprawled halfway out, looked up as he approached and raised his rifle. Cutter shot him in the chest, which brought the man tumbling out on the ground where he lay still. 3 more men inside were sprawled in a heap. He approached the rear door cautiously. 2 steps would take him to the vehicle. His feet crunched the loose earth, a sound the shooter seemed to be waiting for. He yelled as he threw off the men on him and dived out, firing. Cutter fell to the ground. A bullet buzzed near his cheek and slammed into the ground. He waited. He took his time, and when the gunman filled the door, triggered rapidly. The shooter's body jerked, slid down, and lay still. Cutter crawled forward and leaned up to snatch a swift glance inside. No sign of movement. He threw himself back when he heard a footstep and covered the figure who came around the Jeep. "They are dead," Gala told him impassively. He got to his feet, thought of checking for himself, and shook his head. Trust her. She's not new to this. He searched the men he had shot at the back and found no identification. The driver's phone was an old-style model on which was a name he recognized. "Hafiz," he said aloud. "These are Qayyim Army soldiers. Why are they here? Do they have backup?" He squinted down the track, but there was no other vehicle coming up. "Hafiz has called all his men," he guessed. "He will start hunting me. He might also know about you." "Nam," Gola agreed impassively. She didn't comment when he pocketed the driver's phone and radio. Kadam and Zahura peered out from the back of the Land Cruiser when they returned. "You acted quickly," the first soldier said admiringly. She stood up and was joined by other fighters. "Jeelan opened the back door when you started firing. We went through it and shot at the Jeep." Samira and Harper's eyes were wide when he climbed behind the wheel. "They're in shock," he thought as he checked them in the rearview mirror. Rahman had recovered, however. "Zafar," he said feelingly, "you joined us just a few hours ago, but I have seen more shooting in that time than in all my years with DFTF. 64. Aslam's men. Zeb inspected the ruins of the Hilux and checked out the remains of the bodies. He squinted at the sun, nearing midday. How did they get here? Bwana chewed gum as he surveyed the debris. There has to be a pass through the mountains. Beth pointed at the cliffs in the distance. We tracked Cutter's phone through that. Why didn't we come through there? Roger grouched. It would have saved us the trouble of crossing through the Rabia checkpoint. We would have if we had known about it, Megan sighed. I'm guessing Cutter didn't know about it either. He was following Harper. Those women who fled, could the medical volunteers be with them? Possibly. If they're familiar with the terrain, they might know about this route. Zeb made a circling motion in the air, and they returned to their armored land cruisers. Remind me, Broker said, peering at him through his shades when he got behind the wheel. Why are we checking this place out? We've tagged his phone. We can catch up with him. We've got to know who is interested in him, Zeb grunted. Megan climbed in beside him while Beth joined the elder operative. Bear and Chloe, Roger, and Bwana were in the second vehicle. Standard formation when they had 2 rides. He doesn't know we're tailing him, right? Nope, the older twin confirmed. He can disable his GPS, change his battery, and sim all he wants. But one of the apps we loaded on his device lets Werner know where he is. Werner, their AI software, the heart of their operations. Zeb set off towards the south in the direction their friend had taken and came to the abandoned village after a hard drive. The operatives split up and checked it out in 2-person teams, alert, ready. "What's up?" Megan asked, noticing Zeb's grim face. "This village has no name. It used to have one, but no one refers to it by that anymore. It was the scene of a massacre." She shivered when he briefed her, stopped when he raised a hand. Someone was here. He pointed to the tracks outside the house at the edge of the village. Many people. "Women," she said, pointing at the trash gathered up in a corner inside. "Uh-huh," he agreed. "Did he catch up with Harper?" "That rubbish doesn't look like it's from only 2 women." He nodded, went to the broken window and whistled softly at the sight of the body outside. "Wind is blowing the other way, which is why we didn't smell it." "Another house shows signs of recent occupancy," Beth announced as the rest of the operatives joined them. She broke off when he climbed out of the window and crouched over the body. Labib Aslam. Zeb recognized the dead man, one of Hadi's lieutenants. His face was bleak when he straightened. The terrorist will know by now that his man is missing. He will come hunting. 65. "Faris," Lais Hadi spoke in his radio with controlled anger. "Labib is dead. Someone turned off my transmission when I tried his radio, and since then I am unable to reach him." "That drone strike, Saidi. Laila Ahmed is responsible." "Naam," the commander replied ominously. "Her ambulance must have joined the Yazidi women. They must have found out he was following them. That's the only explanation. We have to get her before she kills more of our people." "I am coming down the hills, Faris. Where are you? Still searching the villages?" "No. They will head to either Rabia or Mosul. She is smart. She will know we will trail her. Once she gets on Highway 1, she will be safe. Let's meet somewhere in between and hunt her. We will coordinate once we are closer." "It isn't safe for you?" "Faris," Hadi hissed, and the men with him shrank in fear. They knew that tone of voice. It preceded a killing rage. "I am not asking you. Iraq will not be safe until we finish her. How many men do you have with you?" 4. "I have 10. 16 of us in total, the best fighters we have. We will show the Americans we have teeth and we will bite. Grogan will be out there too. Remember what I told you, Laila Ahmed and the rigs. Everything else is secondary." "Naam, Saidi." Faris Akbar looked out, unseeing when the call ended. He was outside a village near Duhok. Getting to Rabia or Mosul would take a couple of hours with the state of the roads. "Let's go to the highway," he ordered, "and be alert." "Abbas," he called his man, "are the women still there?" "Naam, Saidi. The American soldiers, too. They aren't doing anything." "Stay with them. Those rigs are important." He pocketed his radio and nodded at his fighter to drive. Hadi had asked him to forget Grogan, but there was no way he would do that. He is there, somewhere. He might even be with Laila Ahmed. His fingers curled in anticipation. Aswad Hafiz looked back at the men with him and nodded in satisfaction. 4 men in his truck, another 5 men in the vehicle behind them, 10 vicious fighters of the Qayyim army. Zafar, and those women. I will get them both. They drove over the plains of northern Iraq, searching villages heading southwest towards Highway 1, 66. Cutter sent the message when they stopped for a water break. Be ready to move quickly. What? Why? Refer to me by my alias, Aram Zafar. Send me directions to your place. Who are you messaging? Gola asked suspiciously, coming behind him. He stopped replying to Di Fiore, turned off his phone, and pocketed it. The people I am meeting in Rabia. Who are they? Some investigators. Don't they have names? They won't mean anything to you, Sayyidati. You should trust people. I do, but you. There's something about you. You are hiding something. Aren't we all, Gale? We are ready to leave, she said coldly, and marched to his Toyota. Cutter got behind the wheel and set out when everyone had climbed in. We have to make quick time. Hafiz will be on our trail as well. He caught Harper's eyes in the mirror, but she ducked her head away and engaged Samira in a conversation. Didn't get to be alone with her. She must be wondering why I haven't mentioned that radio call. Is he really an Iraqi soldier? Is Gala right not to trust him? Harper's insides nodded whenever she recalled the radio call. Did he hear all of it? She didn't know what to make of Zafar. She had come to know her Secret Service detail well, some of whom had become friends. Zafar, he's a cut above them. He must be some kind of special forces soldier. He's not an intelligence desk jockey for sure. She didn't know what to make of his claim that he had called in Aslam's whereabouts. Does he really think that drone strike was an Iraqi one? She forced her worries away, which became easier when Samira's fingers found hers beneath their seat. Her face grew warm. She snatched her hand away when Rahman cleared his throat beside her and discreetly raised her middle finger at him. Samira mattered. Zafar? Gole will make sure he won't get up to any funny business. She hid her grin at the sight of the Yazidi commander at the front, alert, watching him like a hawk. 67. Zafar! Hafiz bellowed when they came across the dead men in the jeep. One man did this, Sayyidi, a fighter asked doubtfully as they checked out the wrecked vehicle and its contents. Who else? The Qaim army commander sneered. You think those Yazidi women are capable of shooting down our men? They were good fighters. They wouldn't have let a bunch of women take them out. It is Zafar. He felt the hood, which was cold. He looked at the state of the bodies, which suggested they hadn't been dead long. It has happened recently. Sometime today. Let's go. He can't be far ahead. The wind picked up. It was swirling around them by the time Zeb's crew reached the jeep. Cutter, Bwana asked from behind the bandana he had wrapped around his face. Could be, or could be any of the outfits. There are many of them in this part of the country. Zeb picked up a spent casing and examined it closely. That's from an HK. Not many terrorists or militia groups use those weapons. He tossed the round at Bear, who was closest. He caught it expertly and nodded. It's him. Only Cutter could do this kind of damage. Alone? Roger drawled. He had some help. I found some M4 rounds as well. He might have caught up with Harper. The volunteers might have weapons. Or those women with them, Chloe guessed. They would have to be fighters, Zeb mused as he took a last glance and hurried back to his Toyota. He knew the team shared his sense of urgency. Visibility is getting worse. If Cutter holes up somewhere for shelter, that gives more time for Hafiz or Hadi to find him. The dirt curtain descended soon after they resumed their travel, but it didn't blanket them fully. The wind occasionally blew holes through it, affording them long patches of visibility, which is why Zeb pressed on. It was the reason they saw the truck sheltered beneath a tree to their left. He slowed to check if the occupants needed help, saw a bearded face look back from within the first vehicle. Hafiz heard the growl of engines and ordered his men to split up. 5 hid themselves across the road while he remained inside his truck. The remaining men took cover behind their rides as they waited for the vehicles to arrive. Isn't Zafar ahead of us? A soldier radioed him. Who knows? He replied irritably. It could be anyone, but we have to be careful. Stop the vehicles and check who is inside them. Only villagers can pass." The sounds became louder and 2 vehicles crested the top of a hill and rolled down the rough track. Land cruisers. Few villagers had them. It could be business people. And then he saw the driver and passenger in the front. Is that a woman? Are they Americans? "Stop them," he said in his radio, held beneath the window. "Ask them who they are. They can't be soldiers. They would be traveling in military vehicles." Zeb couldn't make out who the man was in the truck. The dust in the air and the reflection from its window obscured his view. He was about to accelerate when 2 armed men came onto the road from the right. "Watch out," he warned softly in his collar mic as he slowed to a stop. "Yes?" He lowered his window an inch. "Who are you? Who are you?" Megan snapped before Zeb could reply. "Why are you blocking the road?" The shooter didn't look like he was accustomed to women talking back. He snatched a look at Beard in the truck, whose lips moved. Is he speaking on a radio? 2 trucks, but only 3 men that we can see, Zeb warned. He lifted his HK casually and brought it to hip level. Saw Megan mimic his move as she stared challengingly at the shooters. "Who are you? And where are you going?" "Are you Hadi's men?" Megan glowered at the man. "Hadi? No, we are Qaim." He cut himself off quickly and hitched his rifle. "That's Hafiz! In that truck!" Zeb winced at Beth's yell in his earpiece just as more shooters emerged from the right. "Maneuver!" he called out and yanked the wheel hard to his left. Hafiz stared in shock at the Toyota, which seemingly leapt off the track and headed straight at him. The second swerved to the right, toward the ditch where his men had been hiding. "Kill them!" he screamed. And only then did he notice the 2 men who had dived out of the second Land Cruiser from the rear and were now lying flat on the ground, shooting at his men on the road. Zeb rammed the cab of the truck where Hafiz had been sitting and thrust his HK through the lowered window, raking it with a long burst. The Toyota filled with sounds of gunfire as Megan, Beth, and Broker joined in. "There are more shooters behind that second truck," Chloe said conversationally. Rounds spanged off their hood and roof. Several marked their toughened windshield but didn't penetrate. The truck slid, yawing in the dirt from the Land Cruiser's impact. Zeb reversed immediately and drove into the second truck, which forced several shooters to jump out of the way. They were swiftly cut down by withering fire from his team. "Stop!" someone yelled. Zeb checked the mirrors and was reassured to see Bwana and Bear still prone on the road. They had taken out the hostiles who had accosted them and didn't seem injured. "Hafiz?" he called out. "Stop shooting," the Qaim army leader groaned. "Throw your guns away." "I am shot! I can't move." "Toss them away." Several hands appeared from behind the 2 trucks, flinging rifles in the air. "Come out with your hands raised high." Hafiz came around his vehicle, hobbling, clutching his shoulder. He cursed continually when he was joined by 4 fighters who were likewise injured. "Is that all of you?" Zeb called out. "Nam! Move away several feet." "Why?" "Do it." "Let me do the honors." A smile in Bwana's voice. Zeb watched in the mirror as his friend lobbed 2 grenades that exploded behind the militia truck. Clouds of dirt shot into the air as the vehicle shuddered and metal buckled. Hafiz screamed and threw himself on the ground. "Why did you do that?" "You might have had more shooters behind those trucks," Bwana chuckled. "I didn't." "Why should we believe you?" He removed another grenade from his pocket and held it over Hafiz, who tried to scramble backwards but was stopped by Bwana's foot on his chest. "What are you doing? How many more men are waiting down the road?" "There is no one." The militia leader watched hypnotically as Bwana tossed the explosive high in the air and caught it playfully. "I swear," he shouted, sweat and tears streaming his face, There is no one else waiting in ambush. My fighters are scattered around the country. You hunting Zafar? Nam, that dog. He howled when Bwana kicked his belly. The operative pocketed the grenade and searched him for weapons. He gave a thumbs down to the agency team and bound and gagged the commander. Bear joined him, whistling as if they were out for a stroll. The two men secured the sullen-faced militia fighters and came to Zeb. 5 shooters. Bwana wiped sweat from his forehead and cocked his head at the road. 3 of them were in the ditch. They had set up an ambush. It didn't work, Bear said grimly. 68. It's getting bad, Cutter said beneath his breath. He peered through the windshield, navigating slowly through the swirling dust. This? Gola replied scornfully. It is nothing. We have traveled in worse storms. He rolled his shoulders to ease them and leaned forward to get air circulating down his back. He checked his mirrors to confirm the Yazidi women's truck was following and swore when they jostled brutally over a pothole. Don't want a broken axle at this stage. Rabia was half an hour away, but he couldn't risk going flat out. Not in this wind. Hafiz and Hadi, they're out there too. He didn't think they would mount an ambush that close to the town and in that weather, but he wasn't taking any chances, which was why he had instructed Gola's fighters to be alert. He breathed easier after several miles when the wind eased and visibility improved to reveal Rabia in the distance, squat buildings, trucks on the road, no signs of armed men. He drove through the streets feeling the sense of relief inside his vehicle. Where are you going? Gala frowned when he turned away from the town center and headed to the outskirts. The checkpoint is in that direction. There is nothing there. He didn't reply. He was picturing the town in his mind, following the directions Di Fiore had messaged to him, until he came to the house, which had a crumbling wall, a dusty yard, and 2 Land Rovers parked in front. A hard-faced soldier came from behind one of them and raised his rifle in warning. Aram Zafar, Cutter said, lowering his window to announce himself. He held his breath and hoped that Di Fiore had followed his instructions of using his alias. All of them are with you? Nam. He broke off when Di Fiore came through the door, Glock by her side, Quindica behind her. Those aren't Iraqis, Gola hissed softly as she jammed her gun in his side. This guard, he looks like a foreigner. They are Americans. Americans? Her voice rose. Katam exclaimed in surprise. He could see the DFTF volunteers' astonishment in the rearview mirror. Nam, those women are with the FBI. FBI? He winced at Gola's yell in his ear, aware that the soldier was staring at them. Di Fiore and Quindica were still at the door, looking on questioningly. They are working with the National Intelligence Service, some kind of knowledge-sharing exercise. I pass on my intel on Hadi to them. How do I know they are FBI? You can ask to see their badges, or please speak to Colonel Cater. He knows all about it. That drone strike, I let them know too. They could have organized a Reaper from their herbal base. He heard a gasp behind him and knew it was Harper. She turned it into a coughing fit, and when she had recovered, he caught Gala's rifle barrel and moved it away from his body. She didn't resist. Cutter climbed out of his vehicle and held the door open for Katam, Jeelan, and the DFTF volunteers. He was watching Di Fiore and Quindica, who looked stunned when they recognized Harper. Don't give her away, he mouthed. The detective nodded imperceptibly and came to them. Zafar, she asked formally in English, who are all these people? Samira, Laila, and Rahman are DFTF volunteers, he said, introducing them in the same language. And these are Gola. The Yazidi leader shook the detective and SAC's hands. Nam, I speak English, she said at Cutter's surprised look. We are Yazidis. We and our DFTF friends got together for safety. Zafar came across us in a village." Di Fiore looked at her and then at Cutter, waiting for more explanation. Gullah ignored her look and clapped her hands, which drew the women close to her. "Katam, you, Jilan, and Zahura hire a truck from the market and take our women back to their homes. I will stay with Zafar and escort Samira, Laila, and Rahman to Mosul." "I will stay back too, Gullah," Katam responded. "And I," Jilan joined in. "No." The Yazidi leader's voice hardened. "If these people," she jerked her head at the Americans, "are who they say they are, we have nothing to worry about. If they aren't, I will deal with Zafar. But all of you should go home. Your journey has ended. You are safe. Go to your families. Katam," she rasped, "don't argue. I am still your commander." The soldier stared at her mutinously and cursed softly. She marched to Cutter and jabbed him with her forefinger. "If anything happens to Gullah, I will hunt you down, cut you apart, and feed your intestines to vultures." He saw Di Fiore suppress a smirk, but before he could respond, the warrior turned her back on him. Katam hand-circled in the air and hustled the Yazidi women into the single truck, which departed in a belch of dark exhaust. "We should leave too," Samira told him. "Come inside," Quindica offered. "Freshen up. Let the wind die down and we will all go. We have to be in Mosul too." Cutter stayed behind while the SAC led the women into their house. He scanned the street. A few abandoned vehicles, a passing truck, nothing that aroused his suspicion. "All quiet here?" he asked the guard. "Yes, sir. No hostile presence." Cutter checked out the perimeter and walked down the street to get a feel for the neighborhood. He had no reason to disbelieve the guard, but there was something in the air that was making him uneasy. It wasn't the wind. "Saidi!" Abbas was nearly bursting with excitement. "They are here!" "Who is they?" Faris Akbar's impatient voice came over his radio. "Where is here?" "Zafar, Saidi, along with the DFTF people. They rolled in a few minutes ago. They are with the FBI women. There were several other women too, but they left." "Zafar? Those volunteers we have been looking for?" "Naam, Saidi. They are in the house across the street from me." "Did they see you?" "No. I've been hiding under a tarpaulin in a broken-down truck. I can see the house through cracks in the sideboards." "Stay there. Inform me if they leave, and follow them if they do so." "Rabia," Faris Akbar ordered his driver. His eyes glittered. The rising wind felt like an omen to him. His prey was near. 69. "You see it too?" Di Fiore murmured. "Yeah," Quindica nodded. "It's obvious." "It is," the detective agreed. "There's something between Samira and Harper. She had caught on to it the moment the two spoke to each other. The way they lean towards each other, their eyes lighting up, they are aware of the other's presence. Were we like this in the early days?" "Were." Quindica scoffed and shoulder-bumped her discreetly. "We still are." "I'm sure Cutter hasn't noticed it." Di Fiore grinned at the SAC's snort. Her smile faded when she took in Gullah. The Yazidi leader watched from a window, erect, impassive. She hadn't made small talk and had ignored the conversation between the Americans and the DFTF volunteers. "Sayyidati," Rahman said, joining her at the table she was laying with food. "Is that for us?" "Yeah," the detective chuckled when his belly rumbled loudly. "Fill yourself up." Harper hummed as she untangled her hair with her fingers. She had accepted Di Fiore's offer of a shower in the small bathroom and had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Her fingers stilled when she thought of the FBI agents. Are they here because of me? They would have gotten me alone and said something. She shook her head. Nope, they don't know about me. What of Zafar? She frowned, recollecting what he had said about the drone strike. Wasn't it Mom who ordered it? Didn't she get my message? She tried to figure it out and then shrugged. She was feeling alive after the bath. They were safe. They would soon be in Mosul. She put her worries behind her and left the bedroom. "Food!" she exclaimed. "Just what I need." She crunched into an apple and spoke through a mouthful. "You didn't wait for me. What?" She broke off. Samira and Rahman stared at her from the table. Di Fiore and Quindica, standing, looked at her with strange expressions. Gole, watching from the window curiously. Zafar, at the door, still, silent. "What happened?" "Your voice." Samira dropped her fork with a clatter. Harper gasped. "I spoke in English, in my normal accent." "Your eyes." The doctor's face turned pale. "My contacts. I forgot to put them back in." No one moved. No one spoke for several seconds. "Layla, who are you?" Samira seemed to force her words out. "Are you American? Why didn't you tell us? What are you hiding?" Her voice rose. Harper's heart pounded. She couldn't bear the look on Samira's face. "Yes," she admitted brokenly. What's your name?" Harper looked at her, trying to reach through the Syrian's anger. "What's your name?" the doctor repeated. "Harper Dalton." "Dalton?" Samira's voice was so low it could barely be heard. Are you?" She trembled visibly. "Yes," Harper sobbed. "I am Jill Dalton's daughter." Rahman sagged in his chair, which creaked, the only sound in the room. "I ran away from home. I couldn't bear it. But because of who I was, I had to assume this identity. I meant to tell you when we got to Mosul. I couldn't keep up the pretense any longer. It was weighing on me." "It bothered me," Samira said brokenly, as if she hadn't heard Harper's outburst, "that these drone strikes happened whenever we had left some village. I put them down to coincidence. DFTF has been accused of so many things, but one of our volunteers being an American spy, one of my friends, no, I thought, that couldn't happen. I put it out of my mind." "Samira!" Harper dropped to her knees in front of the doctor. Tears streaked down her face, but she didn't care. "It didn't happen like that. I didn't mean to. Afzal, near Erbil. I was shocked when the patient we treated said he was nearby. I was terrified. He was the first one I messaged my mom about. What else could I do?" "Soraya and her mother. You killed them." "I know. I have to live with—" "Aslam," the Syrian continued in a monotone. "I should have suspected something when he came to that house, challenging us." "No. You heard Zafar. It was he—" "It wasn't me." Harper whirled on him, shocked. He stood where he was, at the door. Tall, face like granite, something like regret in his eyes. "I didn't report that. That was a lie I told to protect you." "Protect me? You? What?" "I am not Iraqi National Intelligence. My name is Cutter Grogan. Your mother sent me. I came to Iraq to find you and take you home." Harper stumbled backwards as if she had been punched. She glanced at him, at the FBI agents, and then at Samira, who had a closed look on her face. "No, you have to believe me," she cried. "I didn't know about him. Samira, please, Stop," the doctor said harshly. "Keep quiet. I don't want to hear anything more." Harper stared at her as she looked away. She looked wildly around the room, and with a sob, fled to the bedroom and locked herself in it. 70. Harper cried as the storm rose outside. She wept and sobbed as the wind tried to tear the house apart. Her life had crashed, and from the way the windows rattled and the doors creaked, it felt like nature was trying to finish the outside world. When her tears had dried out, she was left with dry heaves. Soraya and her mother. You killed them. Samira's words rang in her mind. Her breath hitched at the doctor's expression. She staggered to her feet and wiped her eyes on her sleeve. She went to the bathroom and inspected the small window high above. She climbed on the water tank to reach it and jammed her palm against it. It opened noisily. She held her breath, but no one rattled the bedroom door. She grunted as she hauled herself up with difficulty and squeezed through the opening. The rough edges bruised her skin, and a wood splinter pierced her forearm. She removed it uncaringly when she dropped to the ground. A scratch was nothing compared to what she felt inside. She wrapped the scarf she had brought along around her face and crawled along the wall to the back of the house. A Land Rover with 2 men in it, one of whom looked like Diego. She had overheard Di Fiore mention their names and that the guards alternated between the front and the back. She crawled to the front. The single guard seemed to be playing on his phone inside his vehicle. Harper searched in the dark and found a small rock. She ran to the vehicle and tapped on the window. "Ma'am!" The guard lowered it and winced at the dust that streamed in. "What are you—" She crashed the rock against his temple, jammed her hand inside, and opened the door. She had gotten lucky with her strike. The guard was knocked out cold. She hauled him out and dragged him to the side, laid him on the ground with his face to the wall. She hurried back to the Land Rover and returned with a thin blanket which she wrapped around his face carefully so that he wouldn't choke in the storm. A few minutes later, she was on the road. At some level, she was aware she wasn't thinking rationally, that she was acting irresponsibly. However, Samira's face and harsh words stayed in her mind. Soraya and her mother. You killed them. Abbas only saw the woman climb inside the vehicle and drive away. He didn't follow her. Akbar's instructions had been clear. He had to stay with the FBI women and the mining rigs, which were in the second vehicle. He tried his radio. No signal. He brought out his cell phone. A single bar. He typed out a message and sent it to Akbar. Cutter woke instantly when the front door opened and the wind rushed in. Trouble? He joined Di Fiore and Quindica, who were conferring softly with the guard. He could read the detective's strained face in the dim light when she turned to him. Harper's gone, 71. Harper knew the general direction she was going. She leaned forward and squinted against the dust pattering the windshield. The vehicle was buffeted and swayed by the strong wind, but she could navigate if she drove slowly. It helped that the roads were deserted. She increased her speed once Rabia fell behind and turned in the direction of Garer. Her phone! Cutter hurried to the bedroom and searched it swiftly. He returned with her bag and the device in his hand. She left it behind. She seems to have taken her wallet, nothing else. He turned around when the light turned on. Samira and Rahman. What's up? The driver stifled a yawn. The doctor moaned softly when Di Fiore explained briefly. Split up, Cutter ordered. Let's spread out and search. Keep your phones with you. He grimaced when he saw that his device had no signal in it. She can't have gone far, Samira said, trembling. Not in this weather. I did this. I should have listened. I lashed out. No time for that. Let's find her. They wrapped themselves up against the storm and waited at the door at his gesture. Weapons? He asked Di Fiore and Quindica. We have our Glocks, the SAC replied. Those may not be enough. Samira sobbed when she realized his implication. She wiped her eyes quickly and followed the FBI agents out of the house. Cutter ducked his head into the wind and ran to the rear of his Land Cruiser. He unlocked the weapons case, removed several HKs, and stuffed them in a gym bag along with spare magazines. Remove them from your ride, he yelled at Di Fiore. How many of you are coming with me? I'm going with them, Samira replied quickly before the detective could react. And I go with Samira, Rahman added. Keeping them safe is our job. Diego jerked his head at Di Fiore and Quindica. We're down to 2 men as it stands. I can't let them out of my sight. He had discovered the unconscious soldier and carried him inside the house, where the man lay, still knocked out. Cutter cursed inwardly. 8 of us, but we can organize only 2 search teams. Can't ask the soldiers to go separately without revealing Harper's identity. He wasn't ready to make that public knowledge. In any case, we have only 2 vehicles. Bring the rigs to my Toyota, he told Di Fiore, or else it will be a tight fit for all of you. She nodded, and with all of them helping, they transferred the equipment to his Land Cruiser. We search in. Circles. Got it. Quindica nodded and hurried to the Land Rover. Cutter got behind the wheel while Gala, who had been a silent spectator all along, slid into the passenger seat. She stared ahead through the windshield at the Land Rover, whose taillights flared and disappeared in the storm. Cutter nosed out and drove in the direction opposite the one Di Fiore had taken and began his sweep search. Concentric circles around the house that got wider after every pass. He snatched a glance at his companion, who didn't speak, expressed no emotion, and kept staring out of the window. We slipped into English. Gala accepted his apology with a wave. I was right to not trust you, she said when they had finished the first pass. It had taken them 40 minutes to complete the small circle in the driving wind. You weren't who you said you were. I am not the enemy. She inclined her head briefly. The vice president's daughter. Her words hung in the air. Why didn't you take her away from the village? I didn't get time to be alone with her. It was obvious she was good friends with Samira and Rahman and liked you too. I didn't want them to feel she had betrayed their trust. She did. She had her reasons. Soraya and her mother are dead because of her interference. What would you do in her situation, Gala? She didn't reply. She stared out of the window impassively. It came to him suddenly. I've never seen her smile or laugh. What's her story? A small stone pelted their windshield, drawing his attention to the task on hand. He started another circle search. Abbas peered through the dust, driving slowly as he followed the Land Rover. He had to hang well back since he didn't want to give himself away, and the storm didn't make tailing easy. He swore when he lost sight of the vehicle and gave up after a while. He returned to the house and saw that the Toyota was missing too. He sent a message to Akbar and exhaled when it got delivered. He hoped the women would return soon. Otherwise, he would have to face the terrorist leader's wrath. 72. Di Fiore glanced at Samira out of the corner of her eye as Diego drove through the storm. The 2 soldiers at the front, Di Fiore in the middle, at the back, between the doctor and Quindica. Rahman at the rear. The Syrian cut a lonely figure as she looked out of the window. She felt Di Fiore's gaze and turned. Her eyes flickered to Quindica's hand on the detective's thigh, but she made no comment. She should have told me. She betrayed our trust. Don't mention her real name, Di Fiore warned with her eyes and gestured discreetly at Diego. It had been Cutter's suggestion to keep Harper's identity from the soldiers. She and Quindica had gone along with it. The fewer people know at this stage, the better. She had spun a story that a heated argument had broken out in the night which had prompted Layla to escape. Diego didn't buy into it. I could see it in his eyes. But he'll understand once we find her. She had no choice, she replied softly. Would you have taken her if you knew? You would defend her. She's an American. That's not why. Soraya would still have been alive. Her mother, too. Yes, Di Fiore agreed. And that's something she will have to live with for the rest of her life. Should she have done what she did? I don't know. It's easy for us to judge. We haven't lived in her shoes. What the heck, what do I have to lose? She decided to speak her mind. This is rare. She held up her hand, clasped with Quindica's. Samira's widening eyes suggested she knew what the detective was referring to. You have to decide if it is worth it, that you can accept what she caught herself, what Lila did. And, Di Fiore continued, despite Quindica's hard nudge signaling she should stop giving advice, you should work out whether you would have acted differently if you were Layla. She turned back to the front and peered through the wind, hoping, praying to see Harper's Land Rover, 73. The storm began easing at 4 a.m. Harper didn't bother looking at the dashboard to see how far she had driven. It was far. Regret was mounting in her. I shouldn't have fled. I should have stayed and reasoned with Samira. She and the others must be worried sick. Cutter Grogan and his revelation were barely in her thoughts. She would deal with that later. She was tempted to turn back, but was afraid of getting lost in the darkness. She hadn't found any map in the vehicle. She controlled her fear as much as she could and kept driving. Garer shouldn't be far ahead. I will call Samira from a villager's phone. Something glinted far ahead. A vehicle's taillights. She drew closer to it. A Hilux by the side of the road. She was about to pass it when several men came out from their cover behind the vehicle and blocked her way. "Rabia is well behind us, ma'am." Diego met Di Fiore's eyes in the mirror. "You want us to carry on?" "Let's get back," Quindica replied. "Our comms are still dead, even though the wind seems to be fading. Cutter might have had more luck." "We have to keep searching." Samira whirled on them. "She could be anywhere." "We will," Di Fiore reassured her. "We need to check in with Grogan, however." Diego backed up the Land Rover on the road and was straightening when a vehicle came out of the gloom and rammed into them, 74. "No luck," Cutter said grimly as he tried Di Fiore and Quindica's phones. They had returned to the house after a fruitless search to find the Land Rover absent. The third soldier was inside where they had left him. It looked like he was sleeping. Gala folded her arms and looked down the street. Her scarf was caked in dirt, as was her hair. She had been awake all day and had barely slept at night, yet her posture was erect, her eyes fierce. "There's no giving her." "Let's rest for a while. They should return soon," he said, with more conviction than he felt. "And if Harper's not with them? We'll have to involve more people in the search." "That won't be wise. She could be lost. If word gets out to the terrorists or any militia group." "I am aware of the risks," he sighed and gestured at her to enter the house. "Let's figure it out in the morning." "It is morning." He threw up his hands in surrender and stomped inside. He couldn't sleep. He lay on the thin blanket and stared at the ceiling. He tried Di Fiore and Quindica's numbers several times and got no response. He fired off several messages, but neither of them replied. He tossed and turned and sat up when Gala came to him at 6 a.m. Something has happened to them, and to Harper, 75. Hadi. Di Fiore recognized the man in the middle and reached for the HK in her lap. "Don't!" Quindica ordered when the men fired shots in the air. "They can pick us off easily." The terrorist leader waved his weapon in the air while more shots were fired. "He wants us to throw out our rifles, ma'am," Diego said tightly. Their vehicle was sideways on the road from the crash. Groups of men cut off their exit on all sides. "We'll be okay," Di Fiore reassured Samira and Rahman, but she knew her words were hollow. "Let's do as he says," Quindica said in a clipped voice. "Cutter will find us soon enough. He'll get us out of this." Di Fiore nodded at Samira, who lowered the window. She leaned across the doctor and threw her rifle out. A man came to them and, without a word, crashed his rifle butt in her face. Di Fiore didn't know what time it was when she returned to consciousness. She felt sluggish. Sound seemed to come from a long distance, and her face felt like it was caked in blood. She ran her tongue inside her mouth. No broken teeth as far as she could tell. She shook her head and winced at the pain. At least it helped sharpen her senses. Her hands were tied behind her back, her feet secured with thick cords. She was on the floor, her back against the wall. Quindica to her right, a worried look in her eyes. Beyond her were Rahman and Samira. Her breath caught at the sight of Harper, next to the Syrian. Her fear was palpable over the several feet that separated them. Diego and his soldier lay bound next to the Veep's daughter. The sergeant felt her eyes on him and looked up at her. face grim, eyes bleak. "They don't know who Harper is," Quindica muttered through the side of her mouth. They, Hadi and his men. The terrorist leader was gesticulating furiously to a man. "That's Faris Akbar." Beyond him were a bunch of villagers on benches, guarded by fighters. Benches? Villagers. The coil of dread tightened inside Di Fiore. "We are in a school," the SAC said, confirming her dawning realization. "In Garer, 76. "Harper was driving to the village," Quindica whispered. "Akbar captured her." "How did he find her?" "How did Hadi find us?" the SAC countered. "Was someone watching us?" "Possible. Hadi has men everywhere." Di Fiore strained to hear what the terrorist leader was arguing about. "Rigs." She caught the word. "Of course. He wants them. He must have assumed they were in our ride." "Abbas," Hadi yelled, drawing everyone's attention. "His phone is not reachable." He broke off, raging, and saw Di Fiore watching him. He was on her instantly. "Where are they?" He yanked her hair hard, screaming in English. "Where are the rigs?" "I don't know what you mean," she gasped. Someone screamed. She didn't know if it was Samira or Harper or both. "Leave her alone!" Rahman shouted and fell to the ground when Akbar clubbed him with his rifle. Quindica dove at Hadi's legs and got his knee in her face. She grunted. Her lips split, but before she could attack again, Hadi slapped her and sent her reeling. "Where is my equipment?" the leader snarled. "I don't know," Di Fiore snapped at him through gritted teeth. "You don't know." He pulled savagely. "They were in your Land Rover. Where did they go?" "How does he know that?" "They are not with us," Diego broke in quickly. Hadi and Akbar turned to him. "American soldier," the lieutenant said softly. "I have killed many of them. I enjoyed it." He drew his handgun and shot the second soldier in the head. Di Fiore was stunned. It took a moment for the act to sink in. Samira shrieked. Harper yelled, and with a low growl, Diego launched himself from the ground. His feet were tied, his hands were behind him, but his rage was enough to propel him as he shoulder crashed into Akbar and brought him down. He head-butted the terrorist savagely, cursing, until Akbar roared and jabbed him in the throat. The killer heaved Diego off and pounced on top. He brought out his blade and plunged it towards the sergeant's neck. "They are with a friend," Di Fiore screamed. "We transferred them to his vehicle." Akbar's teeth bared in a wicked smile, the point of his knife resting on Diego's throat. "Friend?" He cocked his head. "Is that Grogan?" Di Fiore nodded when he pricked the soldier's neck. "Where is he?" "I don't know," she panted. Drops of blood trickled out of the sergeant's throat. "In Rabia!" she yelled when Akbar made to thrust the knife. "Do you have his number?" "Yes." "He will come to us," Akbar told Hadi and plunged his knife into Diego, 77. Di Fiore didn't think. She didn't wait to figure out attack vectors. Diego's shuddering body, the screams of the DFTF volunteers and the villagers made her act. She shot off the ground and hurled herself at Akbar, dimly aware that Quindica had thrown herself at Hadi. The detective caught Akbar's blow in her face. It didn't stop her. She landed on him and bit his shoulder hard, growling, snarling, the fury in her making her ignore his counterpunches. She felt his knife arm rise and twisted off his body before he could pierce her and head-butted him. He shouted in anger and wrestled furiously until he was on top and brought the knife to her throat. She froze, aware that Hadi had overpowered Quindica too. If our hands and feet were free, "We can kill you right now." Akbar's eyes glittered. Or, Hadi moved suggestively over the SAC, "we can have our way with them and then kill them." "Don't forget her too," Akbar said, glaring at Harper. "She's the American spy. She is the one who got Nasser killed. Hadi's lips curled when Harper moaned. I haven't forgotten her. We will rape her in front of these Americans, kill her, and then play with them. Samira half sobbed and inched closer to Harper, protectively. She's in shock. How do Akbar and Hadi know Harper is American? Do they know who she is? No. She fought her rising panic. They would have mentioned it. She'd be too valuable a hostage if they knew who she really was. Get that American here first. Hadi punched Quindika in the belly and got off her. And get him to bring the rigs. We need them. Call him. Akbar searched Di Fiore's body with one hand while the other held the knife to her neck. He came out with her phone and thrust it at her. Do it! Do it! He yelled angrily when she didn't move. He rolled off her and turned her on her belly and smashed her face on the floor. She turned her head just in time to take the blow on her cheek. She gritted her teeth against the pain and felt him fumble at her hands. She kicked back and grunted in agony when he gouged her back with an elbow. He grabbed her forefinger savagely and held it against her phone. It's unlocked, he announced, and got to his feet. He kicked her in the side as he scrolled through the menu. Di Fiore rolled to her back clumsily and glanced at Harper and Samira. They were breathing harshly, their eyes wide in panic. She thought they were moaning continually, but she couldn't be sure above the shrieks and sobbing of the villagers. She was digging her heels into the floor to slide towards them to offer reassurance when Akbar gasped. He looked up from his phone and hurried to Harper. He grabbed her head back to examine her. Blue eyes, he said wonderingly. We didn't notice it before. So what? Hadi said impatiently. She's an American. She was in disguise all along. Call this man Grogan. Saidi, no, you don't understand. See this. Di Fiore's heart sank when he thrust his phone at the leader. Hadi's eyebrows came together. He looked at Harper and back at the screen. He began. Akbar laughed exultantly. Nam, she's Vice President Jill Dalton's daughter. We have the biggest prize we could have ever imagined in our hands. 78. Cutter checked that the soldier was sleeping and wrapped another blanket around him. Let's search once more, he told Galer. The storm has gone. We have daylight. We can move quickly. They were headed to the door when his phone buzzed. At last! His hand flashed to his pocket and brought it out. Di Fiore's number. Where the hell have you been? He exploded. Grogan! The voice sounded like the rasp of sandpaper. Faris Akbar, I thought you were dead. Cutter realized instantly what the call was about. He turned cold, aware that Gole was looking on curiously. You thought wrong, American, just as I thought we killed you. Tayyib Mansour is dead. 1 out of 2 isn't bad. I'll take it. He was my brother, Akbar screamed. He died like any other terrorist. Do you remember what we did to your wife? Gala snatched the phone from his hand and turned it on speaker. Cutter made to grab it back, but she warned him off with her forefinger. Do you remember how she begged? How you begged? A roaring filled his ears. His vision began to dim. Gala punched him hard in the shoulder, which brought him back to the present. I haven't forgotten, Cutter replied, surprised at how calm he sounded. I won't until the day I die. Which will be today, Akbar crowed. Do you know who we have with us? The vice president's daughter. What will America say when it finds out ISIL have captured her? You know how this will end. You harm her in any way, and there will be no place for you to hide, nowhere to run. We will hunt you down. We will offer such large rewards that your own people will turn on you. Stop! Akbar shrieked. He breathed harshly. Don't talk. Listen. You have something of ours. Your friends. Did I tell you we have them too? I need proof. Proof? You think this is a negotiation? Cutter ended the call. What did you do? Gala yelled at him. He'll kill them. He won't. He would have done so by now if he wanted to. He needs those rigs in my vehicle. What are they? Why are they so important? No time to explain crypto mining. The terrorists use them to make money on the internet. That can be done? He couldn't help smiling faintly at her expression. Nam, it's complicated. I'll tell you when all this is over. His phone rang. Who do you think you are? Do you want me to kill? Cutter ended the call. You are playing with fire, Garer raged. He has so many hostages. He can kill any one of them to punish you. He needs just one prisoner, Harper Dalton. Everyone else is... Akbar called again. I want proof that everyone is alive. Cutter spoke before the terrorist ranted. The killer's loud breathing filled the air. Check your message, he said harshly after a while. Cutter fingered the app and brought up the photograph. What happened to Rahman? Why is he on the ground? Is that his name? He tried to be a hero. He's not dead. He's unconscious. He zoomed in on the image and stared at the two figures at the edge. Diego and his... I killed them, Akbar smirked. They also tried to be heroes. His voice dropped menacingly. If you play games, I will kill more. The rage inside bubbled over. It threatened to consume him. Garer helped him regain control. She grabbed his shirt with her left fist and shook him with all her strength. That photograph does not prove anything, he snapped. You could have taken it any time. Put someone on the phone, one of the FBI agents. Let me talk to them. Who do you think is in control? What choice do you have? You kill them. You torture them. What will that get you? You will go on a kill list immediately. You are playing with fire, Akbar exploded. He yelled inarticulately and another voice came on. Grogan, he hasn't hurt us yet. Harper is unharmed. Di fiore. You heard that? Akbar hissed. Enough talking. Bring what we want in 2 hours. And maybe, just maybe, some of these hostages will leave alive. Bring them where? Come alone. No army. No police. No American soldiers. We have eyes and ears everywhere. We will know if they are with you. If you don't come in 2 hours, I'll start killing. You know how much I enjoy that. Bring them where? Cutter repeated. Haven't you worked it out by now, Grogan? Akbar taunted him. Come to Garer, to the school. 79. Cutter pinched the bridge of his nose in the sudden silence when the call ended. He holds all the cards. I can call the entire U.S. military and he and Hadi will kill all of them. Garer nodded. They might put it on the internet. That will be their win. They won't care if they live or die afterwards. That act alone will motivate other terrorists. Nam. They won't let anyone go. They will take those rigs and kill everyone. Yes. Akbar. You and he have history. You heard some of it. You go to that school and you are dead. Don't I know it? He threw up his hands. And you'll still go? Without calling for help? Nam. Then what are we waiting for? Cutter looked at her strangely. This isn't your fight, Garer. Go home. Go to Sinjar. There is no way I can thank you enough for keeping Harper, Samira, and Rahman safe, but it ends for you here. She slapped him. No one, she warned softly. No one tells Garer what to do. Garer turned on him and marched out of the house with her rifle on her back, and stopped short. There were 8 of them. 2 of the men were as big as farmhouse doors. Their muscles bulged beneath the sleeves of their jackets. One had a neatly trimmed beard while the other was clean-shaven. 2 other men, model-like looks, wearing shades, one older than the other. A petite woman next to a pair of sisters. Twins, Garer corrected herself. Green eyes, brown reddish hair. The last man was so still that one would have thought he wasn't breathing. He was, however, impassive. Dark eyes, short, dark hair, looking at her as if reading her soul. All of them were deeply tanned, but she knew they weren't Iraqis. She felt it. She noticed their guns. All of them were carrying HKs. The one she had, which Grogan had given her, was the same model as theirs. Her hand moved involuntarily to her rifle. None of them moved. They stood there in the bright sunlight watching her, unthreateningly. She didn't know how, but she was certain the 8 people in front of her were capable of immense violence. "Gala!" Grogan called out from behind and came to a skidding stop at the sight. "That won't be needed," he said, pulling her hand away from her HK. "They're friends." She followed him down the steps and stood, watchful. Gala didn't trust anyone easily, and she wasn't going to start any time soon. "How did you find—" Grogan began. One of the sisters rolled her eyes, which was enough to stop him. "You are—" The twin trailed off in Arabic, looking at the Yazidi commander. "Gola," Grogan introduced her. "She—" He went silent when the other sister raised a finger. The older twin's eyes flared. "There can't be many women with that name. The Lioness of Sinjar, is that you?" She spoke the language like a local resident. "That was a long time ago. No one uses that name anymore. I forbid it." She felt it then. Respect. It showed in the way the strangers looked at her, in the warmth in the sister's eyes. "Lioness? Sinjar?" Grogan spread his arms helplessly. "What's this about?" "That was the name she was given during the war," the younger sister said softly. "It was on social media for a few days, and then friends of the Izigsan unit took it down and wiped all traces of such nicknames to protect their identities." "Why didn't anyone tell me of this?" He whirled on Gola. "You, Katam, Jilan, no one said anything." "You don't need to know everything," the younger twin said cuttingly. Gala took a long time to warm to people. She would make an exception for these strangers, however. Anyone who put Grogan in his place was someone to know. She felt the last man's eyes on her. He was expressionless still. His eyes were dark, fathomless pools. He looked away from her to Grogan. "Speak." It looked like all of them were fluent in Arabic. Grogan broke it down for them, sticking to the same language. He spoke quickly, and when he had finished, the tightening around the stranger's eyes was the only reaction. "Inside." The man pointed to the house. It wasn't a request. Gola led them to the table where the younger sister brought out a screen. Her fingers danced over its keys and a map came up. She zoomed in on it and there was Garbir. High-def satellite images. The Yazidi leader was familiar with the village from her previous visits. "That's the main route," she said, pointing to the track. "That rock near the entrance is well known. It's like a signpost that the village is Garbir. There is only one street, that one grocery shop, and that's the school." "They will have men on the perimeter, soldiers inside," Grogan commented. 30, 50, 100. Heck, all of Hadi's men could be there. "No," the man who seemed to be the team leader commented. "Not that many. Moving so many soldiers would give them away. How many folks in the village?" 300, the twin replied. "But many will be away, working in the fields, gone to Rabia or Mosul." "Do you know where Syria was killed?" "That room. It's the assembly hall. It looks like it can accommodate 50 students." "The number of villagers who are hostages doesn't matter," the petite woman said impatiently. "They will be prisoners." "Nam," the leader agreed. "I wanted to work out the extent of damage." Gala snapped her head up. "You are going to mount a rescue, 8 of you?" 10 of us, the black man replied. His smile was like a warm blanket. "Something tells me you are not going to sit back." "How? We will be outnumbered. They have hostages. They have Harper." 20 or 30 men, the younger sister began, and then looked irritatedly at Grogan. "Cutter has no manners. He should have introduced us. I'm Beth." She thrust her hand out and gripped Gala's warmly. "My sister, Megan." She pointed at her twin. "Older than her," the sister drawled. "Not by much," Beth shot back. "You are Americans?" Gala asked after the introductions. "Nam." "Soldiers?" "You could say that." "Some kind of special forces team," the Yazidi leader guessed. She had noticed that none of them had mentioned their second names. "I don't think Hadi will have 50 men," Beth resumed, pointing at her map. "That would be too noticeable. 20 or 30 is my guess. He will have a few men around the village, but most of them will be inside the school to guard the hostages." "Nam," Zeb agreed. "Even that many shooters are a lot," Golay argued. "This is a suicide mission." "Sayyidati, let me guess. You were ready to go in there along with Cutter, just the two of you. That wasn't suicidal? Did Grogan call you to help out?" "No." "You happened to be in the country?"
"Nam. We knew he was here, in Rabia, and decided to look him up. We didn't know all this had happened tonight."
"This isn't your operation. Why are you doing this? Because Harper is American." She wished she could take her words back the moment she uttered them. Zeb went still. Nothing changed on his face. He didn't move, but she could sense it. "We would do this for anyone, Sayyidati." Bear's deep voice rumbled in the house. "Americans, Iraqis, Syrians, Yazidis. Who the hostages are doesn't matter." She nodded blindly, her face flushing in embarrassment. "I'm sore." "No need." Megan squeezed her forearm. "We are strangers to you. You don't know us. Anyone would have assumed the same. Besides," her eyes danced wickedly, "being with Cutter isn't healthy. He makes people act irrationally." "Whoa!" Grogan exclaimed, but before he could defend himself, Broker whistled sharply and pointed to the map. "Let's focus on this." "Nam." Gala nodded. "What is the plan?" Beth replied immediately. "Send Cutter to die." 80. Cutter scratched his jaw when Beth went over the plan. "Hadi and Akbar will know I'm not alone, that you folks are with me. They have spies in town." "We know how to deal with that," Zeb replied. "How?" "Are we done here?" The team leader ignored his question. "That guard, we'll leave him here." Cutter scribbled a note and slipped it under the soldier's blanket. He looked at Gola, who nodded. There was nothing to keep them in Rabia anymore. The twins led the way to two dull-colored Land Cruisers parked next to his ride. Megan went to one of the vehicles and opened its rear door with a flourish. "Meet Akbar's spy." Cutter stared at the bound man who looked fearfully at him and Gala. "He was in that pickup truck," the elder twin said, pointing at the wrecked vehicle. "We wouldn't have seen him if the tarp covering him hadn't flown off in the storm." "Abbas," Chloe said grimly. "That's his name. It didn't take long for him to break down. He was on Quindica and Di Fiore's tail ever since Mosul. He reported back to Akbar, who ordered him to keep an eye on the rigs." Beth dug into her pocket and came out with a cell phone. "That was on him." Cutter ripped the tape from the shooter's mouth and grabbed his hair. "What did you tell Akbar?" "I told them everything already," the terrified man screamed, bobbing his head at the agency operators. "I am asking." "Nothing." His breath caught when Cutter removed his Amtac. "I told him about the first woman and then the FBI agents. I followed them but lost them in the storm. I returned to the house." "How do you know they are FBI?" "Akbar has a spy in the police." His voice rose when Bwana moved threateningly. "I didn't tell him anything else. I couldn't. There was no signal in the storm." "We can use him." Cutter taped his mouth, hauled him to his Toyota and threw him in the back. He took the flesh-colored earbuds and collar mic that Beth handed over and inserted them. "I'll have to remove them when I'm in Garbier." Gala inserted her comms devices too and followed him silently to his vehicle. Your friends are good, she said when they were rolling, the agency vehicles far behind them. Naam, I have known them for a while. They have always had my back. They are good, but I don't think even they can help. We have to try. I'm coming with you. The Land Cruiser jolted when he stamped the brake in surprise. You? We discussed this back at the house. You will be with Beth and Megan. Akbar and Hadi don't know about you. Abbas told them your friends have gone. He didn't mention you stayed back. I am coming with you to the school. Gala punched a palm with her fist at each word, the smacking sounds emphasizing her intent. You may not come out alive. Death? She laughed scornfully. I have no fear of that. Why do you want to be there? I have unfinished business. What kind of business? A phone rang before she could reply. It's Akbar. He held up Abbas's phone and showed it to Gola. She nodded and spoke softly to Beth while he swerved to the side of the road and parked. He raced around to the back and caught hold of Abbas. Do exactly what I tell you, or you'll die, right here, right now. The fighter nodded several times. Cutter ripped his tape off and jammed his Glock against this temple. He accepted the call and put it on speaker. Abbas! Akbar's voice came out forcefully. Where are you? Do you know how many times Hadi and I tried your number? It's the storm, Saidi, the terrorist said, swallowing before reading out what Cutter scribbled on a notepad. I called you but didn't get a signal. Did you get the messages I sent? Naam, we have captured the women. One of them, never mind. You'll know soon enough. Where are you now? I am following Zafar, Saidi. He is the only one left. We are out of Arabia. Is he alone? Akbar barked. Yes, Saidi. Abbas put on a surprised tone when Gola joined Cutter and pushed her HK into his groin. Follow him, but don't let him see you. Let me know immediately if any soldiers, police, or anyone else join him. Naam, I don't know where he is going. I do. He's coming to Garer. Does he have the rigs? He didn't take them out. They are still in his vehicle. Very good. Akbar's voice warmed. You have done very well. Once you get here, you can play with one of the women. Abbas's face whitened when Cutter and Gala jabbed him hard with their weapons. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. I will enjoy that, Saidi, he said, making an effort to speak normally. How many guards are there at the entrance? Alim and Sadiq, near the rock. I have others around the village. Don't come inside the village. You are our eyes outside. Stay back. Let Grogan come in and inform us if you see any threat. Naam, Saidi. How far away is he? He is driving slowly. He should be there in about 2 hours. Let him come. I am waiting eagerly for him. 81. He is coming. Alone, Akbar exulted. Abbas confirmed it. De Fiore tried to control her panic when she heard him. Harper slumped against Samira and closed her eyes. Quindica nudged De Fiore's thigh with her knee and she nodded, knowing what the SAC was trying to convey. It isn't over yet. But what can Cutter do, alone? Hadi and his lieutenant stood in the center of the hall, talking softly. Their men ranged around the room. The killers had gagged them after Cutter's call and dragged the soldiers' bodies away. You can't do this! A frail villager got up from his bench. Enough of the killing. Let us go. Hadi and Akbar looked at him in surprise. Some of the guards laughed contemptuously. You are going to stop us, old man, the leader sneered as he went up to him. How can I? Hadi moved deceptively fast. He reversed his rifle and smashed it into the man's belly, turned it swiftly and thrust its barrel at his face. A woman screamed. The surrounding villagers scrambled away, but were pushed back by the ring of threatening guards. De Fiore held her breath as agonizing moments passed, aware of Samira yelling desperately behind her gag. Hadi straightened, kicked the man savagely in the thigh, and withdrew his weapon. He smiled wickedly when a murmur of relief swept through the room. "Your lives," he announced, "are in my hands. By the time the sun sets, some of you will be living, some won't. Those who will be killed are the ones who protest." He returned to the front and leered at Harper. "And some of those who live," he whispered, "will wish they were dead." De Fiore looked across at the DFTF volunteers and caught Rahman's eyes. The driver had regained consciousness. His face was set, expressionless. Blood trickled down his temple from a blow inflicted by a guard. "What can I tell them?" De Fiore thought bitterly. "Cutter will die along with us." 82. Timing was important. "Go slower," Beth rapped out. She got an acknowledging click from Cutter in her earpiece. Her eyes were glued to her screen, with Broker looking over her shoulder as they tracked their friend's Land Cruiser. 2 miles out," she announced. "Now!" Zeb drove off the dirt track, down the ditch that ran by its side and towards a clump of trees. Bear, at the wheel of the second vehicle, navigated in the opposite direction. "I've got cover," he called after a while. "In a rock formation. Give us a few. We'll pull a tarp over the Land Cruiser to better hide us." She and Megan assembled 2 drones swiftly and launched them through the window. They knuckle-bumped each other when the feeds came up on the younger sister's screen. "Birds are in the air." Beth navigated them expertly until they rose high and directed them towards Garer. The UAVs were coated with intelligent paint that adapted to background color, rendering them undetectable to the naked eye. They were packed with technology: HD cameras, infrared and night vision, a cell phone tower, LiDAR, the works. "2 men at the rock," she called out. "Those would be Alam and Sadiq." Broker peered over her shoulder. "Cutter, why have you stopped?" "To buy you time. School has several windows." "Can you see through them?" "No." Beth blew hair out of her face in frustration. "The light is glaring off the walls. Thermal imaging shows a bunch of bodies at the back and a few at the front." "Those would be Gina, Peyton, and the others," Megan guessed. "Hadi and Akbar would want them there for maximum effect." "Yeah." "What about the perimeter?" Bear interrupted. "I'm getting to them. 1 man against a house on the left of the village, 1 at the back, and 2 are behind the school to the right of the village, where their getaway vehicles are parked." "6 of them," Zeb added them up. "That few?" Roger exclaimed in surprise. "I would have guessed he would have more." "He has. They're inside the school." "And we don't have eyes on them," Chloe concluded. "Not yet," Beth corrected her. She looked up at Zeb. "You know what to do." "Yes, ma'am." A smile ghosted over his lips and disappeared. "Occupy those roofs." "We'll have to know what their comms protocol is," Broker mused. "Bear and I will find that out," Bwana said menacingly. "Cutter," Beth called out. "You got all of that?" "Yeah." "Abbas holding up?" "Not a peep out of him ever since we transferred him to our ride." "He may try to warn Hadi or Akbar." "He won't." She leaned over the back and stared at the captive, who looked scared. "Get going." "Last chance," Cutter said, glancing at Gala as he resumed his drive. "Jump out here and wait. For you to die. I'll take my chances." Nothing has changed. Just because Zeb and his crew are with us, the odds are still against us. You know what Hadi and Akbar are capable of, what they do to women. Drive. 83. Cutter lowered his window and dumped his collar mic and earpiece out. Gala did the same. The wind had picked up and rushed inside their cab, bringing in heat and dirt. In the distance, he could see a low-hanging cloud of dust that seemed to be approaching fast. "Will the storm help us?" He shrugged. It didn't matter. Garer came into view, the rock at its entrance standing out starkly against the earth tones of the village. He rolled towards it and stopped when a hand came out from behind it and signaled. "Lower your windows and come out." Cutter did as ordered. A shooter came from behind the rock with his rifle aimed at him. "You are not alone? Who is that?" "I am going with him," Gala spat. "Only the American. No one else goes inside the village." "She comes," Cutter said flatly. "Or we both are going back to Rabia." "You, American!" The shooter's finger tightened on his trigger. "Wait." The second guard broke cover and placed a restraining arm on the first. "Search them." "You know what Hadi said. Only he can go in." "Hadi will kill us if we shoot him, you fool. Search them first." The first shooter snarled in anger and patted down Cutter and Gala roughly. He inspected the Land Cruiser and returned to the second man, who brought out his radio. "There are two of them. One of them is a woman, Nam." He bobbed his head. "We searched them. They don't have weapons or any phone. Nam, the rigs are in the vehicle." He hung up and jerked his gun towards the village. "Walk," he ordered. "Go to the school. It's the large building on the right. You can't miss it." "What about my vehicle?" "Leave it here. Go." "Why didn't they shoot us?" Gala whispered as their feet crunched in the dust. "That would have been too easy for Akbar. He likes a spectacle. He wants to torture me in front of all the prisoners." 84. "Abbas!" Hadi's voice came through angrily on the fighter's cell phone. "Who is that woman with Grogan? Why didn't you tell us about her?" "Grogan? You mean Zafar?" the bound man replied as normally as he could, with Broker's knife digging into his groin. "Yes, him," the terrorist leader said impatiently. "He is an American. What about the woman?" "I didn't see her in his vehicle, Saidi. I told you the storm—" "Did she join him on the road?" "No. She must have climbed in his vehicle at the house. She must be one of the Yazidi women. He didn't stop anywhere. I have been following him all along. He must have reached the village. I held back and was making to call you. Nam, he is in the village. The rigs are with him. Stay back. Warn us if any soldiers arrive." "Yes, Saidi." He collapsed when the call ended and Broker eased the pressure on him. "Grogan will die," he snarled. "Hadi and Akbar will make him watch as the women are raped and—" Beth slapped him. Bwana and Bear crawled swiftly along the ditch, guided by Beth's whispered instructions in their earpieces. They stopped whenever she ordered them to, when Alim or Sadiq came out from behind the rock and resumed at her command. Dull clothing on them, rifles painted in camo colors, nothing on them to reflect the sunlight. Even their shades were made from composites that prevented any glare. Sweat dripped off their chins as their elbows dug into the hard ground, their toes giving them the thrust to propel them forward. "Stop!" They stopped. "I should have felt her," Sadiq grouched, "when I was searching her. She was shapely." "Nam." Alim nodded. "Hadi and Akbar didn't know she was here. We should have kept her here and had our fun. They have many women to play with inside. We don't have—" He broke off as the devil rose from the ground, tall, wide, menace in his eyes. Alim began to yell a warning when a knife flew through the air and buried itself in his throat. Bwana grabbed Sadiq's hair and held his blade to the terrorist's throat. "Make a sound, please," he begged, "so that I can kill you." The fighter made a choking sound but didn't move. Bear laid Alim's body down and wiped his knife on his clothing. He turned to Sadiq and thrust the blade into the man's thigh without warning. Bwana's large hand cupped Sadiq's mouth and muffled his shriek. "You," Bear said coldly, "will tell us everything you know. You will do everything we say. The rock is ours." Zeb acknowledged Bwana's report with a double click as he crouched and ran towards the village. He had cut a large loop and was approaching Garbir head-on, from the side, towards the single guard who, according to Beth's commentary, was urinating against the wall with his back to the open ground. Zeb threw caution to the wind. "Beth's got eyes in the sky. She'll warn me of any threat." He straightened and burst into a sprint. covering ground rapidly, heading towards the soldier, who heard him and started to turn but couldn't react in time. Zeb crashed into him and smashed his head against the wall brutally, and again for good measure, then lay on top of him until the man stopped shuddering. "The side is ours," he panted into his collar mic. Roger took the easy way. He was 50 yards from the guard at the back of the village. The fighter was alert, his eyes flicking back and forth as he fingered his radio. The Texan settled down and brought his HK to his shoulder. "You're sure that's what Sadiq said?" he said as he checked in with Bear. "That the next check-in for all the guards is in an hour's time?" "Correct." The Texan grinned, took aim and took out the guard. The round sped through the air and splattered the terrorist's brains on the wall. The bullet's sound was lost in the rising wind. Roger raced out and dragged the body to where he had been hiding. He looked at the sky and made a thumbs-up gesture. "You got his radio?" Beth queried. "Yeah." Megan and Chloe split up. The petite operative crawled as close as she could get to the getaway vehicles. She could hear their laughter and smelled their smokes. "Ready?" she asked Megan. "Go." She stood up and deliberately stamped on dry leaves. The guards spun around, and in the fraction of a second it took them to process what they saw, the elder twin attacked. Megan's HK swung in a tight arc and caught the first guard in the neck. She reverse-crashed it into the second soldier's head. He collapsed on the ground. The first soldier wasn't done. His mouth was opening to shout when Chloe slashed his throat. They hauled the bodies to deep undergrowth, bellied down, and trained their rifles on the back of the school. "Perimeter secure," Megan announced. Zeb lunged up and caught the low-hanging roof of the house. He pulled himself up and lay down on its hot surface. "They can see me from the school," he whispered in his collar mic. "Nope," Beth corrected him dryly. "See the water tank on the house in front of you?" "Yeah, but it's not. It's large enough to conceal you. Line of sight from the school. Forget it. You won't understand. It's vectors and angles and stuff, which Werner calculates on the fly from the drone's feeds. Get as close to the school as you can. I'll warn you if you are exposed. Look to your right." Bwana waved at him discreetly. Bear's with him, too. He checked his left to see Roger flat on another roof. "Go!" Beth snapped. "We don't have much time." Zeb belly-crawled on the hot roof towards the school as the storm blew through Garer, making a low, keening sound that rattled loose shutters and seemed to signal death. 85. It was a short walk to the school, but it felt like a mile. Cutter, with Gala beside him, puffs of dust rising at their footfalls, the wind tugging at their clothing, flattening it against their bodies one moment, blowing it away the next. Good thinking on Megan's part to make me keep my armor. Not that it will make a difference. Akbar or Hadi will remove it when they see it. Cutter felt cold and empty as they went inside the schoolyard and climbed up the steps. The Yazidi leader beside him was expressionless, her eyes distant. The door swung open before they reached it. A guard appeared briefly and jerked his head at them to step inside. He closed it after them and searched them, then pointed to the front of the school. Cutter took it in swiftly. Villagers to his left and right, several of them bleeding, sobbing, or moaning softly. 6 guards pacing around them. 4 windows facing the yard, all of them open. Can Zeb and his team see them? He didn't even know if they had been able to make it to the roofs. Even if they have, can they see through? Will they have firing angles? There was no way he could warn them of the guards. The fighter shoved them down the walkway towards the blackboard. His breath caught at the sight of Harper, bound and gagged, terrified, looking at him. Samira and Rahman flanking her, Quindica and De Fiore to their right. He felt eyes on him from behind and turned to see Jabbar, who had half risen and was staring at him, shocked. "Zafar?" His whisper floated in the air. And then they were in front of Hadi, who stood regally in front of the prisoners. 2 more guards in the corners. Where is Akbar? A blow struck him from behind and threw him to the ground. 86. Cutter gasped as he breathed in dust from the floor. His head swam, but before he could gather himself, a hand caught his hair and yanked him upright savagely. "Cutter Grogan!" The voice came from a distance momentarily. Faris Akbar stood in front of him, sneering, snarling, his left hand clutching his rifle. "I have waited so long for this." The terrorist clubbed him in the belly. Cutter groaned and doubled up, clutching himself. He panted as he straightened slowly to see the killer drawing his hand back for another blow. "Stop," Hadi ordered. The leader frowned at the Yazidi commander who hadn't moved or reacted. "Who are you?" She seemed to stand taller. Her shoulders drew back. "Gala." A murmur swept through the room. Several guards did a double take. "It's you." Hadi recovered from his surprise. "The Lioness of Sinjar. You killed so many of our men. We were hunting you, but you were like a ghost." He cocked his head curiously. "Why are you here? Why are you with him?" "I came for you." "Me? Not for Akbar or for any of the prisoners? You came for Lais Hadi?" "Do you remember a small village in Sinjar? You and your men came at night. I have been to so many villages and killed so many people, I don't remember them all. You will recall this one. You and your men were rounding up kids to shoot them. You burst into a house. A mother was playing with her 2-year-old daughter. The child was trying to read from a book. That sight angered you. You snatched the girl and threw her against the wall. She died. She was my daughter. I joined the Izidsen unit the next day. The Lioness of Sinjar was born that night." Hadi clapped his hands slowly and shook his head in mock admiration. "You have been hunting me all these years?" "No. I stopped when the war ended. I knew you would die eventually. But then your men came to our villages to capture us and I had to take charge. Grogan. When he came across us, I knew fate had intervened. It was my chance to get to you." "Here I am, and there you are," Hadi said arrogantly, "as my prisoner. Lais Hadi, you will not see the sunset, you will not see another sunrise. You will die today." The room rang with Gula's words. "What can you do?" The terrorist leader slapped her hard. "You are surrounded by my men." His head jerked up sharply. He clawed at his phone and dialed a number. "Abbas, where are you?" "I am outside the village, Saidi." The voice was tinny, but clear enough for Cutter to overhear. "Everything is quiet. I can see Alim and Sadiq through my binoculars." "Good." Hadi relaxed. "I'll call the other guards." "No need, Saidi. I circled the village moments ago. Everyone is alert. We are safe." Hadi ended the call and bared his teeth at Cutter. "And you, American, do you share her confidence?" "She's Gula." He shrugged. "Now I know why she doesn't smile. What she says will happen." "This is what will happen," Hadi sneered. "I will take her in front of everyone. I will possess her. I will enjoy breaking her spirit." He grabbed the Yazidi leader's chin and shook her head savagely. "I will send my men to the villages to get back the slaves you rescued. They are ours. It is happening everywhere. You heard about Kabul? It has fallen. There, too, women will be owned." She slapped his hand away. "No one owns us." "And then," he went on, ignoring her, "my men will enjoy all the women and kill them here. It will be a lesson to the Americans and to this village, but not our prize, Harper Dalton. No, we will take her to the mountains. Think of it." "Whatever you do today, you will die," Cutter burst out. "Do you think my country will sit back and do nothing? Our military, along with Iraqi soldiers, will comb the mountains." "Grogan," Akbar hissed, "this is what you Americans will never understand. Do we care about dying? ISIL capturing your vice president's daughter, holding her prisoner. Do you know how many fighters will rush to join us? We will rise again." He's right. There are many who hate the West. These terrorists will attract many of those. Take me, Cutter said, playing his hand. It was why he had driven to Garer. Torture me. That's what Akbar wants. Put it on the internet. Use it for your propaganda. Former American Special Forces soldier begs to be spared before he is beheaded. Think how it will play with your supporters. Take me. Do what you wish with me, but let everyone else go. Someone cried. Di Fiore and Quindica jerked as if they had sat on a live wire. A guard stirred. Akbar exploded. Enough! He screamed. He flung his rifle away and drew a long knife. Enough of talking! Hadi, I am going to finish Grogan right now. He charged at Cutter, who braced himself. A tube sailed through the air and landed in front of Akbar, who skidded to a stop. It rolled a few times and came to rest. It was squat, bulky, and unlike any weapon Cutter had seen. "Grenades!" Hadi yelled. He and Akbar threw themselves back, along with the guards, when a second projectile landed on the floor. 87. Those aren't grenades. Cutter flung himself at the nearest tube, while Gala went for the second. He caught it with both hands and pulled hard. A Glock and several magazines spilled out when the projectile opened. Cutter rolled on his shoulder and fired at Akbar, who was crouching against the wall. His shot missed. Gola fired, but she missed too. "Stop!" a guard roared. Cutter froze when the fighter jammed his rifle against Harper's neck. "Throw your guns away," Akbar said as he straightened triumphantly. "Or she dies." "You should have grabbed the other woman," Hadi berated the guard. "No, you fool. Keep holding her for now." "Grogan," Akbar said as he picked up his knife. "Do you remember how your wife screamed?" Wind tore through the windows and swept through the room. It seemed to bring in the bullet that took out the guard's head and showered Harper's face with blood and bone. Cutter dived at Akbar, who was staring in disbelief at the fallen soldier. He went beneath the terrorist's knife hand and body slammed into him, crashing them both to the floor. "Gina! Peyton!" he roared as Akbar wrestled with him. He risked a glance. Di Fiore and Quindica had thrown themselves protectively over Harper, Samira, and Rahman. Gola was snarling as she leapt on Hadi. A guard fell, and then he realized the whispering sound wasn't the wind but the rain of bullets that came from the windows. That hole in the wall, through that too. How did that happen? Akbar's fist crashed into his neck. "Do you remember how your wife shouted when I was raping her?" The wave of fury that swept through Cutter blanked out the room. He headbutted the terrorist, barely felt the knife piercing through his clothing and puncturing the flesh beneath his right shoulder. Cutter didn't let up. He rained blows on Akbar as they rolled on the floor, each trying to get on top, trying to get to the closest gun. He ducked as the terrorist cut the air with his blade, not fast enough, and he felt a warm trickle of blood on his cheek. "Slowly," Akbar laughed. "I will take you apart slowly. Tayyib was my friend, my brother. You have to pay for that." Cutter trapped the incoming slash with both palms and twisted the killer's wrist hard to make him lose the knife, which clattered to the floor and slid away. He grunted when Akbar knuckle-punched him in the neck, and his vision went dark momentarily. Someone fell on top of him, crushing him down on the terrorist. He snatched a look. Quindica, who by some contortion had freed herself, had leapt on him to fire at a guard who was aiming at him. Akbar tried to gouge his eyes. Cutter reared back to escape and felt the SAC roll away, which gave him room to catch the terrorist's head and break his nose with his forehead. Akbar shrieked in his ears as his hands fell away. He reared up with his legs, threw his attacker off and dived at his rifle. "Can't let him get to that." Cutter sprang at the knife desperately, caught it with one hand, knew he was late, was aware Akbar was yelling triumphantly as he brought the rifle up, felt the first round sail past him, the second graze his shoulder. He flung the blade at Akbar, a part of his mind marveling at how he had managed such a perfect throw. The blade streaked through the air and buried itself in the killer's chest. Cutter was on him instantly. Something struck his own chest like a tree trunk, but adrenaline and rage propelled him forward to slap away Akbar's rifle with his left hand, yank the knife up with a sucking sound, and jam it in his throat and keep it down and watch the light fade from the terrorist's eyes. He rolled away at a shriek, dived at his Glock and brought it up. Gala, blood on her face, hair loose and flying around. On top of Hadi, punching with her bare hands, cursing. A guard sprang up from the floor and yelled in rage as he fired wildly in the air. Cutter shot him with a double tap and checked Di Fiore, who was still on top of the DFTF volunteers. "Stay down!" he yelled, repeating it in Arabic at the villagers. He crouched and raced along the line of benches, bending to check the other guards, turning them over to confirm they were dead. He noted the holes in the wall which looked like giant fists had punched through them. A Barrett did those? That one at the top is large enough for a drone to fly through. Beth must have navigated one inside, which gave them visual. He spun around when Jabbar yelled in warning. Akbar, who somehow was still alive, propped on one elbow, was bringing up his rifle slowly, the rage in his eyes palpable even at a distance. Cutter blew his head away with a single round, and in the ensuing silence, Gola screamed and straightened, stamped on the terrorist leader's neck and thrust down with all her weight until he stopped moving, and spat at him. Lais Hadi was dead, 88. It came to Di Fiore as a series of slow-motion clips. Cutter's fight with Akbar, the knife flashing in the air, his roar of rage, Peyton's dive to shoot the guard who was threatening Cutter, Gala's snarls as she took on Hadi bare-handed, unflinchingly, even when he had shot at her. The terrorist had missed, but by then she was on him like the animal she was nicknamed for. The detective cut loose Samira and Harper, who fell into each other's arms instantly, sobbing in relief. "Are you okay?" she asked them. "Harper, are you hurt?" Neither replied. She freed Rahman, who was dazed, mumbling softly to himself as he looked away from the dead terrorist on the floor and felt his face. "Rahman?" She squeezed his shoulder. He didn't respond. "They're in shock," Peyton said as she came to her. "All of them." "You—" "I'm fine. I didn't get to do much. You saved Cutter. That guard was coming from behind him." "Who was that?" They turned around to Harper, whose face was wet with tears, Samira holding her up. The Veep's daughter shuddered when she took in Hadi and Akbar and glanced away quickly. "You mean, who came to our rescue?" Di Fiore guessed. "We don't know. It could be the Iraqi police. Cutter knows someone high up there. He must have called them. We haven't spoken to him yet. What about you? Did they—" "No." Harper half sobbed, half laughed and drew Samira's arm around her closer. "Akbar captured me. He slapped me a few times, but none of them touched me. Do you think they would have raped us?" Di Fiore completed, grimly. "Yeah." "You are hurt more than us," Samira said as she released the vice president's daughter, cupped the detective's chin and inspected her face. "Both of you, get me water," she ordered at Rahman. "We don't have broken bones," Quindica stopped her. "The villagers. They will need your help." Gala and Mr. Grogan, too. They took— Di Fiore found it in her to chuckle. "You don't need to be formal with him. Call him by his first name." They turned to watch him for a moment as he gathered the terrorists' weapons and stowed them in a corner with Gola's help. The Yazidi commander looked her usual aloof self, despite the beating she had taken. She didn't speak or smile, her face set in its usual impassive expression. "They won't take help. You'll have guessed by now how they both are. It doesn't look like they're badly injured. Let's get to the villagers." She followed Peyton and the volunteers as they went to Garbier's residence and started checking on them. I am Jabir Sayyidati, said the elderly man who had protested as he got to his feet shakily. Are you okay? Di Fiore and Quindica had learned enough conversational Arabic to get them around. The detective blinked back sudden tears at his concern. He's the one who was beaten, and he's asking about us. We are fine, Sayyidi, but you need to sit down, Samira rapped out and helped him back on a bench. Stay still while I check you out. Do you think anything is broken? These doctors, the village elder grinned cheekily at the detective, they think they know better than us. No, Sayyidati. Akbar didn't hurt me that much. Di Fiore went to the holes in the walls and felt them. Barrett? She asked when she felt Cutter approach. I guess. The shooters took a risk. They could have killed the villagers. They must have figured everyone dived at the first shot. He grinned wryly at her. I'm bruised and bleeding. I'm sure I took a round. But does First Detective Gina Di Fiore, Assistant Special Agent in charge, ask about me? No. That shows how much she cares. Samira offered to check you out, but I stopped her. The villagers needed her. You aren't dying anytime soon. She bit her lip to suppress a grin when Cutter clasped his chest theatrically and pretended to look hurt. Akbar shot you, Quindica joined them. I saw it. Are you wearing armor? He lifted his tee to show the vest. It felt like a mule kick. How did you know what was in that tube? I didn't. It was a lucky guess that there were weapons in them. Guess? You didn't know. You didn't plan that rescue. With Hadi and Akbar holding all of you as hostages, there wasn't much we could plan for. We had to play it by ear, and even then I was sure it wouldn't work. Di Fiore stared at him, recalling his words offering himself to Akbar in exchange for their release. She punched him viciously on his shoulder over the cut which had bloodied his tee. Don't ever do that again, she snarled. Don't play the hero! She buried her face in his chest and felt his arms go around her. She trembled for several moments and then released herself. This changes nothing, she said, sniffing and wiping her eyes. You still can't call me by my first name. Of course not. Quindica frowned at the wind swirling outside the school. Why hasn't Cater come inside? We need ambulances. Cater? Cutter asked, puzzled. Isn't it his team who did the shooting? No. You called the army? No. He grinned when someone whistled outside. You'll find out. Di Fiore followed him out of the room and stopped short at the sight. The storm wasn't as strong as the previous night, but still rattled doors and windows and carried newspaper scraps and plastic wrappers. In the schoolyard, standing tall, were 8 people, all of them armed, unmoving despite the wind. Di Fiore took in the black man, the 3 women, 2 of whom were clearly twins, and guessed instantly who they were as she scanned the rest of them. Zeb Carter, Cutter's friends. She didn't know she had spoken aloud until Quindica nodded. Yeah. The detective put names to faces quickly. Bwana, the African-American. Bear was the one with the trimmed beard. Broker and Roger, the good-looking ones. Chloe, Beth and Megan Patterson. And Zeb, next to the elder sister, motionless, expressionless, his dark eyes giving nothing away. We saw them once before, but they were wearing masks. Thank you, she said gratefully. Bwana inclined his head regally. She felt Zeb's eyes as if he was reading her thoughts. He glanced behind her when Samira, Harper, and Rahman appeared, but he kept quiet. How did you find us? Did Grogan contact you? Where were you? We found him, Zeb replied flatly. No further explanation. We aren't out of the woods yet, Cutter said, shifting uneasily. Qaim army is out there. Aswad Hafiz is hunting me. He's not a problem. He won't be, nor to anyone else again. No more clarification. How is everyone? Don't know. Di Fiore looked at Cutter and back at Zeb, who had replied. What was that about? Before she could ask, Zeb pointed at the sky. She frowned and squinted at the sky, grimacing from the dust. Then she heard it, the sound of rotors growing louder. 2 choppers came into view. One hovered high while the other blew up dust as it circled the schoolyard once, then returned to land. Black Hawks, she yelled at Quindica, who nodded. Cutter or Zeb must have arranged them for Harper. Surprised shouts from behind them as villagers came out of the school to watch. Doug! Harper shouted when a suit ran towards them, while several soldiers jumped out of the chopper and covered the yard. He must be from her Secret Service detail. Ma'am, the agent's eyes flicked over the crowd, lingering on Di Fiore, Quindica, and Cutter before settling on Harper. Let's go home. But He's right, the detective said softly. Hadi and Akbar are dead, but ISIL terrorists are still around. Militia groups as well. Your cover is blown. You are at high risk even if you have full-time protection. I can't leave just like that. Samira. Harper clutched the Syrian's sleeve. They will be at risk too. She swallowed. Yes, ma'am, Doug replied. The president has authorized their evac as well. Samira Latif, Rahman Abdul. He addressed the volunteers formally. The United States of America is grateful to you for keeping Miss Dalton safe. Our country welcomes you. We will offer you resettlement and fast-track your citizenship. Me? The doctor looked shocked. Going to America? How's that possible? Everything I have is here. Everything? Harper asked her. Stay quiet. Di Fiore glared at Cutter when he made to speak. The Syrian licked her lips. She twisted her hands and looked at Rahman for support. He's right, the driver said, nodding at the Secret Service agent. You ready to leave Iraq behind? I have nothing here, no family. You're my friends. If you both go, what's keeping me here? Besides, we can always return. I hope you stay there, Harper said softly. Her words were clearly directed at Samira. Everything will be new, the Syrian said, fidgeting. I will be there to help. Your mother, we will live on our own. We have a lot to work out. We will. Samira nodded. She tucked her hair behind her head in embarrassment, aware of eyes on her. You are right. My everything isn't here. Go, Di Fiore said, sighing in relief. Harper, beaming, didn't move. She turned to Jabbar, her hands coming together in a pleading gesture. All this is because of me, Sayyidati. He hobbled towards her, caught her wrists and brought them down gently. What Allah wills, happens. Many have died needlessly, but evil has also been destroyed. Go, with Garbir's blessing. Harper caught Samira's hand with a delighted laugh and ran towards the chopper. Rahman followed them, smiling wryly, and waved at the team from inside. Di Fiore squinted when the rotors picked up speed and threw up a curtain of dust obscuring Zeb Carter's team. Hope you like the chocolates. A voice floated over the sounds of the choppers. That's Beth. She crouched in the dirt cloud that blanketed the entire yard. What did she mean by chocolates? That other mission. They attacked us, but didn't hurt us. We didn't know who they were then. She, Quindica, and the FBI agents with them had received boxes of chocolates and flowers anonymously. She straightened when the choppers departed and the dust cloud thinned. Zeb Carter and his team were nowhere to be seen. 89. Don't. Cutter stopped Di Fiore when the detective made to go out of the yard and search for Zeb's crew. They exfil fast. They're gone by now. Were they in the country all along? How did they find you? Where did you meet? Detective Di Fiore. First-grade detective and now ASAC, she corrected him. Yeah, he grinned. Your questions can wait. Let's get some police and medical help here. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Cater. Rayhan, I wonder if you remember me. Cutter Grogan. There are many people I will forget, but not you. I tried to contact you. I don't know if you're friends. No time for all that, Rayhan. Cutter briefed him quickly and turned to Di Fiore and Quindica when the call ended. He will be here in an hour's time. He's arranging for ambulances and police from Rabia. Aram Zafar, or should I call you Cutter Grogan? Jabbar came towards him. Saidi, Cutter told him apologetically. I had to maintain my disguise. You are American. Nam. You speak like an Iraqi. Layla, or Harper, is really the American vice president's daughter. Nam. He filled in the village elder, who nodded. Now, I understand what she was talking about. It isn't me or the village of Garbir she should ask forgiveness from. She should find it within herself. Allah will help her. Her guilt won't go away. It never does. Samira is with her, though. That might help her to live with it. Aram Zafar. Jabbar broke into his thoughts. The council leader's eyes bored into him. That name, what you told us about being a businessman. You aren't one, are you? No, not of that kind. You gave us hope for a while. Cutter felt shame. His face burned. He swallowed his words. What can I say? He's right. He felt Gula's eyes staring impassively. She didn't comment, didn't move from her position at the room's door. He nodded absently when Quindica squeezed his forearm and watched the village elder return to his people. Police and medical vehicles arrived with flashing lights and wailing sirens and kept him occupied as he gave statements and helped them secure the building. Ray and Cater walked into the yard and hugged him hard. Cutter took him inside the room, where the colonel whistled and shook his head. You haven't left any cleaning up for us. You did all of this yourself? I had help. Cater smiled when he didn't elaborate. I know how you work. All right. How do you want to play this? His eyes widened when he took in Gole. He hustled to her and bowed. It's an honor to meet you, Sayyidati. I am Rayhan. I know who you are. She inclined her head. Thank you for helping our people. I wish I could have done more. He reached inside his pocket and gave her his card. Call me if I can do anything for you. Anytime, anywhere. Sayyidati. I guess you don't want to be mentioned in any coverage. No. Our presence cannot be hidden. Cutter nodded and gestured at himself and the FBI agents. Jabbar won't be able to stop the villagers from gossiping, and word will spread. Make it a joint Iraqi-American operation that took down Hadi and Akbar, but keep our names out of it. What's up? He asked when the colonel's face turned grave. You and your friends should go to the military base in Erbil and stay there until you leave the country. Hadi and Akbar's supporters are out there still. The terrorists and Qayyim army soldiers aren't finished. They will target Americans, anyone who looks like a Westerner. Cutter nodded. He had been thinking along similar lines. I've got to get the women home. Today. He went to Quindica and Di Fiore when the SAC beckoned at him and took the phone she was talking into. Yes? He asked. Who is it? He mouthed at his friends. Cutter, Phil and I can't thank you enough. Harper called us from the chopper. Vice President Dalton half sobbed and then composed herself. We will talk at length when you're home. There will be a jet waiting at Erbil in an hour's time. I'll make sure Quindica and Di Fiore get on it, ma'am. You need to be on it too, don't argue. This is an order. You found Harper. Your job is done. Get back home. Yes, ma'am. He gave in and returned the phone to Quindica. It feels rushed, Di Fiore complained when they buckled into the jet at Erbil 90 minutes later. It is, he brooded. He hadn't been able to speak with Jabbar again. He was busy, but he could be ignoring me as well. Gole had been her usual implacable self. Don't worry about me, she had said, resisting his attempt to hug her. Cater had thumped him hard on the back and not hidden his relief that the Americans were leaving. We finished our mission, Quindica said. consoling her partner. What about our investigation? Crypto? You know very well we can conduct that from D.C. Heck, that was just an excuse for us to be in Iraq to help Cutter. You know that, and Bart knew it all along. Your friend, Zeb Carter. De Fiore looked at him curiously. He isn't a conversationalist, is he? Cutter smiled briefly at her description. Nope. You never told us how they happened to be there. Over dinner in New York, at a restaurant of my choice. What did you ask him about back there? How's everyone? She quoted. Cutter sighed. We have friends in Afghanistan, people who helped us. I don't know if all of them got out safely. What about those who couldn't get on our flights? Quindica asked worriedly. Will you get them out? Zeb will, he said with certainty, even though he hadn't spoken with his friend. He'll launch a clandestine operation if he has to. The plane banked, and for a moment he thought he could see villages through the clouds. De Fiore is right. We are leaving in a hurry. I'll be back, he promised himself. He had unfinished business. 90. It took 2 weeks for Cutter to make it happen. The first few days of his return were filled with meeting the vice president and her family. A grateful Jill Dalton had insisted he debrief them personally and had made him join several celebratory dinners. Have you made up with your mom? He asked Harper during one of them. Not quite, she said, grinning. Things are different, however. Better. I was irresponsible, too. She glanced at Samira and her cheeks colored. And she's with me. All the rough edges are smoother. We are starting a mission, a charity. Samira, Rahman, and I, to help refugees from war-affected countries. I will shamelessly use my mom's name to get donors to contribute. He had made good on his promise to De Fiore. He took her and Quindica to dinner and filled them in on all the details. Meg and Beth, the detective said, swirling her wine glass. I am sure I'll like them. You both will get on well with them. He returned to New York finally, cleared his emails, responded to prospective customers, and made the call. I need a favor. Anything, anytime, anywhere. You want my kidney? Both of them? You want my heart? Name it. You'll have it. Cutter winced at the response. He was used to the man's melodrama. He means it, though, every single word of it. I don't need anything of that sort, Saidi. Saidi? After all these years, you keep calling me that? It is me who should be using that word. Tell me what you want. Whatever I can do, I will. Have you heard of Garer? Garer? The man thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. Wasn't it in the news recently? Isn't that where the vice president's daughter was kidnapped by terrorists? Yeah. The government had worked with Cater to break the story and control the news cycle. That Harper had been working undercover with the DFTF all along and had been held hostage by terrorists. The rescue operation had been carried out by Iraqi SWAT, led by the colonel, helped by U.S. military. Why does it interest you? It's a small village, not of any significance. It is to me, Saidi. He gave the man the background. That's all you ask of me? I'll get my team onto it right away. Thank you, Saidi. No, thank you. On the 14th day, Cutter accompanied the man in his private jet to Mosul. They stayed the night in a hotel and left early in the morning in an armored car. The council meeting was breaking up when they rolled up to the school. Villagers streaming out of the building gawked at them. Many recognized Cutter and hugged him. Is Jabbar inside? He asked one of them. Nam, Saidi. Cutter led the man up the steps and through the door. Is this where it happened? The visitor whispered. Yeah. The village elder was with 2 men at the blackboard. He broke off his conversation and stared as they went up to him. Cutter? He exclaimed. What are you doing here? I had some work, Saidi. Another rescue mission? No, Saidi. Meet Aram Zafar, he said, introducing the man. He couldn't help grinning at the surprise on the council head's face. Nam, that's really his name. He is American, but I was born here. Zafar clasped Jabbar's hands in both of his. South of Baghdad, many years ago, before the war started. My parents went to America, where I grew up, but I never forgot my roots. I am confused, the village elder replied. Zafar, you are welcome in our village. But Cutter, I don't understand. He is a businessman, Saidi, a real one. I took on his name since it was easy to create an identity based on his background. He has opened schools and hospitals in Iraq, restaurants, shopping malls. All that I told you, they all exist, but they are his. See here. He opened an Iraqi newspaper and showed its profile piece on Aram Zafar. Philanthropist billionaire, son of Iraq, the headline began. I made a false promise to you. I lied to you. But Cutter stopped when the billionaire gripped his shoulder. I will keep them. I know him very well. He keeps his word, and if he doesn't, there is a good reason. What he told you, I will carry that out. He opened his briefcase and brought out a site plan. I got my engineers to work on this project when Cutter came to me. This is where the gas station will be, not very far from this village. I have already applied to the government for all permits. This school, he looked around the building, I would like to build a new one, if the council allows it. Jabbar's hands shook. He reached around blindly and sat in his chair. You will really do this? For Garer? Yes, Saidi. It will cost a lot of money. Money is nothing to me. Why? Zafar smiled and occupied the second chair. His gray hair shone in the light. His knees creaked when he sat. Lines etched his face and veins stood out on his arms. Money was all that interested me when I was young. I was smart. I knew how to talk. I was good at business. I became wealthy quickly. I bought companies in America, all over the world. I gave interviews, was on TV many times. I wanted to be the richest man in the world. My wife and daughter, they always asked me what I would do with all that wealth. I told them they would never have to work again. They said they didn't need that much. I didn't listen to them. I kept building my business. Our daughter grew older. She didn't like what I had become. She moved out. She moved to Mexico, Saidi. She taught English in a school, in a small village like Garer. I was one of the richest people in the world. She could do whatever she wanted, but she became a teacher. I didn't understand it. He uncapped a bottle of water, drank from it, and wiped his lips. My wife and I joined her on vacation once. I didn't like it. There was no hotel in the village. Her house didn't have air conditioning. The roads weren't good for my car. One day, a drug cartel attacked the school. I didn't know it then, but my daughter had informed on them to the police. We happened to be in the school at that time. It happened quickly. One moment, children were in school and we were inside a classroom. The next moment, gunmen were shooting. My daughter was killed that day. She died trying to save children. She threw herself in front of them. Many more teachers and children would have been killed if this man, he turned to Cutter, hadn't shown up. He and his friends. He hasn't told me to this day why he was there, how he showed up at that very moment. He and his friends shot those gunmen. My wife would have died too, but Cutter saved her. He took the bullets that were meant for her. He was in hospital for a long time. He could have died. From that day onwards, money has had no meaning for me. I live in a small house these days, Saidi, in California, like an ordinary person. My daughter was right. My wife, she passed away a few years ago. She was right too. How much do we need? He breathed deeply and looked at Cutter. I will bring jobs to Garer. That is my promise. Cutter left the school while Zafar and Jabbar conversed. He leaned against their vehicle and was looking idly down the street when he felt eyes on him. He turned to see Gola. I heard you were in the village. No smile in her face or voice. You are still here? He asked, astonished. Jabbar asked me to stay for a few weeks. I am teaching self-defense classes for the women. She looked the same. Stern face, hair pulled back tight, combat trousers and a jacket over her top. No one could mistake her for anything but who she was, a commander. You will be returning to Sinjar afterwards? I don't know. I love those mountains, but home, that word does not have much meaning for me. I know what she means. That day, you were so confident Hadi would die. Why? I met your friends, the one that you call Zeb Carter. I saw in him what I know is in me and in you. What's that? He has suffered too, a great loss. Naam. He doesn't care if he dies. Neither do you nor I. If such people got together, how could we fail? Garer went about its business around them. A truck rolled up to the grocery store and the driver hopped out to unload cartons of produce. Does it become easier? He knew instinctively what she meant. Living without Riley. What I do helps. She nodded and stood with him silently until Zafar and Jabbar emerged and left as quietly as she had approached him. We have gotten used to her, the village elder said, smiling at her departing back. She is there, like that rock at the entrance to the village. She doesn't change, doesn't speak. No one has heard her laugh. Oh, we know she will leave one day, but as long as she is here, we are blessed. He's right. Have any men attacked the village? Jabbar laughed. Don't worry about them. Garer is like Gola. It will survive. Terrorists will come and go, but our village will still be standing when they are dead. He shook hands with Zafar and hugged Cutter hard. Go in peace, my friend. Jabbar understands. And tell Harper. Bisma Kazmi would have too. He got the call when he was with Zafar in the jet in Mosul. Get your butt to D.C., De Fiore snapped at him. Now. Where are you? She asked suspiciously when he didn't respond immediately. Garer. Garer? She yelled. He grinned when he heard Quindica shush her in the background. What are you doing there? The detective asked him. Making things right. You can explain that when you're back. How soon can you return? We are flying out to New York. I can meet you tomorrow. We? Never mind. I don't need to know right now. Haul ass as soon as you land. What's up? One of the Afghans who was evaxed from Kabul has intel for us. What kind? The terrorist attack kind. What's that got to do with me? He's in Paris. Great city. You and Quindica should visit, but again, it's nothing to do with me. We have, and it is. She refuses to talk to anyone but you. The End. Bonus. Chapter from Paris. Cutter Grogan slipped on his jeans and was reaching for his tea when the door burst open. Shooters! He dived to the floor desperately and heard the mirror shatter when a round struck it. My Glock's in its holster on the bed, too far to get to it. The two attackers were masked. Could there be more of them? He didn't know. He didn't have much time to find out. The room wasn't big, and only the bed separated him from the killers, who were near the hallway. The mattress shuddered from a burst of rounds. A feather floated down to him. They're using silenced weapons, but the sounds will still be heard. They don't have much time either. He grabbed the chair at the dressing table by its leg. I can lift it. He swung it one-handedly over the bed in the direction of the attackers and lunged towards the bedside table, where he grabbed the night lamp and threw it in the same direction. With a roar, he threw himself over the mattress, caught a glimpse of the shooters ducking and body-slammed into them sideways. He lashed out with his leg and caught one of them in the chin. He clubbed the second one with an elbow punch and felt the sizzle of a bullet streak past his face. He caught hold of the gun hand, twisted it savagely, and forced the man's trigger finger to depress repeatedly over his shoulder at the second shooter. One down. The survivor clubbed him with a fist and reared up to bite him. Cutter jerked back, which gave room for the attacker to wriggle away and dart to the window. Can't let him get away. He heard shouts outside the room. Someone screamed. "Appelle la police!" he shouted and lunged at the shooter.
His momentum carried both men over the windowsill, crashing through the glass and out of the room. He twisted in the air to get on top of the shooter and braced himself for impact. An awning broke their fall. It enveloped them, but before he could free himself, a hard crack sounded and they landed on the ground. Cutter struggled to get clear of the fabric, conscious that the shooter wasn't moving, and cursed when he found the man was dead. He broke his neck on that table we crashed into. He ripped the killer's mask away. Nope, don't recognize him. The growing clamor of voices reminded him he had fallen out of a chic hotel on the Rue de Rivoli, a short distance from the Louvre. "And I'm shirtless." "Désolé, madame," he apologized to the elderly woman who was seated at a nearby table. She raised an eyebrow and carried on conversing with her companion with sang-froid. Only in Paris, Cutter thought with a grin, and bent to search the body. "Stop!" Police cruisers screeched to a halt and officers surrounded him. The end.